audio. I say, hello, old chap. Normally, PhDs have their PhD after their name, so are you on your way to getting your PhD, Riggs? Line of Yah. Ariel, have you had time to watch that the video I posted the other day? It's about a year old already about the fractal holographic universe. And if you have, has it given you any ideas? Even if only 1% of it's like correct. He's off. He's gone. He's out.
Listen to your voice just now in the numpty clips.
Say what?
What up, Zach? I was listening to you in the numpty clips. You were going for something with Bill Bell, like gas pressure or mass or something.
Was that one with me?
Yeah.
That's an old one, bro. That's a freaking old one.
It's the first numpty clip.
It's the first one?
Yeah.
No way.
It's the first one in his playlist.
Wow, that goes back a long way, bro.
That was right after, it was like a little bit after Phil said that water vapor is not gas. I'm not a gas.
I remember warning him when he came in. I says, Phil, you seem like a happy guy right now. I don't suggest you stay in this arena. Why is that? I go, because you're going to change. You're going to become an angry man. And oh my God, was I right or what? Yeah, it's funny. I remember when I didn't go on the Chihuahua JG Chihuahua show anymore. I remember when I saw QE said, "SC, what the hell, man? What's going on? Why aren't you anymore there?" Because he was getting a lot of numpty clips from me talking to these idiots. And yeah, so it was funny. He's got a lot of good ones, man. I gotta say. Brenda is good. The Brenda clips. So the Sigma 5 thing that I posted is making the rounds. It's causing a big commotion in the community.
Is it?
Yeah. Wixit played it. Then I seen Rachie made a video on it.
I mean, they literally have a model called the Lambda CDM model, and I don't know if cold dark matter doesn't exist, and I don't know if you can keep using that model. And the alternatives are nuts.
Yeah. This is a big, big problem. This is a huge problem in their cosmology. Who else made a? Was it Fight the Tight Shirt made a video on it, or is it Maktoon?
So they're changing.
I think
They're
what?
changing the age of the. They're changing the age of the universe. So getting rid of cold dark matter. Like, bro, this is on topsy turvy.
Oh yeah, that's another present I brought to them. They doubled. They didn't change it. They doubled it, bro.
I know that's big. If they were like, "Yo, we got it. It's not 13.8. It's 13.92." Has
Yeah,
it been like,
okay.
"Oh, okay, all right, fine, it's fine," but
We're
yeah,
off
you
by
just
a bit.
double. We could
How
talk
about the
about
other one?
doubling down.
What?
What other one?
The one with the oldest star that they found, older than the universe. Medusa Celeste, some stupid name like that. Remember that one?
Oh, the star older than the
Older
universe.
than
No,
the
that checks
universe.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that checks out.
So as soon as we brought it out, they did some recalculations. Well, when we took this into account and that into account and this, we did the most updated survey. Well, then, we we revised the age. It's 14.1 billion years, which is still older. But listen to this: give or take 800 million years. So it brings it just right, like, just right. Like, they think we're stupid, man. You know, you find a star older than the universe. You know that's wrong. You know that can't be. So let's do a little bit of mathematics, recalculations, and bring the star back into the fold. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
got some
we're all
fucking
hiding,
issues.
bro. Sorry?
Dude, this is why they. What's up?
No, go ahead.
Bro, this is why they say they can't prove things. It's like, it's not real scientists saying that. It's real scientists will say you can prove things. I just
Yeah.
heard a whole bunch of quotes from one of QE's videos from scientists saying how you prove things. But it's real scientists, chemists, people that are doing actual things here on Earth. People that are saying you can't prove things are the ones doing pseudoscience, astronomers, astrophysicists, bullshit things where you can't do science on it.
I know, bro. It's very, very sad for them. Very, very bad time.
Like, yeah, you can't prove things when you're just making stories up. Oh shit. I'm just gonna make a story up about how the sky works. Science doesn't prove things. I'm doing science. And all science does prove things. You're doing some pseudoscience bullshit, making up stories.
Yeah.
Even
That's exactly.
Copernicus knew it. There's a quote from Copernicus where he says, no conclusions can be drawn and no hypothesis can be done in astronomy. Because you
Yeah.
can't do it. There's nothing you could do. You're just making a story up. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. Who knows? Whatever.
Yeah. If you can't measure what you're doing, if you can't grab it, touch it, feel it, measure it, well, you got nothing. The best one, bro, the best one I gotta say was with the spectroscopy is the wheelbarrow across the room, right? Who came up with that? He deserves kudos. Yeah, okay. You think you know what the star's made out of? All right. Here, I got a wheelbarrow here. I'm gonna fill it with something. You tell me what's inside using spectroscopy. Go on.
Yeah, they say you can do that. I remember Jace was in here. I was like,
Bull crap. Yeah.
yo, he said you could tell what stuff's made of by the light coming off it. Like he could tell if the material was like blue jeans or silk or something weird. Like you could tell if it was wood just by the light bouncing off it.
Yeah,
Weird.
yeah, okay. That yeah, I'll give him that. Here, take it. But what's inside the barrel? Tell me. Use your light and tell me what's inside the barrel.
Oh yeah.
Do I have turtles in there? Is there a dog in there? Maybe a cat? I don't know. Maybe it's
Maybe
wine.
filled with lead. Yeah.
Yeah. The spectroscopy story is full of, you know what, bro? There's that's just a joke. Yet everything is based on it. The age of the universe, well, more or less, right? With the red shifting and all that stuff. Everything they tell us they know about the stars, what's out there, is through spectroscopy, which is absolutely not reliable in the least bit. Not even close. Let's see what nonsense they're going to bring us today.
Probably none. I mean, do they even? I don't even know if they come here anymore.
Here, I'll post the thing about the star. What a joke. What a freaking joke.
A lot of these guys haven't even been in here. Like, well, aside from just talking shit in the text chat.
Yeah.
Which is obnoxious. I mean, I don't even fuck with text chat, but
Well, this is the thing I'm talking about. Imagine it could be 18 billion years old by their calculations. That means they're off by freaking 5 billion years. Boys, we got a problem here. What are we going to do? I know, sir. This is what we're going to do. We're going to say we did new and revised measurements. We took all other things into account. We combined them. And the right number is this, but let's not make it obvious. Let's give it like a plus or minus of 800 years. What do you say? Oh, that sounds great. Okay, start crunching the numbers. That's what they did.
So basically, just make up a new story.
Exactly. Yep. If you don't believe, I know you guys believe, but for those who don't, you can see it. They say it. They clearly tell you this in this video, what they did. It's like very, very bad. People are freaking out with that five sigma video that I posted. It's making the round, and I'm very happy. Who was it that made a video? Was it Maktoon? Oh no! Oh, this freak STST. Oh, what's it here? Hey, what's it? That dude STST. That's the guy that made the video saying that you remove the first minute. I think that's the dude.
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah. They're losing their shit.
Yeah, it's funny that they want to talk about that, but not what the actual point was.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally addressed what he said, though, you know? Like, before I even play the video, I explained what he said. And then I just start playing at the Higgs boson comment.
Yeah. They did the same thing with me, but I told them, dude, I made a clip. Here, and I did post the whole video. I go, did you ever hear of a hostile witness? Yeah, the guy believes the earth is flat. Yeah, exactly. That makes it even better when he says what he says. He's one of yours. He's a baller, and he's telling you that, hey, look, this is bad. Whole dark matter is gone, finished by 5 sigma verification.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a like immature, dishonest tactic, you know? To be like, oh, he talked about how the Earth's not flat. Ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, that's totally irrelevant. I said in my stream, bro, like probably 20 times, I'm like, this is not about me believing this. This is about from within your own paradigm. This is the case. You know, like I said that so many times, bro. It's like they just can't really respond to it. So they're just like, ha, I went it so stupid.
Yeah, that's the thing that gets them. It's done within their paradigm. That's the freaking beauty of it. It's their model. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, bro. It's like it's pretty telling that they have to be like, haha, what's it so stupid? He posted a video from a guy who made fun of flat Earth. That's my point, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't respond, bro.
And this guy is not just an anybody, right? He's a PhD. He's a respected, he's a respected dude.
Yeah, he's literally a professor of astrophysics, I think.
I know he has a
Whole
PhD.
paradigm,
Go on, bro.
their whole paradigm has so many freaking flaws and contradictions and anything. I can't believe I ever believed it. But I look back and just look at what they actually tell us. How could I possibly ever believe that crap?
Yeah. Don't sell yourself short, bro, because I was like that too, right? But I think it was meant to be, because if we weren't in it, right, then we wouldn't know the nuances. Like now, when I destroy their cosmology, it's because I know it, right? It's because we know what should be in their fantasy, right? And then when we see something that isn't, oh, but if you don't know the model, then anything they tell you will sound correct. The problem is we know their freaking model, sometimes better than they do. Not sometimes, most of the times. Yeah. Here's a new one, Methuselah, the star that's older than the universe. They found a star that they say could be as old as 18.6 billion years old. Well, that's a problem because our universe is 13.8, they tell us. So what did they do? They just revised the numbers. They just did a new study. They incorporated three things, three other studies, and voila, here's the new numbers. It fits just right.
How could they possibly? This doesn't make any sense. How can you know how old a ball of fire is so far away? That does, what do they say they use to determine this nonsense?
Well, this is how they started. They started off by saying Earth is the same size of Venus. Then they found what's called Cepheid variable stars, stars that shine the same amount, and they do calculations. And then from there, they found quasars, quasars that are the same brightness, and they just measure the brightness of the stars, and they do calculations. I mean, it's crazy, very non-scientific, very non-accurate.
So it all depends on how bright it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's brighter, that means it's closer. But
Yeah,
if it's,
exactly. Yeah,
or maybe it's just smaller,
and
or
more
just
powerful. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
uh,
they know that these Cepheid variables shine the same brightness. It's like madness, bro. You know? Yeah, it's all based on quicksand. Really, this whole thing, this whole cosmology, the distance, everything, what they're made of, it's all based on quicksand. There's nothing solid that you can't step on anything, right? You step out of your house and you're sinking. Whoop.
these people are considered intellectuals.
These are the top of the top. These are the brains. These are the guys that go to school and study for 30 years and get all kinds of bananas on their shirt. Yeah. These are the guys that couldn't stand half an hour in here with some of us. If we ask them questions, they're gonna start crying, bro. Can you imagine
How dare you?
Michikaku in here? Michikaku or Neil deGrasse? Just imagine that.
How dare you use common sense?
Yeah. So tell me, Mr. Michikaku, what is your belief in this now? Where do we go from here, sir? Since obviously the Big Bang is wrong, you guys admitted it. What do we do now? Well, we can't use the cold lambda model, right? Because there's no cold dark matter. So what do you do? What do you think he's going to say?
Michio Kaku is one of the people that acknowledged that dark matter is trash a long time ago, though, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why he proposed string theory.
yeah.
Well, and he also said that there are what 30 to 10 to the 30th power or something off
10 to the 120th power.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
They don't
But
use
that
the
comes from
scientific. Yeah.
And the number comes from measuring the vacuum energy on Earth and then trying to apply it to the assumed vacuum of space. And there's
Well, when
way
you
too
know
much
that,
energy.
go ahead. Sorry.
If the vacuum energy is causing the supposed expansion of the universe, it would have to be expanding way, 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 way faster.
Well, if
Yep.
you know that your field of study is that far off, why would you even be part of it? I mean, why would you, if you know and believe that it's that inaccurate, why would you even want to have anything to do with it?
Well,
Well,
picture
he explains
yourself
it
a
in the.
young student, right, going through the ranks. Right now, you have an option when you reach the study thing. I've heard them talk about. I'm not making this up. If you were a student 30 years ago, you'd have only one field to go into. That was string theory. If you didn't get into that, you wouldn't get any funding. They say it themselves. There's one guy says this string theory stuff set us back 30 years. So there's your answer.
Michio Kaku explains it himself in The Principle when he's asked about the evidence that shows we're in the center. And he's like, if it turns out that these readings in the CMB are true and the Earth is in the center of the universe, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. And I would just stay up at night thinking, has everything I've done been wrong? Has
Yeah,
everything I've done? Yeah. And then he ends up saying, once I finally got myself together and I stopped freaking out, I would probably say, well, of course. Of course the Earth's in the center.
yeah. Uh-huh.
So, yeah, pretty telling.
Yeah, there's another woman that says the exact same thing. Have I spent all this time being wrong? I had a meme on her. I can't find it, but yeah, they're freaking out. They're literally freaking out because everything they learned is being dismantled. The time frame, black holes, when galaxies form, what gases were there before. Uh, it's crazy. It's really, really bad. How much hydrogen was there? So many things, man.
Well, but this is the thing. They're realistically, they're never gonna admit it. So, and like, some people are gonna slowly start to admit some things, but they're never gonna actually re-examine their assumptions. Like that guy that was talking about dark matter, he's never gonna consider that the Earth is actually in the center. He's never gonna consider a geocentric universe. It's just not even on the table for him. He just doesn't. He doesn't even think about that. It doesn't even cross his mind. And then when you step down to the people that come in here, you're never gonna get any concession, right? Like that dude talking about dark matter is just a quack. So, and then I had the PhD astronomer, Professor Parks. I'm like putting him on the spot. I'm like, tell these people that they're wrong when they go around and gaslight flat earthers for pointing out that dark matter has effectively been disproven and it doesn't have any evidence, and that you need dark matter for relativity, which is why people are proposing modified gravity. So when they run around saying anyone that denies relativity in dark matter is just an idiot, it's the most scientifically verified fact in the world. We know that dark matter exists. Like, tell them that they're wrong, that they're just lying in their gas. Like, and it was so hard to get him to even do that. It took me forever to get him to admit it.
Yeah, yeah. I remember we were talking, me and him, and he says he's doing studies now, this and that, and I sent him a thing on the new discoveries because he's the only one really that I find is amongst the ballers that will give you an honest thing. So I sent. He goes, no, I haven't seen it. Send it to me. So I send him the baby galaxy thing, but I haven't heard from him since. So
Yeah, dude, this was so funny. So I had that conversation with him on In the Field, and I'm like, nah, bro, there's not only a kinematic equivalent. And I made him say out loud, like, retrograde doesn't prove the Earth is moving around the sun, does it? He's like, no, no. I'm like, it works on a geocentric model just as fine. Like, it's not a problem at all, right? He's like, yeah, definitely. I'm like, okay. Because like I'm just using him to shut them up. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, then we continue the conversation, and I'm like, there's actually a dynamic equivalence as well. He's like, no. I'm like, yes. But within both Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics, you can demonstrate a dynamic equivalence, right? Like
Using energy?
kinematic.
Oh,
Well,
kinematically. Okay.
no, using gravitation. So like
Yeah, so you
kinematically is
need
how
that force. Yeah.
gravitation or kinematics is how they move, and the dynamics is what supposedly causes them
Dynamic
to
is a
move.
force, yeah.
Yeah, you can use both of them and show an equivalence. Right? And I'm like, he kind of pushes back and stuff, and then I start explaining it to him, and then he doesn't really know what to say. Then he asks for the papers. He's like, I don't believe this. I'm interested in the papers. Send me the papers, and I'll look them over, and I'll get back to you. I'm like, okay. And then within 5 minutes of the stream ending, I sent him 5 PDFs of the papers, right? And the PDF of the relational mechanics book published by Andre Assis or Assis, and he just, I mean, he buries it. He buries the idea that it can't work. He's like, no, you have to admit that this is equivalent. And then he's going around saying that I never sent him anything. And I'm like, dude, the very Discord DMs that we were going back and forth on to get you on the show, it's where I sent him the link to get on the show. I sent in that same Discord thread, I sent you the PDFs within 5 minutes. And there was like people in his comment section about, you'll never get those papers. And he's responding like, yeah, I never did get them. You literally did get them though.
He became like this now? Damn.
Yeah, bro. Just straight up lied on me, bro. Like, lied as if I made up claims. And then, but this was funnier. He says, but he went and got one of the papers from one of his colleagues on relational mechanics. And he really doesn't have a rebuttal. So check this out, dude. Check this out. They used to say that there's tons of evidence that proves that the Earth is not in the center. And at first they were saying retrograde, parallax, aberration, all stuff. I've just destroyed all that. Now it's like, it couldn't work. I'm like, no, there's a dynamic equivalence, even if you assume Einstein and Newton. I obviously don't do that, but that's not the point. And he's like, nah, that can't be true. Anyway, then they'll say like, oh, but the mass of the sun is so much bigger that wouldn't work. I'm like, no, you don't understand it. It's when you account for the entire universe, the angular momentum of all of it, offsets the supposed mass of the sun. So this is yielding the size of the sun, the size of the planets, the supposed distances and the supposed distances and sizes in the whole universe. This is yielding so much. It's just a hostile witness to show they're just misrepresenting. Even in their own paradigm, they have to acknowledge geocentrism is valid. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, right? But anyway, now after he's read through some of the paper that he supposedly had to go track down from someone else, which I guess justifies how it's been many months and he still can't respond. And now what he said to me yesterday was that the one thing he has as to why it can't be true is it doesn't make sense to him. It doesn't make sense to him how the geocentric model would explain the Earth slowing down slowly over time, and
What?
that their model has a good explanation using relativity that the gravity from the moon is basically tugging on the Earth and causing it to slow down over time.
Oh
right?
my
And
God.
I'm like, wait a minute, this is all you got now? Like after everyone was talking so big, months later, you don't come back and say, yes, the pendulum and the ring laser gyro actually can be explained. Yes, all the motions can explain. Yes, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalent. You say, it doesn't make sense to me how that would happen. And since our model has an explanation for it, you need to be able to explain the cause. He said you need to provide an energy mechanism because our model can, and if you can't, then it can't basically replace the theory, right? And I'm like, first of all, I'm not trying to replace your retarded theory, but this is what's so I'm like, you understand that the Earth is not spinning on a geocentric model, right? So that just means that the cosmos would be slowing down over time, like slightly slowing down around the Earth, right? And he's like, yeah, you have to explain the energy mechanism for that. And I'm like, oh, wait, okay, let's put a pause on it real fast. So do you have to explain the energy mechanism for the accelerative expansion?
And the
And then he
speed at
just,
which it happened.
yeah, like, well, what's the energy causing it? Because right now it's called dark energy. It's undefined, right? So I'm like, oh, so we have a double standard. Like, if I can't show you an energy mechanism, then it can't be true. But if you can't show your energy mechanism, then it still remains true. He's saying basically, if you can't explain everything that the existing theory does and some, then it can't replace it. I'm like, okay, well, the geocentric model doesn't have accelerative expansion, which means it doesn't have to have something like dark energy. So that means the heliocentric model can't even be accepted yet because the geocentric model explains more of the observations than it does. And you don't have the energy mechanism for the accelerative expansion. And then he just ignored that. And then I'm like, okay, whatever. By the way, I can come up with off the top of my head an explanation for it slowing down. If you look at certain magnetic fields, they start to lose their power over time. And as they lose their power over time, the vortex slows down. This is like a provable scientific fact. Okay, so yeah, this is just a scientific fact. So I'm like, okay, I just gave you a verifiable mechanism, and we do clearly live in a torus field. You know, this is me assuming that their stupid claim that it's slowing down is even legit. I'm sure they do have some evidence for it.
Is
But
there a, this may be a stupid question. Is there a way to recharge magnetic things that are, losing the magnetism?
yeah,
Yeah, there's a machine, bro. They put in the machine,
you
they zap it, and it boom, magnet. And I saw that thing, and the guy that was on the machine, he says, "Don't ask me how it works. I know it uses electricity, and it does it." That's what the guy said.
yeah.
I think
Well,
there's
I'm
an
not.
app you can get. I think there's an app you can get on Chromecast actually, or Chrome, Google Chrome. Keeps all the orbits going and stuff.
So they can take something that's naturally magnetic, and could they actually increase its magnetism?
Maybe.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it has a maximum capacitance. So,
Yeah, you
but
need like nutmeg and flour and all kinds of shit.
what they do if you introduce electric voltage to a magnet, even if something is not a magnet, certain materials, if you introduce electric voltage, what happens is it overpowers what they would call the gyroelectric molecular alignment. So,
Yeah. They align the north and south poles of the. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
yeah, the quote unquote molecules. But what it clearly does do is it makes all the energy move in the same direction. So like when it's incoherent, it's like discombobulated and it's all moving every which way. But then you introduce something so much stronger electricity to it that it overpowers that charge inside the material and it lines it up in the direction that you introduced it. You know what I'm saying? Like you sent in a voltage in a certain direction. Since it's so much stronger, it overpowers it and lines everything up in that direction. And once that happens, it becomes coherent. That's how you can make a magnet. You can do the same thing by heating it up. So
What they do, they start off by baking it. Apparently, they start off by baking it, and then that's the final process when they zap it. Yeah.
yeah, and then there's actually there's another method that without any electricity, it's like they put magma on it or something. But you know what's so crazy, bro? Is that's what they do in atomic clocks as well. Did you know that they actually they quote unquote bake they bake the cesium.
They have to. They have to heat it up so it could. Yeah, of course I know that. In a vacuum thing. Yeah.
Yeah, then they use microwaves and magnetic fields
To split
to
the
try.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, to split the groups of like spinning in one or two directions,
That's right.
and then the atomic clocks actually are like a joke because they're not accurate. They fall out of sync just sitting still, and when they're moving, they fall out of sync super fast. The way that atomic clocks are made is it constantly alters the microwave frequency to keep it where they want it.
Yeah. How many times I've tried to explain this to these guys, not these guys, the ballers, that tell me it's accurate and what variables, and it's like you got to bang your head on the wall. They just don't get it.
Yeah, they have no idea what we just talked
I have
about.
no idea. It's fucking insane.
You don't.
Bro,
Yeah,
they
no,
literally carried, listen, they literally carried those atomic clocks by hand on a plane and placed them in between two seats, bro, on a thing. Okay? We know you're
Yeah,
bull.
and you can literally prove that if it's just sitting still, it falls out of sync, though. Like if you don't even move them, they fall out of sync.
Yeah,
This is
now
just a
imagine
fact.
4 jet engines roaring up. Imagine you rolling up. Like, are you serious? You think
You
that
know
was an
what?
actual experiment? Come on.
You know what else is funny, bro? Is that in their own paradigm for GPS, it uses a preferred direction. There's a preferred
Yeah.
direction. What a coincidence! It's in the direction of the ether drift, the proposed ether drift. That literally that light is variant. This is literally in the paperwork. This is how they do GPS in
I've
your
never
own
fucking
paradigm.
seen it, man.
I know, but you're ignorant.
Well,
Like
no, I think. Well, you should point it out to me because maybe I am and I've missed it. So point it out.
But if you know the error, like how much error it could be fall into, then you could still calculate it and be close. I mean, what other?
No, you're not
Is
understanding.
there a better
You're not
way
even
of doing
understanding.
it?
You're not understanding.
You're right. I'm not
Relativity.
understanding. You're way smarter than me.
I know, but you guys are
Give me the
pretending
part of
that
the
you
manual
want
that
to.
I've missed. I'd love it.
This is crazy how annoying.
Don't interrupt, guys. Let's keep it cool, okay? You have a chance to speak one at a time.
Relativity claims C, therefore light's supposed to be invariant. But when you use that assumption with GPS, it doesn't work. It falls out of sync. They actually apply a variant preferred direction to GPS because the light, quote unquote, travels more efficiently in a specific direction. This is a fact.
So they know so they know what's causing it to drift, and they compensate for it in a way.
No, they
Right?
don't know they don't know what's causing. They don't know what's causing it because the theory of relativity says it shouldn't happen. They just account for it because they have to. I know what's causing it. Because I'm not crazy. I don't believe in your model. So.
I'm pretty sure this has more to do with time. What's it? Not light.
Yeah, and I think you'd have to be in the field, where you're actually looking at them and dealing with the actual what they're dealing with to actually say a positive claim that I know what's going on. Really,
I said, yeah, I have an explanation for it. They don't. In fact, this is why people like this guy has no idea it exists and thinks he knows it doesn't. As it isn't about time. It isn't about time. It's about the amount of time it takes the light to propagate.
That's because light has a speed. What's it?
Yes, exactly. It has a speed. It starts. It starts, and then it goes.
Dude, that's my point, dude. Is that it is a variant speed, but it's supposed to be invariant.
And that's why GPS satellites have a different time to what we have.
Exactly.
But dude said exactly when he has no idea what he's talking about.
You're right, because it takes time for light to go from here to the satellite and then back. I mean, it's not instant.
That's irrelevant, dude. That you're so.
How is it irrelevant? That's part of fucking how we get our information.
You notice how?
So what's it? You're saying that light should be invariant, meaning it should be the same speed in all directions, but it's not.
Exactly. Exactly. And whenever stop interrupting me, dude. Whenever they want to pretend they know so much more than me, but they know deep down that I'm about to dunk on them, they start fouling me. That's why you guys are getting so amped up right now. Can you please just calm? We're having a really chill convo. Can you not just both impulsively interrupt me?
Wait, what are you talking about? So you don't want anyone to counter what you're saying right now.
No,
you
go
don't want
ahead and
anyone
address
to
the point.
Counter arguments.
Address the actual point of the invariant light of speed, or the variant light. How the light speed is variant.
Yeah, and talk after the person finishes. That's the issue. You can say whatever you want. You can challenge, but after the person finishes talking.
No, I did.
Exactly.
No, I did. Exactly. You stopped, and then I started talking.
No, I was in the middle
Does
of
anyone
talking.
have
I
a
almost
response?
forgot.
Hold on, what's it? Does anyone have a response to the point about how the speed of light is different in different directions?
It takes
Well,
time to
shouldn't
travel.
they prove the speed of light first?
Oh, bro, dude, buddy, it's not about time. Okay, listen carefully. Speed equals distance over time. Okay, suppose you're laughing, but you're lost. So supposedly the speed of light is invariant, which means it's not changing and has no preferred direction. That's the base postulate of relativity. There is no preferred reference frame. Okay, so when you have set speed and set distance, the time should be the same since the speed of light's supposed to be invariant. But what happens is when you go the same distance in different directions, it is taking a greater time, which means that the speed is variant.
Yes,
Listen to what you're just saying. What's it?
exactly.
Listen to what you're
You
saying.
just said it, man. You just said it.
You are
you guys
so
serious?
lost, dude.
Dude, like you just said that they
You literally
don't know
just said
what
it.
they don't know what it's how it's doing, but they know that it changes in direction, it changes speed, so they know exactly what's going on. They don't have to know why it's happening, but they know that if I go this direction, it takes longer, or this direction takes longer, so they can account for that in their variables.
Yeah,
I
but
just
buddy,
posted what Witsit is talking about. I had to
Dude, he's so
explain this to
lost.
Panda. Check it out.
Dude, buddy, your model claims it doesn't change speed with direction, though.
Where the
But you just said that it does, though. You just said that they say it changes when they change direction.
Yes,
Like, how
but
do they find that
your
out? How do they find that out,
model,
though? I was
your
still talking. I was
model,
still talking. I was still talking. Actually, how did they find out that it changes when they change the direction? How they find out that speed changes? How?
because because the actual signals take longer in one direction than the other one. But according to relativity, it should take the same amount of time in all directions.
Just read the thing I posted in
Okay.
45 after the hour, bro. You might
Okay, but
understand it that way.
obviously, sorry. Obviously, they found out that it does change, and that's why it's in the paper, and that's why you're reciting it right now. I don't get what you're saying right now. It
So you
sounds
believe it now. You
Hold on,
believe it
hold on.
Because
now.
because in
Alright,
order to make the GPS work, they had to account for a variant speed of light specific to a preferred direction, even though that's not what relativity predicts. They just account for it or it wouldn't work, and then they just ignore it and keep claiming relativity is true anyway.
because
It's
Okay,
almost like
speed
a
what's it?
is
quarterback.
speed and distance over
It's.
time. Holy fucking
Hold on,
shit!
I don't know if he was
Science and
done.
rockets.
Hold on a second. Hold on, what's it?
That's
Were
my
you
fault.
done?
My bad. That was my bad. That was my bad.
I want to just clear this up though. When you're done, what's it? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like they don't understand it, so maybe you need to. He keeps saying time. He think, oh, time has a preferred direction in relativity. Does time
No,
have a preferred direction in relativity? Yes or no?
hang on. What's it? Does a distance between a GPS satellite? Let's hypothetically think that they can exist. Let's say it's a Saturn, which is complete fucking madness. But anywho, does the speed and distance that's from the Earth not have a combination of what's happening with satellites?
Oh my god, that was such an incoherent. Are you drunk?
What's it?
I'm
Are you saying that when light goes like east or west or north or south or up or down, like the speed of the light?
Jeremy.
Why are
We
you
talked about
interrupting
this
me,
before.
Jazza?
Because
Jazza,
they are children.
Jazza. What's that? Are you saying that when it goes north, south, east, west, up,
And he
down,
got his
whatever,
own.
that the speed, why are you guys doing this? Are you saying that the speed changes of the light?
Yeah, specifically east, west, and west to east.
Like it's different if the speed of light is different if it goes east than if it goes west.
Correct.
Okay, how about
According to
if it's
their
coming?
model,
And
according to
and,
their
and
experiments.
yeah, but relativity says that it should be this. It should be the same in every direction, right?
Correct.
How about if it's coming from like
So can
the
anyone
satellite?
address that point? Can anyone address that point?
Okay, how about this? How about the fact that it's
Can you
coming from
address
not
that point?
northeast, southwest? Okay, am I blocked? Okay. How about the fact that it's coming above us in the satellite? What direction is that?
Can you address
Dude,
the point that just got made?
Dude, he's so
I
lost.
just did. You just said north, south, east, west. But what happens when it's 90 degrees over our head? The satellite's over our head. What is that? North, south? What is that?
That's called a red herring fallacy. So we'll go
How
back
is
to
it?
the actual.
How is it? You have to have a direction. I mean, that's a direction. That's 90 degrees.
Oh my god, dude.
Okay, what's it? You said something earlier on that they don't have an explanation for something, and you said that you do. Was
Yeah.
it? Did you have like a prediction, or does it work with your explanation the way you expect? That's absolutely fascinating. That's brilliant. Well done.
Yeah, it's an ether drift in a specific direction, so the light propagates more effectively in the direction of the ether drift, and it's been measured specifically with Dayton Miller 5,200,000 times, and coincidentally, the experiments and the data perfectly matches the ether drift, but they cannot have an ether drift, so they just ignore it. They just fix it behind the scenes and then claim that speed travel or that light travels the same speed in all directions, even though to use GPS, they have to account for a preferred direction and a variant speed.
Okay, so
You
if
guys
I'm
see-
understanding that they with the current model that's been presented to the world, they had a prediction and it didn't work out, and that's why they're saying they can't explain what's happening. And then you saying that with your explanation with the ether drift, it actually works.
Yes.
Yeah, well done,
Yes.
dude. Fucking well.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
fantastic.
just to be fair, like it really isn't just me. It's just that we discovered it. Like this has actually been known for a while. Dayton Miller in 1925 started doing these experiments, and he did it over 5 million times. And what's even funnier is Einstein himself said, if Dayton Miller's results are true, then it refutes relativity because experiment reigns supreme and it topples it from the throne. Einstein himself said that Dayton Miller debunked relativity, but they don't have a better explanation for things other than relativity, so they hold on to it anyway. I mean, it's really pretty simple.
That's interesting. I'm actually started watching your relatively fuck, I'm struggling here. Speaking video you posted 3 days ago, episode 11. I'm an hour 20 into the video, and dude, that's fantastic content. How did you find I would say mainstream people even admitting the issues with the current model? How do you find this content?
Well, SC actually sent me one of the videos, but yeah, you just gotta look around, man.
Yeah,
Einstein is
Oh, do
actually
you guys catch that?
outdated.
You guys catch that they just hand waved away the fact that reality shows that their religion is wrong again?
Yeah,
course,
of
bro.
course.
Of
Well,
course.
actually, what they tried to do at first was act like it matches relativity by saying the word time.
This is the way
I
it's
didn't
done.
know.
This is the way it's done. We find problems and they make patches. It's that simple. Yeah.
Dude, it's
They'll
like
never admit they're wrong.
dude, the illusory confidence these people jumped in with saying, "You're so stupid." Time.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, but it's a very, very good. This episode 11 of yours is, and dude, no offense to you, I don't watch your channel, but I'm starting to get into it because I've been listening to the conversations recently, and I've been watching a few older debates, and I'm seeing why this discussion's actually being placed. And so I thought, let me have a look at your content, and yeah, I've started watching, and wow, it's really, really good stuff. So yeah, thanks for sharing it.
Yeah, it's very good. But do these guys have any kind of rebuttal or anything for the fact that Einstein said light should be moving in the same speed in all directions? However, we find that it's not moving in the same speed in all directions. Is there any coherent rebuttal for that? Well, let's let them see if they have one.
Go on, guys. The floor is yours. Not all at the same time. But don't it? One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Yeah, I'll be here all week, bro.
Yeah, I saw you guys mention the red herring, and that's where I thought I'll take the opportunity and not change the subject, but just say well done to what you're doing, because it doesn't appear that there's a good enough understanding, and that's why it's not being rebutted properly, if I had to put it that way.
Yeah. There is no rebuttal. Like, it is what it is.
Well, could that be because the whole fucking subject is fucking horseshit, and Weinstein is going to get a Nobel Prize?
What? So, are you going to address that GPS has to account for a preferred direction and a variant speed of light or not?
Well, no, I was waiting for you to address that, because that's not in any of the manuals I've read.
Okay, I'll drop you a whole entire PowerPoint that compiles all the evidence.
I think the fact that they know that happens means that they're progressing through what Einstein did.
Yeah.
You know.
No, Einstein said that can't happen.
That's fine, but we found out that it can happen then. I don't know. I mean,
relativity's wrong then, right?
how old? What he said right there. If that's what he said, then yes, that part needed to be expanded upon.
What do you mean that part? It's the base postulates of relativity. Literally the two postulates of special relativity is that there's an invariant constant speed of light, and that there's no preferred reference frame. Those are literally the two base postulates. So when you say that part of it might be wrong, no, the whole theory has to be wrong. It's literally the base postulates.
Cool. So there was a time back then where they didn't have the technology they have now to test these things. So we have to just. It sounds like you guys are arguing something that is so old, but you know that it's messed up, and so it's easy to argue against because this is what he said. Okay, you know what? But there's people after him that have said and found things that have expounded upon that. It's grown.
No,
he never said that this is the way it's always going to be. He never said this is the way it's always going to be. I wasn't done. He never said this is the way it's always going to be.
No, you don't understand it. I get that you don't understand it. I mean, it's not a surprise to me. But, of course, when relativity was proposed, right, it was in response to Michelson-Morley primarily, right? If you don't have these base postulates, relativity has to be discarded entirely because now it can't even explain Michelson-Morley. You just saying that Einstein didn't claim this is the way it always has to be is just a made-up talking point. You just made it up. He specifically said it is exactly how it always has to be, and that if this isn't true, then my entire theory is wrong and has to be thrown out. So you're just making stuff up. It's very convenient to be you.
That's what you're doing. What's it?
Yes, that's ridiculous. That's what you're doing. Like, so he said, if in the future you find that light travels different directions, different speeds, that you have to throw out everything I've ever done. Is that what you're saying right now?
No, his entire theory of relativity. Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard. That's fucking retarded.
Do you want to bet $5,000? Do you want to bet $5,000?
I'll bet you 1 penny. I don't give a fuck. Stupid. That's stupid.
$5,000. No, $5,000.
Do you not understand that people like knowledge is a progressive thing? You gain it as time goes by. It's never just stays stagnant.
Do you want to bet $5,000?
You want to bet $5,000 and you don't have $5,000 to bet right now? I bet you $5,000 and you don't have $5,000 to bet right now.
Yes.
No, he doesn't. But what's it? Let's just go with you're going to win a Nobel Peace Prize by the end of the year.
Dude, Peace Prize has nothing to do with physics, dude. You don't know anything.
A Nobel Prize, then. What's it? No shit.
Okay, so
you guys are getting emotional.
Don't you guys understand that the constant speed of light is basically the cornerstone of relativity?
Cool.
And so wrong, the whole thing collapses.
Everything collapses.
So funny.
Yeah, at that point, what they've learned up to that point. That's what they thought at that point. But then, you know what happens? Time happens, and there's a progression through time, and smarter people come and build off of this other smart people, and you learn new shit. Like, seriously, is this hard for you guys to understand? Like,
yeah, that's what they're doing, dude. That's what they're doing. They got to now throw out the theory and expound on it.
They're not going to throw it out. They're going to build upon it. That's what they've been doing since the first person goes, a wheel. Let's make a wheel. You know? Oh, let's make the wheel better. And there's a progression of intelligence. People build on each other.
You got to make the wheel better, dude. Come on.
I'm talking about the first time someone was like, we can make this better. Ever since then, knowledge has been growing.
So are you admitting that the theory of relativity has crumbled?
I'm, of course, at that time, what was that? How long ago was that? Now it has a problem. Then it didn't have a problem because that's all the knowledge they had up to that point. But now we have technology and things that help us learn more. So of course, yeah, now it's wrong. Like there's parts of it that can be built upon. That's knowledge. That's science.
Why are you so out of breath, man?
Yeah,
Because I
calm
get
down
a little fucking heated. I just have fun. I've been
calm
talking
down.
here for a while. Hey, how about don't analyze how I'm saying things and analyze what I'm saying? That would be cool.
What you're saying
He's
is
playing
ridiculous.
racquetball.
Hang on just a second, Tony V. I want to, just while I'm here, because I'm about to go, I just want to ask, Witsit
Why?
gets all shit.
Good one.
I want to ask him about the atmosphere, because I don't want to say atmosphere because that'll offend you, and you'll ban me.
Yeah.
Wow, you're so desperate right now, dude. It's pretty embarrassing.
It's the Atmos.
Let's see how desperate I am. Do you agree that there's a pressure gradient?
Yep.
Okay, so it goes like this. If you look at the if you look at the Earth, like the spoke of a mountain bike tire, there's the hub. That's the core, and then all the spokes going out 360 degrees is gravity, right? Can you visualize that, or are you incapable of that? You probably are incapable of doing that because you desperately.
I know more about your belief than you do.
I bet you $5,000 you don't.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, so there's a pressure gradient, right? It goes all the way up from sea level pressure. It goes all the way up from sea level pressure to 30,000 feet, where they say if you're traveling with your 3 kids, they say put your mask on before you attend to your children if there's a rapid depressurization, because you'll put their masks on and then you'll fucking die, because at 30,000 feet you don't have much time.
Well, all you said was that there's a gradient for a really long time. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're following with me with the masks.
Yeah, I'm not slow like you, so go ahead.
Well, no, you're pretty slow. So that's only at 30,000 feet, and 100,000 feet. 100,000 feet is said to be the Kármán line with spaces, where the vacuum is that you guys fucking hate.
You're wrong.
And you think that everything should be sucked out into the vacuum of space. It's not a fucking vacuum cleaner, for a start.
Strawman fallacy. First of all, strawman fallacy. I'm trying to tell you, but you have an impulse control issue. So like I told you, I know more about your own belief than you. The Kármán line's not at 100,000 feet.
That's a straw man fallacy, saying you know something that someone's thinking, but better than you do.
Buddy, listen, I just corrected.
And it changes every day where you are, depending on the pressure of where you are at sea level.
Oh, hey, will you cite that the Kármán line's at 100,000 feet?
What the? That's read something.
What the fuck?
It's not even close to 100,000 feet. It's over double that. You know what's so funny, man? Is you don't know your own belief, but what's your argument? Do you have an argument?
That wasn't even a red herring. That was like a red gerbil. That was something different.
Yeah, it totally was. Are you spinning around on one of those fucking wheels? What's it?
For real.
Bro, this is the best the Globers have, bro.
Hey, that was good. You caught the whole gerbil thing. That was good. The wheel. That was a perfect response. Thank you.
Hey, Jazza, do you know trouble about? You guys should get married.
Hang on. What's it? Do you agree that there's a pressure gradient?
I've literally said yes 4 times.
3 times.
Okay. So if there's a pressure gradient from where I am or where the fuck you are, and it goes all the way up to next to nothing, 10 to the negative 17 torr, then why the fuck can you tell me in the history of mankind when anyone would need a container to contain fucking next to nothing?
Oh yeah. Whew, okay, so if I was to place gas adjacent to
there's no gas pressure on the top of that, bitch.
Why are you interrupting? So if you were to have a container of gas right? And then you opened it up next to a vacuum. The gas fills the vacuum, my guy. So it's always going to seek equilibrium relative to the available space. In your paradigm, there's an infinite amount of available space. So the gas would actually go into space and fill it. Your model invokes containment, and they claim that it's gravity. Because if you don't have that containment, then the gas would go into space.
Where does it
Did
say
you
infinite?
not
Where does
hear
it say
what
there's an
I just
infinite
said?
space for it? Where does it say that there's an infinite space for it to fucking travel in? Infinite,
How big's the universe?
not infinite.
Well, they
Hang on,
claim that it's expanding infinitely. So again, you don't know your own model.
hang on, Tony. Witsit thinks he knew the model, but he doesn't. Because when would you have sea level pressure and it goes all the way up to nothing, the pressure gradient, the pressure gradient goes to next to nothing. So it's not gas pressure. That's why we measure it in atmospheric pressure or barometric pressure. And it goes next to nothing next to the vacuum. So why would you need a container to contain fucking nothing? Witsit
Okay,
doesn't get shit.
What's so funny, bro, is like this is like a third grade level point you're making, but
No,
again, in your
it's fucking
please just shut
kindergarten
up,
shit.
dude. So you're wasting everyone's time. You change the subject to something you don't understand again. In your own model, there is containment. It's called gravitation, a gravity well of the bending and warping of space and time.
No, you can't use gravity.
Stop
No.
interrupting me. In your model, they still invoke containment because it's a law of physics.
Okay, I never use gravity.
Wait, stop interrupting me. Then Atmos, of course, means air, which is gases. There is no nothing. It's just way less gas at the top in your model. I don't believe in your 10 to the negative 17 nonsense anyway. But the point is that your own model invokes containment and it calls it gravity. So when you're asking me, why would you need containment? You're disagreeing with your own model.
Oh, wait, doesn't invoke mean like out of
What?
nowhere? You don't think people have actually like studied this shit and have worked hours and hours to find out answers, or do you think they just out of nowhere they're like, this is what we're going to say? So invoke's the wrong word. So stop using the wrong words.
No, actually, invoke doesn't mean out of nowhere. So ironically, you don't even know how to define the word.
No, okay,
that
well,
you
let's
just
look at
tried
it.
to
Okay, let me
correct
define it. I might be right. I might be wrong. But invoke in my
You're
head sounds like
always
something
wrong,
like out of nowhere.
Tony. You're
No, I'm not
always
always wrong. No, you're always wrong. It's pretty clear.
Except
But
for
you
right
have,
now, I guess.
but see,
Except for right
you have
now,
a
I
backing.
guess.
You have a backing of stupid people, so it's easier for you to calm them. So it's all good.
See, this is all you guys have is like personal attacks, right? You just like divert away once you get refuted. You guys are just acting like children.
You mute people when they don't agree with you.
Bro,
Yeah, are
can
you
you
telling me
guys
you don't
stick
do the
to
same
the
thing?
topic? Can you guys just stick to the topic, Jazz? Are you saying that a pressure gradient doesn't exist inside of a container?
Yes, that's what makes the pressure. That's what makes the pressure.
Well, then you don't know anything, dude. I do air conditioning for a living. There's pressure gradients in air conditioning systems all the time. They're enclosed.
No, that's how you have gas pressure because the gas is pressing on everything equally on all sides of the container. That's how you have gas pressure.
Yeah, I've done
No, there's a
HVAC also.
gradient,
I've done
bro.
That's the
HVAC
second law
also.
of thermodynamics right
Yeah,
there, my son.
and I've done AC also,
Yeah.
and they're not. It's not a whole system. It's like there's different parts to the T valve. There's different pressure from the
There's no
orifice
T
to the
valve in a freaking air
to
Hold on,
AC. There's no
conditioning
Jazzy.
T
system.
valve
Tell
in
us
an
how we
AC.
get gas.
No,
Jazzy,
there's
tell us
not.
how we get
There's
gas
not a T
pressure
valve in
again.
AC. There's no
No,
T
there's
valve in
no
Jazzy,
AC.
T
tell us how
valve.
we get. Hold on, guys.
Dude.
Guys, Jazzy, tell us how we get gas pressure again.
That's the measure of gas pressure. It's the equal pressure of gas molecules within the container pressing on every surface of it. That's gas
Okay,
pressure.
and do we have gas pressure on Earth?
No, the fuck we don't. When the fuck did you ever think that happened?
No gas pressure on Earth. Got it.
Wow, dude, this is just
It's
so bad.
fucking barometric pressure. That's why there's a pressure gradient. There's not a pressure gradient in your propane tank.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
To say.
Hey, do you want to bet $1,000 that you can have a pressure gradient in a container, a gas pressure gradient? What we'll do is we'll bet $1,000, and then we'll come up with a test, and we'll buy all the stuff for it. Okay, and whoever's right gets the $1,000, and whoever's wrong has to pay the $1,000 and pay for the test. Is that a deal?
That's a fucking deal.
Yo,
Because
Kosho and Moyak and them, they'll all tell you that. Kosho and Moyak and all that. All right, go ahead, Jasmine.
So, sorry, did you realize that there's not a pressure gradient in a tank, in a container? There's not a pressure gradient. There's a pressure decrease, but it's the same pressure within the tank.
What?
False.
Okay, do you want to bet $1,000 that you can have a gas pressure gradient inside of a container? Yes or no?
If hang on, you're going to have to stipulate what a pressure gradient means.
You don't even know what you mentioned pressure gradient like 5 times today already. You don't know what it is.
Arrogant.
Hey, can I just say real quick? Can I say what's it? Hey, okay, so you're right about the invoke. I was thinking the more spiritual side, of it. So
yeah.
I got you guys.
The funny thing is that Moyak and Kosho in it. The funny thing is that Moyak and Kosho and them will argue that there's a pressure gradient inside every container. You can't even get a container without a pressure gradient, no matter what it is, a propane tank, anything. Any container has a pressure gradient, they'll say.
Hang on. Do people know what the fuck a pressure gradient is?
I don't know. Do you know what it is? You just told us there was no gas pressure on Earth, so I don't even know if you know what's going on.
This dude's effectively claiming there's no such thing as a gas pressure gradient, and that there's only barometric pressure gradients.
Well, if you keep the bottom of it,
hang on, what's it? I think that you just hit the nail on the coffin. Is that a pressure gradient is decreasing with height, and I think that maybe you think a propane bottle decreasing in pressure is a pressure gradient. That's not what it is.
The top.
Hey, buddy, do you want to bet $1,000?
It can decrease with temperature too, though. I think, right? Or increase.
Dumb fuck.
I mean, see, this is the reason. The reason I offer the bet is not because I have a lot of money. It's because I know you guys won't take the bets because you are lying. Or sorry, you're not lying. You're just baselessly making claims. So if you really were as confident as you're portraying, you would not even hesitate to take my $1,000. But you know that actually I'm the one that's correct, and I'll win the $1,000. So you guys never take the bets. I bring up the bets to cut to the chase because if not, we'll be here for 5 hours.
What's it? I will win your $1,000 bet, and I will let you keep it, and I will let you go out to your local airport and go up to 14,000 feet without oxygen, and you will fucking pass out. And I will ask you, why do you think that happened?
Okay, and so now you're asking me why there's a pressure gradient on a flat Earth.
No.
Right?
We know there's a pressure gradient. I'm trying to prove it to you. And
when you say
there's gas pressure, that
why are you saying that you need to prove it to me? Why are you saying you need to prove it to me? When you first asked me, I immediately said yes, of course. And then you asked 5 more times, and now you're back here saying that I'm denying that there's a pressure gradient. You're wasting everyone's time.
Okay. So you agree that there is, and now that you're wasting everyone's time, and you're just trying to recruit dumb people that think that the fucking Earth's flat. That's all you're
Every
trying to
container has a pressure gradient.
Jazza, please.
Wait, can I ask Jazza one question about that? Jazza, how would we determine? Is there like some type of test or something like that? Like, how do we determine if someone is quote unquote dumb?
I don't know.
The test Charlie wants you to take.
See how many recruits you get in the next few days.
Is there like a test or something?
The test Charlie wants you to take. What's that?
Yeah. Wait, Jazza, don't we have like tests for that? Okay, let's just move on.
Do we?
I thought we did, yeah. I mean, I think we have tests that are supposed to measure processing speed and pattern recognition and intellectual deduction.
Oh, so the amount of time I take to look at fucking what's his name, Dumbay's 200 proofs of fucking nothing.
Hey, are you drunk, bro?
Why do you have to keep asking that? Are you fucking
Because you're clearly intoxicated, dude.
Well, you're either high or dumb as fuck. I could say
Okay,
the same
man.
thing.
All right, bro, but we all know I'm not dumb, right? So
Winston,
you
have
need to
you
come
ever?
up with a better argument.
That's
Winston, have you never been on a live something and not been high or drunk ever? Really? I think there's some
I've
evidence that
never
you
been
have.
high or drunk. Dude, I used
You've
to
never
get
been high or
lit.
drunk ever?
I never said that. I used to get lit all the time.
Okay, then why fucking talk to someone? If I'm getting a little lit right now. Who gives a fuck? Why bring it up? It's not part of the argument.
I don't care. I don't care if
All
someone's
right, then don't bring it up then.
Well, no, the problem is he is actually drunk, and so he is being incoherent, and
No,
he's
he's
being
not.
sloppy, and he's not listening to what people are saying, and he's interrupting because he's drunk.
No, hang on. I'm going to have to interrupt, dipshit.
You just, that's funny. That was good.
Bro, why are you amping this up?
Hang on, dipshit. You're saying I'm doing
Hey, one more dipshit and you're going to get timed out for half an hour. Try it.
Hey, relax, Jazza.
Entertainment. We're having fun.
Okay, one more whiskey into your papa.
Is this the good part where you
Sierra
actually say
Hotel
something?
into your tango, and I'm going to get fucking banned.
All right, dude. Can we move on, dude? Can we move on?
Yes, please.
Yes, very quickly. Yes, very quickly.
No, you're taking so long, dude.
But you're trying to ban me because you can't handle what the fuck I'm saying.
No. We're trying
Nobody's-
to ask you to get a hold of yourself as moderators because we were actually having a discussion about the assumed invariant speed of light not being correct. You couldn't address it. You tried to gaslight me a few times and then got dunked on and then immediately changed the subject to pressure. Then immediately changed the subject to pressure gradient and then asked the same question 7 times and then strawmanned us and then just started calling people names. So that's why you're being moderated.
And then you gaslight yourself with the gas pressure thing because you don't understand what the fuck that means. So carry on.
I even offered a bet to expedite the conversation. I said, I'll happily bet you $1,000 that you can have a gas pressure gradient in a container and you won't take the bet because you know that I'm right.
I would bet you $10 million because I know you don't have the $1,000 and I could bet you the $10 million and I don't have that to give you.
You know I don't
you
have $1,000.
You still couldn't bet that you're wrong because you're a narcissistic, arrogant, ignorant asshole.
All right, bro.
Jazza.
It's okay. Like, you realize your insults don't affect me, bro. So we can just move on to a subject.
Yeah, what's
He's gone for an hour. We can't make empty threats. You can't talk like that. Sorry, dude. Sober up and come back.
What's about the light now?
Jesus.
Yeah. So, is this the whole thing Alan keeps bringing up? Because he doesn't understand that you can have like a velocity for the speed of light, but if the receiver's in motion, then the velocity for the speed of light will be constant, but the time it will take to get to the receiver will be different. So that's the problem that Alan's having, and he's pushing it onto you guys.
No, that you're wrong again, because it goes in both directions to do different receivers that are both in motion or not in motion. And of course, we're supposedly all moving together. The air is moving with the earth all together. So what motion are you talking about? Because if there's the receivers moving in one direction and then moving in the opposite direction, they take different times to go the same distance.
So when Alan presents this, he presents it with a paper that shows that there is a bias towards the east to west rotation of the Earth. So what you have is you have the Earth rotating, and then you'll have whatever the path of light starts at will be moving towards the receiver on the Earth, and the receiver on the Earth, because it's in motion, it'll take longer, which will make it look like the speed of light's invariant. And Alan hasn't presented any evidence that the two-way speed of light is variant. Sorry. he only has shown that the one-way speed of light is variant, and that comes down to the motion of the receiver.
And this is what's so funny, right? I hope everyone's paying attention because this is hilarious. So that isn't how it works in your model. So you can't just say, oh, well, since the Earth is spinning, then it takes the light longer because the receiver's moving due to the spin of the Earth. That literally makes no sense. Your model claims that the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth, okay? It moves with the Earth. So you can't now claim that light is moving independent of the spin of the Earth. Therefore, it's actually has a preferred direction because of rotation. That doesn't.
Of course I
You're now
can.
refuting your. You just refuted your own model.
No, I didn't. So light doesn't propagate through the atmosphere. So the way the atmosphere moves has nothing to do with light propagation. So the light will move through the atmosphere without propagating within the atmosphere, and it will have a constant velocity, but the speed it will take, like the time it will take to change, to get from the emitter to the receiver will be longer if the receiver is in motion, because the distance in that same time has increased, which has increased the time.
Okay, dude. The distance hasn't increased because everything has the same angular momentum in your model.
Everything has the same angular momentum. I don't know what that means. The light doesn't have the same
Yes,
angular momentum. It's only physical particles that are like trapped through friction that have the same angular momentum.
buddy, everything on the Earth or in the atmosphere has the same angular velocity in your model.
Yeah, but light doesn't propagate through the atmosphere. So what are you talking about? Can you explain that, please?
Okay, light is said to be constant in all reference frames.
Well, no, if you're in one reference frame, which would be the receiver, or in the other reference frame, which is the emitter, then the speed of light can be variant. That's special relativity.
No, special relativity says light is constant for all reference frames.
Yeah,
For
but
all
only within that
observers and
reference
all
frame.
for all observers in all reference frame, light is c according to relativity.
But only within that reference frame. If you're looking at it from a different reference frame, then it'll be different. So the light going from the emitter to the receiver, if the receiver is moving, it will take longer. And I can use a simple analogy for this. If there's a train going at like a set velocity, so you have the engine set, it's on like a level piece of the earth, and it's just kicking along, like there's no wind speed to change it, nothing like that. It will just sit at this one velocity for the entire time. If I'm driving in a car, or like running towards that train, then I will reduce the amount of time it takes for the train to get to me because I've changed the distance. And that's exactly what happens with the rotation of the Earth. And that's why Alan consistently cites these studies and experiments that show that there is a bias based on the east to west rotation of the Earth.
There you go. I just cited Stanford, just specifically saying you're wrong.
Well, why don't you just engage with what I said?
Because you're misrepresenting your own model. You've been corrected. You just keep saying no. Because light is constant for all observers in all reference frames according to relativity. That's why when they yes, it is. That's why they had to make corrections to the GPS technology, because they assumed relativity and thus assumed an invariant constancy of the speed of light. And then the observations didn't match that. So they had to update the technology.
So you said light is the same. So I assume you meant speed, but the same for all reference frames. But that's not true. If you're in one reference frame and the light is being received in another reference frame, then what you have is you have a distance change, which will increase the time, which will change the calculated speed. It's something that was built into special relativity. That's why reference frames exist and Lorentz contraction exists.
Buddy, are you going to read that I just corrected you with Stanford, or are we just going to ignore it?
What part of this Stanford thing corrects me?
It's one page, dude. Just open it up and read it.
But just tell us what it is, though. I mean, obviously you cited it because you knew there was a sense in there.
Exactly why is the speed of light a constant in all reference frames? Because it simply is. And this is an experimental fact of life that we have to deal with. It doesn't matter if you are on two cars moving in opposite directions, flashing lights at one another. The total speed of the electromagnetic disturbance is the same and is not augmented or reduced by the motion. The only thing that affects the speed of light is the refractive index of the medium through which it moves, and for empty space, this number is blah, 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 blah. The invariance of speed of light in all uniformly moving reference frames, you see that little uniformly moving reference frames, is a postulate of special relativity. It does not derive from special relativity, which only then states how observers will experience measure space and time given the invariance of the speed of light. So this uniformly moving reference frames is in your citation, and it debunks your claims.
Okay, wait. So then, just to clarify, the Earth is not uniformly moving, right?
So light has to come from outside of the Earth, right?
What is the Earth uniformly moving? Yes or no?
The Earth is uniformly moving, yes, but the light, when it hits the receiver on Earth, is not uniformly moving with the Earth. It comes from the sun, it moves in a straight line towards the receiver. If the receiver is rotating, like the Earth is rotating, then that motion will cause a variance to the one-way speed of light because of motion, because it's in a different reference frame, specifically for its motion. That's how special relativity works.
No, it isn't. So first of all, it has nothing to do with light from the sun. Okay. We're sending electromagnetic signals with GPS. If we send the signal in one direction, it takes longer than the other direction. Okay. Period. When you say the receiver is moving, then you're invoking that the Earth is rotating. You then said it's uniformly moving. So now we're just going to read it again. The invariance of the speed of light in all uniformly moving reference frames is a postulate of special relativity. It is not derived from special relativity, which only states how observers will experience / measure time and space given the invariance of the speed of light.
Yeah, in all uniformly moving reference frames. So if you have the electrostatics or whatever that comes, the radio that comes from GPS, if you have that move towards the receiver and the receiver is in motion like it is on the Earth, then it will necessarily take longer, because from the time that the message was sent to the time the message was received, there would have been some increase in distance, which will cause a variance to the speed of light. What don't you understand about this?
You're just super lost. It's pretty crazy.
How about
so now
I
now we're
write it
going to
out
read
for
the
you?
next. Now we're going to read the next part. So here is another universe. Einstein's special theory was based on two postulates. Number one, the physical laws are the same in all inertial frames of reference. Number two, the speed of light in a vacuum is constant for all observers, regardless of the motion of the source or the observer.
Where does it say
Was
that?
that
Can
before they
you-
had
can you-
satellites?
can you
And
answer?
was that before they had satellites and GPS? So they really didn't quite
Dude.
know.
Oh, this is
That's
all internal
that's
reference frames.
irrelevant, dude. That's irrelevant, dude. If relativity
Is
is
it
true,
irrelevant? I think it's part of it.
yes. If relativity is
It says
true,
all.
then
It says
you
all
guys
inertial
have a
reference
problem.
frames, but they're in different inertial reference frames.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, listen carefully. The speed of light in a vacuum is
Here, look, I'll
constant
copy it for you.
all observers, regardless of the motion of the source or the observer.
How about the medium? How about the medium when the light goes through the medium?
Milczanowski, Einstein's special theory was based on two postulates. One, the physical laws are the same in all inertial frames of reference. So if you're in a different frame of reference, like a different inertial frame of reference, like a satellite outside of the Earth that is sending out GPS signals, then that would mean that the laws would technically be different if you're an observer in either of the reference frames looking at the other reference frame. You were schooled on this like 6 months ago, Whitsit.
Dude, okay, how about this? Cite it.
I did.
No,
This
you didn't.
is from your link from
Shut up and cite it. Shut up and cite it.
web.fscj.edu, Milkins, whatever.
No. This is what I want you to do. Cite that the speed of light is variant due to the motion of the Earth. Cite it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be here forever. It doesn't exist.
It's a
It doesn't
Sagnac
exist.
effect, isn't it? It's the Sagnac effect.
Dude, what's the explanation? What's the relativistic explanation for the Sagnac effect?
That the Earth is in motion, so that the path of light takes longer in one direction than it does in another.
Hey, buddy, will you cite it? Will you just cite it?
Yeah, I've got a
all right, cool.
Springer article.
Wait, I'm dropping
Sagnac
Harvard
effect is a
University, dude.
difference
You're dropping.
is a difference in phase or time of arrivals of two coherent light beams originating from a single light beam propagating along a rotating closed loop in opposite directions.
Isn't Harvard like fucking government backed and fucking? Isn't that where all the government and all the government officials come from? Is Harvard? So you're getting your information from all the government people you guys don't trust. That's awesome.
Yeah, they all
Well,
eat babies too, did
you're
you see
lost
that?
here, but I'm actually correcting your worldview. All right, so
Yeah,
this
you're correcting it with the people you guys adamantly say you don't trust, that you think are
Okay,
lying
this
to
is
you.
the
That's what
first
you're
sentence in the
correcting us
wiki.
with.
So
Dude,
the,
Good job.
Tony, how do
Sagnac
you
effect.
not understand this? Tony, how do you understand this? If you are claiming that the heliocentric model is true, and then you misrepresent it, we then have to go to the sources and authority in your own paradigm to correct you from your own belief. It doesn't mean that we have to believe it. We don't believe it.
So the Sagnac
Oh, so you're doing
effect,
us a
also
favor. You're
called
doing us a favor
Sagnac
by
interference.
helping us really learn what our paradigm's all about. That's nice of you. Thank you,
The
man.
Sagnac
No
effect,
problem,
also
bro.
called Sagnac interference, named after French physicist Georges Sagnac, is a phenomenon encountered in interferometry that is elicited by rotation. So the Sagnac effect is caused by rotation, and it's
Oh my God! So there you're wrong now.
No, I'm not.
Really? It sounds like you're wrong now.
Hey, buddy.
So
Hey, buddy.
light takes the same
I know
amount of
you're
time to traverse
lost,
a ring in
but
either direction. However, when the
No, I'm
interferometer
not lost.
system is spun, one beam of light has a longer path to travel than the other in order to complete one circuit of the mechanical frame, and so takes
that's
longer,
right.
resulting in a phase difference between the two beams. So that means that if there is some motion applied to like the split beam, then whichever direction the motion is in will cause some greater like time for the light to reach the receiver, which is
Okay,
exactly
so
what
this
the
is what's
Earth
so
does
funny.
when it
This is
spins
what.
with GPS.
Oh my god, this is what's so funny, right? So first you said that light was variant and had a preferred direction. Now you're claiming that it's invariant, but that the distance increased. So you are lost per usual, though.
No, I can
But I think
explain. I can explain
Yep.
the
What?
problem that you're having here. So the problem you're having is that the variance is due to the motion of the receiver, and the invariance would be measured if you measured it both ways, or if you measured it in the exact same reference frame.
No, that would mean that it's invariant, but the distance increased.
Yes, exactly. So it is still invariant with the distance increase, which means we measure it as variant.
No, we don't measure it as variant.
it's
So
all
the
the same
time
It's a
speed.
from
different
the
distance.
emitter to the receiver is different, which would make it variant.
Yes.
No, dude, you guys are so lost. Speed equals distance
Which
over
what
time.
does?
So if speed, see, you notice how all of
Sorry,
them
you
have to
go
run.
ahead.
Thank you, bro.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
Do you notice how? Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. You don't
Yeah,
actually always have
guys,
to say you
relax.
notice how
One
they
at a
notice.
time. Tony, why don't you fall back? Tony, why don't you fall back and let dogs
I'm
and
falling
listen?
back.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll fall back. All
All
right,
right, thanks,
sorry,
bud.
sorry.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
speed equals distance over time. That's what you said, right?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah,
So
okay.
what
Speed
happens if you
equals
increase
distance
the
over time.
distance?
Stop. Okay, then the speed still stays the same, but the time increases.
That can't be true mathematically.
Dude, are you kidding me? If the speed stays the same, but you increase the distance, then that means the time has to increase as well.
So let's say you're going 100 kilometers per hour, and the way you calculate that is the distance would be 100, and the time would be an hour. If you increase the distance to 110, and it still takes 1 hour, then the speed would be 110 kilometers an hour.
Okay, listen carefully, bro. If someone's running 100 yards, okay, and it takes them 5 seconds, okay, and then someone runs 200 yards and it takes them 5 seconds, then the person running 200 yards had to be going faster. Now, let's say that the people are going to run the exact same speed and the speed will never change, i.e., invariant speed, okay? And now one runs 100 yards and one runs 200 yards. So the guy that runs 100 yards takes 5 seconds. They're both running the same speed because it can't change, it's invariant. How long
Well,
does it take the person to run 200 yards?
Your analogy's bad. It'd take 10 seconds, but your analogy's bad. What actually happens is from the time they shoot the starter's pistol, they're both running 100 yards, but the finish line for one of them is moving as well.
So they're not
So
running
it
100 yards.
take
Then.
longer for them to get to the finish line. If that finish line is only moving like a tiny amount compared to the speed of the runner, then there would still be an increased distance and an increased time to map that distance, which would
That's what I
change
said.
the technical speed of the runner, right?
That's what I said. You're not changing the speed, dude. If you keep the speed the same, but the distance increases, then the time increases. This
Yeah,
is
but the
so
distance
basic.
is based on the speed of the other objects, the receiver or the finish line that's moving. So you can't have it always be constant such that it allows the speed of light to always be the exact same invariant. It's just not mathematically.
Are you guys hearing this? So
Yeah,
first,
this is fifth grade stuff, and he can't grasp it.
dude,
This is
first he said I was wrong when I said that if you keep the speed the same but increase the distance, the time will increase. He said that I was wrong. And now he's just said that same thing, but he's maintained the illusion that he's correcting me the whole time.
Well, yeah, because the problem is that you had two set finish lines. So you had a finish line at 100 or whatever it was, and a finish line at 200, whatever it was. And I'm saying that you have the same finish line at 100, except for when the starter pistol goes, one of them starts moving away from the runners.
This is what you don't seem to understand, dude. With GPS, if the distance is identical in both directions, one direction takes longer for the light to get there than the other direction. It's specific to direction
I agree.
only. It's not about disagreeing. It's just a fact.
Does it go with the rotation of the Earth?
Yo, can I just throw something out there real quick? You guys mind? If that's the case, how come we're moving 1.5 million miles an hour through the galaxy? So what is that speed ever? Is that timing ever accounted for? Or
Yeah, in GPS and in the speed of light. In things like the
in
sat nav,
GPS, they're
24 hours.
in GPS they're accounting for the 1.5 million mile an hour space.
Yeah,
of
that's why
Earth.
they have to like change the calculation with GPS when they first started it, because they had to put in the Lorentz contraction, the special relativity aspect of the motion of the Earth and the receiver going to the receiver being in motion from the emitter. So they're in different inertial reference frames.
No,
dude, this
no,
would mean that I know. This would mean that a satellite on one side of Earth and a satellite on the opposite side of Earth, one of them would be going super faster than the other one because the 1.5 million miles an hour.
Yeah, they don't account for
mean like-
1.5 million.
Do you
They
mean
don't
like
account.
one?
They don't account
Sorry,
for that,
Richard,
dude.
finish what you were saying.
Lorentz contraction has nothing to do with that. Lorentz contraction was based upon the orbits, the orbital translational motion.
Yeah, because they're in a different inertial reference frame.
There's nothing to do with 1.3 million miles per hour. In fact, I can
What do you
show
mean?
you. I can show you
I never
lectures
said they
from like
were.
a Stanford. You just said that.
What did I just say?
Oh my God! He asked you if GPS accounts for the 1.3 million miles per hour, and you said yes. And then you brought up Lorentz contraction.
Oh,
Lorentz contraction had nothing to do with that.
Account for that. The way to account for that. So that's the rotation, the rotational speed of the Earth at the equator, right?
No, dude. What?
Okay, so what's that number?
1.3 million. 1.3. You think the Earth is spinning at a million miles per hour?
I don't know. I'm having trouble hearing Jeremy. So, like, what's the number again, and what does it reference?
1.3 million miles per hour.
Okay, so that's the speed of light, is it?
No. It's how fast. It's how fast
The
that
inertial speed.
the galaxy. It's the galaxy's movement through the universe.
Oh well, the sun is part of the galaxy, so it's in the same inertial reference frame as the Earth for that.
Okay, and anything on the Earth is supposedly in the same inertial reference frame as the rotating Earth.
Yeah, exactly. So it has a separate inertial reference frame outside of that galaxy spin reference frame. So this is all like nested reference frames. So you have the galaxy spin reference frame. So if you're looking from one galaxy to another, they'd be different. And then you'd have the solar system reference frame. So if you looked at like our solar system to a different one, it'd be different. And then if you looked at like the sun compared to a planet, or one planet compared to another planet, it'd be different. Or the moon compared to the planet, it'd be different. Or a satellite orbiting the planet, it would be different. They're all a different inertial reference plane. If I'm flying in a plane east to west and I'm flying in another plane west to east, then they'd both be in different inertial reference frames.
No, dude. Everything on the Earth in your model is in the same inertial reference frame.
Not if it's in motion.
Yes, dude. We don't have
No.
to travel fast. No. Are you saying that the plane has to go faster whenever it's going west?
No, I'm just saying that it is in
Okay.
motion, therefore it is a different inertial reference frame.
No,
That's
does the
just like
plane have to go?
it's a tautology based on the definition of the words.
Does the plane have to travel faster to cover the same amount of distance in the same amount of time when it travels west as opposed to east?
Only if there's some wind that's causing
So then no.
backdraft or something. So
The answer is no. 500 miles per hour west is the same as 500 miles per hour east.
Yep.
Okay, so it's the same thing here. Okay, we have receivers in different distances, are the same distance but different direction. And whenever they send a signal to the receiver in one direction, it takes longer than the opposite direction. This doesn't work with relativity. All they did was make a Lorentzian etheric correction and then just keep skating past it. And you can read what Ron Hatch had to do. I have to place an order.
So what you've done here is you've equivocated planes and satellites.
He said he's got to place an order. So let me. I got a question regarding this now. If it was so obvious that this is what picks up the Earth's motion, why don't the mainstream scientists use this as evidence for the heliocentric model? That's basically my question. But they don't. If you watch the principle, they don't use this. No, so
it's called the Sagnac effect.
Yeah.
You know,
so
the thanks. What's his name? Thanks. Whoever did the Behind the Curve doco and had the ring laser gyro, and they say thanks whatever to him. That's exactly what he's doing. He's using the ring laser gyro uses interferometry in order to split a beam of light to see if there's any motion applied to that object.
So I haven't watched it. I'm mainly referring to the principle regarding the heliocentric and geocentric model, and according to that documentary, at least, it appears that the mainstream scientists agree that with the current data, that the data matches a geocentric model. But for the heliocentric model to take place, we have to have the dark matter and dark energy. So my question is, if that is what they require for the heliocentric model to be accurate, why, if this is so obvious, why didn't they bring this up in that documentary? Why didn't the scientists say, okay, but this works like this, so it's impossible for it to be a geocentric model?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Do you mean why didn't they bring up dark matter and dark energy in that?
No. Okay. Why didn't they bring up what you're talking about now? This light moving. If a person moves and the light, you're shining the light or something, you're saying this proves that the Earth is rotating. I'm asking, why didn't they bring this discussion or this argument that you're bringing up here? Why didn't the mainstream scientists bring this up as an argument against the geocentric model when they're saying all the data matches the geocentric model?
They did. It's called the Sagnac effect.
They did not bring this up in the principle. But Essie, you know the principle quite well. Did they bring this up? I don't recall this.
Which thing are you talking about?
The principle.
So it's a Sagnac effect, which is caused by the ring laser gyroscope. Like that's what the ring laser gyroscope is meant to measure. And so when they say there's that 15 degree per hour drift, and we say, I don't know, thanks whoever, I don't know, I don't pay that much attention to what the other globe earthers say. When they say thanks whoever for showing the 15 degree per hour drift, that's because of the Sagnac effect caused by a laser interferometer or measured by a laser interferometer. Gyroscope.
I don't recall this in the principle. That's why I asked now. So for me, it was if it was so obvious that this is what can prove a heliocentric model. Essie, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not brought up in the principle. The mainstream scientists say in that documentary that the only thing that's separating the heliocentric and geocentric model is dark matter and dark energy. My question is, if it's so obvious that this discussion that's being discussed here now proves a heliocentric model, why was it not discussed in the principle with the mainstream scientists? And he's saying
You
it
said
was.
dark matter and dark energy twice
No, it
now, and I
wasn't.
don't know how
No,
you're
I don't
doing that
recall
into
that.
the geo model.
Oh, sorry, whoever that was, you're low. Go on.
Okay, so you've said dark matter and dark energy twice now, Beerman, and I don't know how
Yes.
that works with anything any of us are saying, because dark matter and dark energy is about the spin of like distant galaxies. It doesn't have to do with anything in our solar system.
What?
Yeah.
You're absolute. You can't be more wrong if you tried.
Yeah.
Dark matter. Oh, you want to go on?
Yeah, sorry, because he says it's got nothing to do with. So, guys, I'm nowhere near your guys' level of understanding this. I'm watching the documentaries of the mainstream guys. I'm asking the questions. So, dogs, what I'm saying is that in this documentary, the mainstream scientists, the guys that are doing all this sort of work, this is what they do for a living. They earn fucking millions of dollars a year. They saying in this documentary that the only thing that's separating the heliocentric and geocentric models apart is dark matter and dark energy. That's what I'm. That's why I said that. But now I've asked you the question. You saying this is so obvious to pick up with this light thing that you were talking about. I'm saying, why didn't they bring that up in
So
that documentary?
I don't think they actually say that the only thing that separates the heliocentric and geocentric model is dark matter and dark energy. I think what they say is maybe that the geocentric model means that the Earth is at the center of the universe, and the heliocentric means that the sun is at the center of the universe. So I don't know why you keep bringing dark matter and dark energy into a discussion about the solar system.
Because that's what they say. I'm saying that they are. You're probably not hearing me. Maybe my mic is too low.
No, I'm hearing you. It's not in that documentary that I keep talking
It
about.
it is. I've clipped it for
Where?
Zanik, and even Zanik said it's very interesting. I'll get it for you.
All right,
You know
I'll
what he's
Google it.
saying? He's saying, irregardless, even if that's so, isn't that what you're saying, buddy? That even if that's so, it doesn't matter toward the solar system. And if that's what you're saying, I'd like to rebut that.
Yeah, I can't see why dark matter and dark energy would bother. Like, why we'd bring that into a discussion about the shape of the Earth and whether the Earth is rotating around the sun or the sun is rotating around the Earth.
Right. This is one of the craziest things that you guys say. Dude, listen carefully. I
I'm gonna
hate
write
saying
it
that,
down.
but listen carefully.
Right.
Write it down, bro. Dark matter and dark energy account for 95% of what they don't know. Now, the 95% that they don't know, they had to introduce this in order to make your fantasy, what you just said, now work. If you remove these things, you have nothing. Everything just falls apart, from the Big Bang to the expansion to everything, to formation of stars, black holes, dark. All this has to do with dark matter and dark energy. If you don't have that, you have nothing, bro. Your whole reality falls apart. I hope that was clear.
Yeah, I
Okay, so dark
timestamped.
matter and dark
Hold on,
energy
dogs.
account for 90.
Dogs. I've
Sorry, go ahead.
timestamped you. Yeah, I've timestamped you. Or I've sent you the timestamp in the principle where what I'm saying. So yeah, they
In
definitely
a
do say it.
DM, have you DM'd me or?
Yeah, I DM'd it to you.
Right, sweet.
But yeah, carry on.
Oh, this has
Everything is
nothing to
based
do
on
with what we were talking
gravity
about.
in
It's
your
just
model.
the principle by Robert's son Genus. I'm talking about behind the curve.
Oh no, I mentioned the principle from the beginning. I said the principle
Oh, sorry,
more
that's
times
my
than I
fault.
said dark
I
matter and
didn't
dark
hear that. I
energy.
didn't understand that. That's my fault. So, I'll talk about the principle sometime. But right now, I'm talking about like the speed of light. So, like, if you want to move on to that, I can. But I haven't watched that documentary. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. So that's why I said my question is that you brought up the speed of light, correct? That's you're saying that that's one of the proofs for the rotation of the Earth. Which what I'm asking is why don't the mainstream scientists bring that up as evidence or proof that we are rotating when the mainstream scientists in the principle what they saying, and I've timestamped you in it, without dark matter and without dark energy, the heliocentric model falls away, and it can be either heliocentric or geocentric because the data matches both models. That is what I'm asking. If it's so obvious the way you're presenting it, why don't mainstream use it as evidence?
I don't know. I haven't watched that documentary. I'll go watch that documentary at some stage, and I can get back to you. But I haven't watched it, so
Cool.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
So then
What happens is
I
you have
would
like
then.
people like MC Toon, and you have FTFE, and you'll have people that actually argue against flat earthers all the time. That'll bring up like the Sagnac effect and the fact that we can like measure the rotation of the Earth through this interferometry.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm not referring to those people. I don't even know those people. I'm an outsider trying to figure out this whole system myself. What I hear on these discussions, and then I go and research, and then I see what the guys are talking about, and then I share with my layman's knowledge what I find and what I understand. And like I say, what I understand is even mainstream says the only thing separating is between the two models is dark matter and dark energy. And
Well,
yeah,
no, because we
it's
have
kind of
like
like
different observations, right? Like the perihelion of Mercury and the way that different planets orbit around the sun, we know is different compared to a heliocentric and a geocentric model, right?
So I'm not too sure because all I understand from the mainstream scientists. So maybe watch the timestamp that I posted. You don't have to watch the whole principle. That timestamp, I think it's about 5 minutes in there. They all say that without dark matter and dark energy, the current scientific data matches a geocentric model. The only thing
Well,
keeping the
the
heliocentric model
problem
in
is
place is dark matter and dark energy.
that Robert Sungenis is a flat earther, isn't he?
I got no idea. I don't even know what the term flat earther means. I'm here for just questioning and asking questions.
Okay.
No,
Well,
no,
I'll
he's
say that
not.
differently. So how
No,
about we say
hold
that
on.
he's a
I'm sorry.
geocentrist instead of a
No,
heliocentrist?
he's not. He's not, and that wouldn't matter. That would be a
So if
fallacy
I
to
find a
say.
debate like modern day debate, Robert Son Jesus, SU Son Jesus, I wouldn't find him debating that the heliocentric that the geocentric model is correct and the heliocentric model is incorrect.
I mean, well, so this depends on what you call or define a flat earther. That's why we don't know what this term is, what you're talking about specifically. But no, the whole point is that
Okay.
he's not. But again, that shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter where the information is coming from. It doesn't matter the person's ideas. If this is the information, if these are the data and these are the facts, or these is the hard, empirical evidence. It's not about someone's opinion.
No, you're completely right, Fuzzy Ewok, completely right. But the problem is Beer Man quoted a specific part from that documentary, which said that the only difference between the geocentric and the heliocentric model is the idea of dark matter and dark energy. So if that comes from someone who's a geocentric a believer, then why should I take that into account if we're not saying that that's the only difference? Like the
Well,
only
So
again,
difference
that's
they
is
not
don't
what
ever
I
is
said.
they
logically
never
follows.
mention flat
Geocentric
Earth.
is like the Earth centric, and heliocentric is the sun centric. So like, why would I care about dark matter and dark energy? I should be able to completely exclude that as like a thing in my model, and just have an incomplete model, but still come to the idea of whether it's geocentric or heliocentric.
Okay, let me respond to that because I'm not saying that this is whatever this guy's name is that you keep mentioning. No, I'm saying there's mainstream guys there, the mainstream scientists, the people that present the model to us. Let's call them God for now on. So God is telling us that we are a heliocentric model, but God is also saying, okay, without dark matter and dark energy, the data matches the same for a geocentric model. So God is saying, I haven't proven the dark matter and dark energy. So in fact, it could still be a geocentric model. However, we are seeing this thing happening in the sky. We're using dark matter and dark energy to explain it, but it doesn't. Without that, the heliocentric model falls out of place. So they say in the documentary that there could be an alternative if dark matter and dark energy is not proven. It's in the timestamp. The gods are saying that. So it's
Yeah,
not
so
this
what?
It's not
random debater saying it.
transgenics. Yeah, that's his point. Dude, you
So
really have to understand that it's mainstream people like science communicators for the mainstream claiming a heliocentric model are telling us that it might not be a heliocentric model is what he's trying to get across. Does that make sense?
There we go.
yeah,
Yes,
it
100%.
kind of makes sense. But the problem you guys are having is that so the idea of
How does it
dark
kind of make sense?
is
How
it
does it
dark
kind of
matter
make
being
sense?
necessary to explain? Be quiet, Fuzzy. The idea that dark matter is necessary to explain the spin of distant galaxies has only been around for the last few decades. Whereas the idea of us being in a geocentric model has been around for a couple of 100 years. So I don't understand
How
how
does that make
that
any
is the
difference?
differentiation between geocentric and heliocentric.
So that's where the data comes in. So they're
What
saying
data?
so the Copernican model is deprived on a mathematical calculation according to the mainstream scientists now. So Copernicus, this is what I'm understanding. I'm a layman. I'm very
Yeah,
doff when
but
it
you're
comes to
wrong
dumb
about
when it
this.
comes to
You don't have
no, but I'm
a
not.
sufficient understanding of this.
No, so I'm not because
That's why
this is
he's
what
not.
the mainstream is.
This is
No,
what exactly.
okay.
He's not saying this.
So Copernicus didn't describe dark matter or dark energy in his model.
Exactly, he didn't. I agree, he didn't.
Okay, so why are you saying that the Copernican model must necessarily have something to do with dark matter and dark energy? It can be independent of that. We can just say there is some aspect of the spin of planets or the gravitational effects on universes or solar systems or whatever that we don't
Okay,
know. It's an observation that's there. But when we look at our solar system, we see that the Earth rotates the sun, and the sun doesn't rotate the Earth.
so that's what
How do we see that?
don't see that. Yeah, we don't see that. We see it on. It can be both ways. Einstein says it. Mainstream says it. Everyone says that we can see it both ways. The Principle's a fantastic documentary to hear it from both sides as well. If you're into that. So the difference is that the Copernican model, Copernicus, he said, okay, yeah, guy, here's an alternative, and here's the math for it, and it works. The math works, but for that math to work, you have to have dark matter and dark energy. He didn't say that specifically. He just said this is the math for this model to work. So now science
That's
is
called a
saying,
Mott and
okay,
Bailey fallacy.
oh, I don't know. Oh, then fucking dude, you argue with your mainstream scientists. I'm just giving you what the mainstream
I'm
is
not.
saying.
I'm arguing with this
No,
dude
dude,
who's
you
like
just
a geocentrist.
he's not a
No,
geocentrist. It's a fucking mainstream
He is. I linked it
heliocentric
in
model
chat. Do you
scientist.
want me to link it again, mate?
bro.
Jesus, dude,
Look,
I
if you
fucking
look at
sent
what
you
I
the
just
He's
typed in
Okay,
chat,
I'm gonna
modern
go.
database, is
guys.
Earth the
Please stop.
center of the solar
Everyone, calm
system?
down. Calm
FTFE
down.
versus Robert
Robert didn't
Sungenius.
say this. No, Robert
Do,
didn't say this. Your mainstream scientists are saying this.
Yeah, but
this is
mainstream scientists
bro.
aren't saying the only thing that differentiates
Dog.
They are
the
saying it. Watch the
heliocentric and the
video.
geocentric
No,
model
this. Do
is
you
dark
know
matter and dark
how
energy. They're not
the
saying that. What they're
documentary works?
saying is that the only thing that can explain gravity outside of like our the few galaxies that are close to us and the very, very distant galaxies is the dark matter and dark energy causing some greater gravitational spin. And even then, they're saying that that's not what's necessary. They're saying that there must be something necessary, but it doesn't have to be dark matter and dark energy. It could be like a different formation of black holes that we can't measure at the moment or see at the moment.
Okay,
Okay, cool.
let's
Oh,
move
You win.
on now
unicorns.
You win
without
then. You
interruptions.
win then. Yeah, you win then, dude. Mandela effect, and I heard incorrectly. It must have changed. So Mandela effect
Well, no, it's not
confirmed.
you
Thank
heard
you. I'm done
incorrectly.
with you.
Your source is a
Uh,
helios is
uh,
No.
a geocentrist.
Okay, stop. Okay, see, this is hold on. This is why I tried to interrupt you before when you said it kind of makes sense. What doesn't it make sense? If I'm interviewing the president of the United States and I'm quoting what the president of the United States is saying, and you quoting that back to you, are you now somehow saying that that's what I'm telling you, or the president of the United
Well,
States is
if you
saying?
were a Trumpist, then you'd quote it incorrectly, or you'd pick a quote that
You
has
just
some
now
different
expose yourself
context
as
and
being a
apply it to a
complete
different
clown,
set of
not
context in
taking this
order to
guy
make the current
seriously.
president look bad, so that you can push
Can you
your
really not
preferred
answer the
president.
question? You can't answer the
I
question
did.
direct. You
Well, I
didn't.
fully answered it, but you started talking about halfway through.
No, because you didn't. Because you tried to put your little
So if
inflection
I have
on
a
it
quote
to
that says,
somehow
"God,
like
I
be
love it,"
snobby or elitist in some way. And you're missing the entire point of the analogy if you're talking about Trump right now. My God, man.
if I have a quote,
Dogs, do you
if I
need
have
to
a
get
quote that
muted,
says,
bro?
"God, I'm obsessed with pussy," and you find out that I was talking about a cat and not a vagina, then that would completely change what that quote means, right? If
Yeah.
I said, "Man, I really
So
like cats and I'm
okay, so
obsessed with
let's be
pussies,"
really
and then
that's
I
why
really
I asked.
I contribute a lot to like
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah,
Thank
I'm muted.
God.
I can't believe that I was taking you seriously as like someone who was somehow intelligent or smart, and you just exposed yourself to being a complete moron.
Thanks for cleaning up the airwaves, boys. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah,
Like
Fuzzy,
that.
did I not make any sense of what I was saying?
No,
Like,
you made
dude,
absolute sense. You made complete clear sense, and then I even reiterated it and said, "Does that make sense?" And he said, "Well, yeah, that sort of makes sense." And then I tried to clarify, "What do you mean, sort of?" And he steamrolled across this whole thing. What a
Yeah,
fucking clown!
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even support either model. I literally I'm coming in here from fucking open-minded. However, the more and more I'm digging into this, I said to my wife actually today, I think I'm fucking going to become a flat earther because it just makes way more sense, and I just find the honesty way more in that sort of debate, because when you bring up things like this, I can't believe I'm being challenged on this, and it's mainstream that's saying this, which is, for me, it's saying, wow, fuck, I'm on the right track of actually taking this for my own thoughts. And I appreciate what you guys are doing, because I just see so much dishonesty with the current model that there's no other choice to make almost. However, I got my own choice still. I'm just saying that, yeah, I can't believe I actually had to go through this now.
Well, Beer Man, let me be the first to say, welcome to the crew, man. Welcome to Flat Earth. Well done.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm not a flat earther yet, but I'm very close to it. I'm so fucking close. It's not even funny.
But see, but also don't worry about labels. It's like what is a flat earther? I don't know. Everyone thinks has a different idea about it. So I don't know what they're trying to lump that term into, to lump everybody into a common term to be dismissed. So don't worry about, don't even call yourself a flat earther.
Yeah, I won't. I just I find the discussion absolutely fascinating, and the more and more I look into it, the more and more bullshit I'm seeing through, and it's absolutely it's yeah, it's world changing. It's fucking mind. It's everything is just completely. It's amazing actually what it's about if you look into it properly.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just walking the dog. I can unmute this guy if people want to give him a second chance to actually kind of come to his senses and be rational and not. I don't know.
It would just
from
be
what I
nice
can
if
I'm
tell,
done walking the dog. So
from
whatever you
when
guys
I
want
get
to do.
from when I get
I
into
want.
the room, he's
I just
just
want to go
here
pee.
to
I'll
like.
be right back. I'll be right back. I just want to go for a piss.
He's just arguing for argument's sake, regardless of whether he understands anything about the subject to begin with. That's what
Yeah.
I walked into. So.
We're arguing about Trump
just
when we're trying to use an analogy to make sure he understands something. And
it
Yeah,
would
he's
just be
it's
nice
not
if he
about
didn't
it.
interrupt everyone, dude. Like continuously interrupt everyone, dude.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know. I'll let him off mute if he wants to do what he wants to do. I don't know, but carry on.
All right, I didn't know I was interrupting people because I've got bad sound and bad mic here.
Bullshit.
So, you were saying that the only thing that differentiates the geocentric and the heliocentric model is dark matter and dark energy, and you were citing someone who's a geocentrist.
wrong.
No, he wasn't, dude. You're wrong.
But I cited a debate in which he stated he was a.
Did you just hear what was said? That did not take place. He did not cite a geocentrist.
But it's from Robert Sungenesis.
Genesis, that's his documentary, correct. The dude speaking in the documentary was not a geocentrist, bro.
Do you know who Michael Moore is? The documentarian Michael Moore. Do you know who he is, dog?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay, so do you think that if he interviews a Republican, that makes him a Republican, and that Michael Moore's views are Republican? Or are you going to take
No, of course not.
the
But
interview for what it is?
Who was Robert Sungenesis interviewing?
Maybe you
That's the
should
question
watch
you should have asked 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, maybe you should watch the documentary, or at least the link the gentleman provided for you to watch before you speak upon it, because you sound, let's just say you don't sound informed.
Well, I
It's
did. I
why
watched
I
that tiny
asked
bit of the
you.
link. The tiny bit of the link was just him claiming this is what geocentrists claim, or
No,
heliocentrists claim.
dude.
So who
What
was he citing?
The
the
documentary includes a lot
documentary
of different people who are being interviewed.
the
Do you understand?
documentary
Yeah,
the
I understand
principal,
that, but who was he citing that has said this?
the people in the documentary called the principal. Everybody that is interviewed in that documentary is a mainstream scientist, including people like Michio Kaku. Okay, Michio Kaku is in that documentary.
Yeah, but was he the one that said that the only thing differentiating the geocentric and the heliocentric model is dark matter and dark energy?
I don't know that specific thing, but there's
Well,
so many mainstream scientists in that documentary basically saying that you'd have to go through and see.
Beer Man, who says the quote that the only thing differentiating those two things is dark matter and dark energy?
I think he provided a link with the timestamp for you.
Yeah, but the link just says that heliocentrists claim or something like that this is the thing. The only thing that differentiates is dark matter and dark energy. I can't see any quote attributed to it or any person attributed to it. But even then, I've already explained, and this should just be logic 101, that the difference between geocentrism and heliocentrism has nothing to do with dark matter and dark energy. It's whether things rotate around the Earth or around the sun.
No, but you can't prove gravity. You can't even prove
Well, wait a
rotation.
minute.
You can't do any of that without gravity. You can't prove any of that without dark matter or dark energy. You need
Wait a
that
minute, dude.
Of
eventually
course
to
you
hold
can.
up that model or that idea in any way.
Hey,
Of
dogs.
course
Can
you
you,
can.
can you define dark matter or dark energy?
So
Or
dark
can
matter
you
is
explain
something
it?
dark matter is, I think, something we've observed, or is it dark energy is something we've actually observed? But the other one is something we haven't observed. It's just like a placeholder for
Okay.
the reason galaxies spin at a faster rate than they should, because there should be more gravitational
I'm
like
not
mass
asking you
in
about
those
that.
galaxies.
I'm not asking you about orbits and gravity. I'm asking you about dark matter and dark energy. Can you
Yeah, I
define
gave you my
or
definition.
explain it? No, that was
I
not
gave
a
you my
definition.
definition.
Was
I
not
did.
a,
I
that
gave you
was
my
not a
definition.
definition. That wasn't even a
Yeah.
description. You didn't even
Dark matter
describe
is a
it.
hypothetical form of matter thought to account for approximately 85% of the matter in the universe.
And that's all you know of it. That's the only
Yes,
thing
that's
you can
all I
give me.
know of it. Yep, that's all
So
I
then
can give
how
you.
can you make these connections when you don't even really know what it is?
Well, I'm not making any connections. I'm just saying that there
Well,
is
you're definitely
something that
making a
must account for
disconnection.
the spin. Excuse me, Dyslo, can you be quiet for a second? There's something that must account for the spin of these galaxies, like these distant galaxies. And it's either one, our entire observations for the solar system we're within, as well as the Earth that we're on, and every other observation we've made is incorrect, or two, there is something that we haven't quite yet seen out there that causes more gravitational mass within those galaxies.
My whole point to you was that if you can't define or explain it, then how can you tell us what it's not doing?
What do you mean what it's not doing?
You're saying there's no connection to gravity or orbits with dark matter and dark energy, even though you're ignorant to what it is and how it works.
No, I don't believe I said that. I believe what I said is that in like our local solar system, we can look at the different orbits and the gravitational mass within our solar system, and it works out pretty well. So like we don't have to include dark matter or dark energy into that to explain the orbits within our solar system and gravity within our solar system. It's only when we look at very distant solar systems and distant galaxies that we have to sort of explain these discrepancies.
So is gravity universal?
Yes.
Really? So why is it that the Milky Way is processing at a different rate?
A different rate compared to what?
Compared to all the other galaxies that we see.
It probably has a different mass.
I thought gravity was universal.
Yeah, but it's universal compared to mass. So if you have a certain mass, you'll have a certain amount of gravity. It's like a one-to-one comparison. So if the Milky Way has a certain amount of mass, and then you have another galaxy that has a different amount of mass, you'll have different gravitational like averages for those galaxies, as well as the idea that like it depends on the spread of the galaxy. So if a galaxy is further apart because of the inverse square law, the gravitational pull of that galaxy will be different. So the spin will be different, and same with a different galaxy. So I don't understand your question.
I don't know. Maybe you might want to explain that to the mainstream scientists, because they seem pretty complex as to why the precession rate is what it is. It seems to be processing faster than what they've estimated it to be, and they don't have an explanation. But you seem to have one, so maybe you should get with them on that.
No, I don't have an explanation. What I have is the hypothesis they've put forward, but they haven't proven that yet. So it's just a hypothesis.
All right. Well, someone else wanted to get in.
I'm back. So dogs. Regarding the conversation early on, irrespective of what it is, if say now the heliocentric model does fall away, does that like really screw your life up completely, or what is the issue? Why are you so defensive about the heliocentric model, if I may ask?
Oh yeah, so what I like to do in my life is I like to believe the most true things and the least untrue things. So if I believe that there is a heliocentric model, that seems to be true because you have like observations, you have like the scientific method applied to it, and it seems to be consistent that the output from the scientific method is that we live in a heliocentric model. And that's not true of a geocentric model. That only comes from things like religion and things like people's feelings they've written down in books. So that's the only reason why I try to defend this, because I want to believe true things and not true things. And if I try to defend the true things, then there must be someone that comes along who believes a different thing that can debunk my true thing.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So currently, science, the truth. I'm going to put in inverted commas, the truth in the peer-reviewed scientific, whatever you want to call it, where consensus is that the data matches both models. Okay, so that is consensus. It matches both models. But however, when Copernicus gave his model, that was a mathematical model, as far as I understand it with my research, and yes, it can explain a few things, but to explain them in English language or into another language, they're going to use. They're calling these anomalies. I'm going to put inverted commas anomalies because they haven't been proven yet, but it works in the math. Is they use the dark matter and dark energy, but the data, what is it's objective, is that it works on both models. So that's why I'm a bit confused of why you're pushing the heliocentric model, where even science says, well, there is possibly an alternative. Mainstream says, well, there's an alternative. If we move away from the theory of Copernicus, basically.
Yeah, so the idea of dark matter and dark energy being anywhere in the discussion of whether the Earth rotates the sun or the sun rotates the Earth, it makes no sense to me, because the only thing that we introduced that for was the spin of distant galaxies. It wasn't introduced at any stage to describe whether we're in a heliocentric or geocentric model. So I don't understand that. And then we have like lots of reasons for why we believe in the heliocentric model rather than the geocentric model. Like I can go through a couple of them if you want, but
No, it's fine. It's fine. So maybe when you got some time, if you want to do it, if you're really into this sort of discussion or into the research, then watch at least the timestamp that I gave you. It's 5 minutes from that timestamp of your time. I'll even pay you for it if you want payment for 5
no,
minutes.
don't pay me.
Yeah.
I will watch this, but I don't see why this guy saying that there's a quote from a scientist that says this thing matters. If I
Oh
can
no,
just
no.
give an argument for why it doesn't matter, like it makes sense if I'm trying to prove whether dogs will, shit themselves after eating the wrong dog food. Like I don't have to include whether there's some like parsnip derivative in dog food. I just have to prove that if I feed my dog the wrong dog food, he shits himself.
Yeah, so I'm gonna last thing I'm gonna say now is it's not this guy that's saying it. It is a couple of mainstream scientists saying it. So you keep thinking that it's. I think you mentioned his name is Robert is saying this. No, it's not Robert. There's a physicist from Cape Town, from where I am, Cape Town University, mentioning it, and then it's a few mainstream guys that you see all over the fucking internet, that actually say this. So it's not this guy that's saying it. It's mainstream scientists saying it. I'm going to leave it at that because I don't think you've watched the video. You keep averting to this guy saying it. It's not just this guy. So I think watch that, and
Right.
hopefully you'll open up your mind a bit to
Can you
to what mainstream's saying. Yeah, go ahead.
can you do me just one favor and repost that, like relink that
Yeah,
video,
sure.
and I'll save it this time rather than just open it and then accidentally close the browser.
Yeah, I've re-DM'd it to you.
Oh, awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot
I,
you DM'd it to me. Oh, I'm
yeah, I
an
prefer
idiot. That's why.
DMs. Yeah, it's easier to DM because then you can just go to your latest message and you don't have to go look for it.
No, that's a very good idea. Well done. Because I always scroll through chat and I'm like, why the fuck isn't this link here? What's wrong with me? Am I stupid? But no, you DM'd it to
Yeah.
me. So yes, I am stupid.
Dude, I'm on the fence, and I'm researching this for myself. Like I say, I'm no fucking smart dude when it comes to science and stuff. I didn't do science. I studied IT engineering and project management, so I'm nowhere near a scientist. However, I find the discussion absolutely fascinating. Reality is not what I thought it was. The deeper I look into it, and people that I thought were crazy is for me is almost appearing less crazy and less NPC like. Um, yeah, it's just my whole reality has changed looking into this whole discussion, and yeah, I'm hopefully fucking I can make a difference somewhere in someone's life. Not that my life was bad; I've got a good life, but just my concept of reality has completely changed. Um, being in this discussion, it's absolutely fascinating.
Well, the advice I'd give to you is just to come up with a way differentiate your imagination or other people's imagination from what reality actually is. Because if everything can just be someone's imagination or someone's conjecture, then you're never going to get to the truth of things. But if you can come up with your own system for what gives you reality, then sure, you'll come to some understanding of what's real and what isn't real.
That's actually well said, and that's basically what I'm doing. So I look at the mainstream guys, I look at NASA stuff, and I look at the rebuts for it. And when it comes to stuff where I need to be convinced, then I leave it as I don't know. But most of the stuff I would agree with what mainstream does provide, and then when their explanations hit a point where they say it could be this or it could be that, then I like to listen to the alternative because the alternative might make more sense to me, and a lot of the times it has made more sense to me, like with the whole um, atom. When you break an atom, that there's a certain amount of vibrations, or sorry, not the atom, the proton, with the way light works. um, there's still vibrations within that proton. It's a quantified amount of vibration. So then I bring up my own thing, because then it's either scientists are correct, either flat earthers correct, either fucking homeless people are correct. Anyone could be correct from there, and even mainstream would say it's an open discussion from there because we only know so much. And that's when my imagination kicks in, and that's where I get so excited, because I never thought I could actually express my imagination that way in a consensus manner, and that's what makes this discussion so exciting. Yeah, I encourage anyone to
Well, good.
look
I'm
into
I'm
this.
glad we came to some sort of like reasonable conclusion to all this.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's never good.
thanks for your time.
It's never good to just blindly believe astrologers from the past. You know, you got to look into it, especially with the track record of astrology.
Yeah, it's Tora. It's so fun to actually get to the point where they get to, where they allow to express their imaginations, like the Copernican model. They expressing their theory, and how it could be this or it could be that. Um, I think that that's an open book for everyone. However, myself, I'm in an unfortunate position where I don't have a PhD in astrophysics, where I actually have a say in it. But at least I have my own. I'm allowed to have my own opinion from what I think it could be, because maybe I understand, maybe I don't understand, up until that point where there's consensus. But at least it gives me the authority to allow to express my imagination, and I find that extremely fun.
Yeah, I mean they were speculating themselves back in those days. You know, Copernicus came up with a model, Kepler looked into it. They had discussions about the size of the stars, the brightness of the stars without any instrumentation to be able to exactly depict what that is. So yeah, it was in their imagination. It was just something they were discussing together. It's real interesting once you start to look into what all these different astrologers even thought the stars were. So
Yeah, that's way further back. But oh man, I just wish I had the knowledge or the intellect of what a lot of the discussions that happen in here. I wish I could understand it to that point of. For instance, let's take Whitsitt for an example. Uh, from what I've heard, to me it appears that, man, he understands both models inside out, to an extent of where I'm saying where it gets to the imagination part. So it gets to this is where we all agree with what happens, but then science says this, and then someone else says that, um, and it's agreed upon that that's where the split happens. And I wish I can get there on such that intellectual level to have such an open discussion about it. However, I take that information in, and I start putting that sort of imagination in my own head, and come up with my own ideas for myself, at least.
Beeman, do you think that science increases? Like, if you have science built on previous science built on previous science, it increases our understanding of the universe around us?
100% yes. That's what I see happening. But I also see times where science hits a brick wall, and that's when it says, "Okay, guys, it needs to split up from here, or this is the dead end."
That's
This is
really
how
well
fast.
said.
Yeah, it says, "Okay, guys, we can't explain it any further than this. We either got to come up with an alternative explanation, imagine something, or rewind and start over." That's the way I see it, and like I say, I find it absolutely fascinating, and yeah, hopefully that made sense.
Yep, it made sense. It was really well said too. Science hits a brick wall all the time. And like we can't just assume that when we hit a brick wall, the next logical thing is going to be what's true. So we have to sort of experiment and predict and come up with some understanding of what is next, like what that is happens after that brick wall. If we can make a prediction of if there's a brick wall and if we're true about all our stupid theories, then once we get past that brick wall, we'll come up with this new thing. Then I'm pretty sure that will give us new understanding of the universe.
Yeah, so for instance, if you hit that brick wall and then someone has some fucking way out there theory that says, "Okay, guys, after this brick wall, I theorized so and so is going to happen if you do so and it actually happens." I think that's a breakthrough. That for me is something like, wow, cool. That's the way I understand it, the way it works. Um, as far as I understand, with the current understanding of everything, there is a brick wall that's been hit, and it's split two ways now. So people are theorizing alternative viewpoints. Sometimes it appears that it's going even further back than the brick wall. Um, but I think that brick wall is opening up a lot of minds and a lot of imaginations, and I think there's going to be fascinating things popping up in the near future, because of this. But yeah, it requires open minds, not closed minds. So it can go either way, is what I'm saying. which is
All you
exciting.
got to do now is get by the gatekeepers.
Yeah, that's a big issue, but that's got to do with money as well. Money is the I would say is a big thing that's in the way for the next breakthrough. But let's see what happens. Um, I think what's happening with the way the world has been moved or pushed into this direction, um, it might be a breakthrough on its own. Getting past the money issue, because people, for instance, like Dicelo, like Witsit, Geo is very knowledgeable. These people are intellectually clever enough to be able to come up with a working theory, without papers. And yeah, I think if that can get heard, and tested, yeah, it'll make a massive change. But yeah, I'm just saying, I think let's see what happens. But money is the big cock block at the moment, if you want to put it that way.
Well, I disproved sunsets according to the flat Earth theory last night, so I don't know. I don't know if Witset's come up with some like new, interesting, possible theory of reality.
Yeah, so sunsets is another interesting one. I filmed quite a few myself, and I'm actually using ChatGPT to program both models to put in the data and see what's observable, to see which matches best to reality, if you want to put it that way. But with refraction and oh man, that's another sensitive topic. Is when you chat to Andrew Thomas Young and you ask questions, he can't answer everything. And if you're asking for testable demonstrations, there aren't really testable demonstrations with the understanding of atmospheric refraction where we are today. I went to a high school end of last year and spoke to one of the physics teachers there, and gave my views on refraction to them, or my research on it at least. And they agree that it's a very uh, what's the word, a mare discussion, if you want to put it that way. It's not extremely well understood, in the sense of what happens in the atmosphere. So we understand Snell's law, but why we're seeing Fata Morganas, and why some days we see a Fata Morgana, inferior mirage, etc., is still a relatively new uh, research. Um, so yeah, sunsets is a very interesting discussion as well, as well as
So,
sunrises.
so I debunked it yesterday because if you are like standing on a hill or something, and you see the sun set, it has to go below your eye level before it goes, you know, away. So I don't understand how that can happen on a flat Earth.
So how did you measure that it goes below your eye level, if I may ask?
Well, I was on a hill, and when I looked off into the distance, I know I was higher than the horizon up on this hill. Like it's just a fact of geometry that I was higher than the horizon. So therefore, if the sun goes below my like horizon line to like get to the horizon itself, then the sun must necessarily go below my eye line.
That's actually interesting you say that. I'm busy with when I talk to ChatGPT and I say the model needs to do so and so with perspective. It's very difficult to program with ChatGPT. I used to be a Scrum Master, so when I used to chat to the developers, it was speaking to another human. You could explain yourself easier. A lot of the times, the ChatGPT would give back the logic with these sort of issues when it comes to uh, it wouldn't appear above or below the horizon. Like I'm saying, I built Sorry if I ramble too much. Just cut me off if I talk too much. But I told the program to make me a flat piece of land, and I said 60 kilometer. Fuck, what did I say? Jeez, I got all this stuff here. Don't worry. Um, X amount size plane, and then I said when the sun moves away, it needs to drop from the camera's viewpoint or the observer's viewpoint. We need to calculate this into the perspective of the camera, blah blah blah, and you increase height, etc. All these calculations I'm adding into this whole simulator with ChatGPT, and then it gives me these sort of issues saying that this wouldn't happen, that wouldn't happen. So I must actually go look at what the program was telling me, because I think I had a similar issue of what you mentioning now regarding the sun going below the horizon on a flat plane. I had a similar issue where the program couldn't. Well, I'm still busy with the program trying to get it to match reality or whatever. But yeah, it's an interesting
I
fucking topic.
don't know why that's like a thing that like GPT tells you what's true or not true.
Not really a thing that's true or not true. I think the ChatGPT has the logic in it. So a lot of the times, so when I
Sort
started
of.
creating, yeah. So when I started creating the simulator, just I'm trying to get an understanding of both models. Um, uh, every time I say, okay, you would expect to see the sun set on a flat Earth, that would say no. Then you tell the program, but with perspective, it would appear this way. Is that not correct? Then it would say, yes, you are correct. With perspective, you would see a sun set, or you would see a sun merge into a horizon on a flat plane. So then I say to the program, okay, match input that calculation into the viewpoint from the like I'm saying, I'm writing what you call stories for the developer. I call ChatGPT my developer, and then it gets that correct. But sometimes it gets it overcorrect, and I say, no, this doesn't make sense, and it would agree. Okay, yeah, this is incorrect. We calculated so and so and so. But I got to a point. I've got a working app now where I can change elevation. I can change distance from the North Pole, etc., etc. But I'm not completely happy with the program. I'm on 1.1 version 1.1.6. But yeah, I'm developing something with ChatGPT, and I think it'll be fascinating in the next few months to share what I've been developing um, using ChatGPT.
Well, I just use Paint then to show you what I meant. So, if the Earth is flat, so if you go into like the text chat, if the Earth is flat and the sun is the same elevation as it moves away from you, like no one ever looks at the sun, it's a different elevation, then that means that like that angle will only ever reduce down to your eye level, like a fraction of a percent to your eye level, but not below your eye level. But it must necessarily drop below your eye level to disappear if you're on like a big hill or something. But it's perfectly explained if the sun's just going around the curvature of the Earth, right? So that's what I'm trying to do here, is just like use logic and like observations we all see instead of like Chat GPT.
Yeah, so I'm not. Yeah, go ahead.
Kun, how are you?
Sorry?
Kun,
What's up?
how are you, Kun?
Fuck! All right, stuff. I'm
Yeah.
actually known as
I
Beer Man.
posted a video, I
Cohen was
posted
a
a video
Cohen
in
was
the
the
chat. I
updated name.
posted a video in chat for you to show you what the sun does on Earth. Not going under a curve.
No, dude, I've got a lot of sunsets myself. I've shared them on YouTube as well. I've done plenty over the ocean, lots of them, and sometimes it hangs there for a few seconds. A lot of it's got to do with refraction. I think, like I said to him early on, I've been chatting to Andrew Thomas Young. And showing him my observations from from my location here in Bloberg Strand in Cape Town, when I do sunsets. And yeah, you don't hear much from that. When it gets to that, he says, "Cool, do you know math? What's your level of math?" And then you say, "Fuck, dude, high school." Then he won't take the conversation further. So I'm saying, but I'm not asking about the math. I'm saying, why is the sun doing what it's doing? And the conversation stops there. So I eventually went to a high school that I know one of the teachers, or I bumped into one of the teachers, and I had a full on lesson. I presented to the class my research, which I never thought I was going to do, which has all been recorded as well. And even the physics teacher said this is when the textbooks get changed for this sort of research, which I found fascinating. But refraction is unfortunately a very uh, very too little researched phenomenon that we see. Oh, atmospheric refraction, not refraction as a
Yeah, but it
whole.
also doesn't matter to my argument, right?
It may that's what's interesting. It
Well,
may
hell, if I'm high up on like a mountain or a hill or in a tower or something, and the sun is above my eye level, then for it to disappear away from me, it must never go below my eye level. But I routinely see it going below my eye level before disappearing into a sunset.
Yeah, it's try and draw that for me because I'm trying to get an understanding of what you mean by when you're on the hill below your eye level and it's not disappearing below your eye level. Is it disappearing above your eye level?
Yeah, I did like a really, really, really simple like drawing of it. So if you look at like 28 minutes past in the chat, you'll see that like the diamond is the observer, and the sun starts out 90 degrees above them, and then it disappears 45, and then 25, 22.5, so on and so forth. But it can never get down to 0 or below 0. But if I'm up on a hill, then it must necessarily do that in order to dip below what you guys would call the vanishing point, but what I call the horizon, right?
Possibly, yes. I'm still trying to see what you mean by below your eye level. Maybe add an extra line of what you're saying below the eye level.
I mean, I can, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I see. I think I see. So you got a little diamond there. So eventually, it'll
Yeah.
actually, yeah, it'll be on that just that line. Yeah.
Well, it must go
Like I
below
said,
that in order to like that's just what we observe every single day, right? That it must go
not
below that in
necessarily.
order
No,
to vanish.
no.
Well, not
So
necessarily. It depends on whether you're standing like below a hill or you're on a hill. So I grew up in a place with a big hill, and in that town, anytime I go up on the hill and watch the sunset, the sun would go below my like below my eye level in order to set. But if I was like below that hill, it could set behind that hill or the mountains around it.
yeah. So I don't know how to even imagine that amount of degree with such a vast amount of distance. I can't even put into a lucid dream. I couldn't even imagine it. I can imagine on a longer distance, yes. Oh no, sorry. I mean on a shorter distance, I could imagine. Yes, fuck. If I got my vape in front of my eyes, yeah, now I can put it below my eye level. But at that massive distance, I wouldn't be able to see if it's going below or setting at my eye level. I wouldn't be able to detect
Why
that
not?
with my own senses. I
Why
can't.
not? Is
That's
is the
me.
sun not
I
like a
can't.
physical object?
So I'm saying from my perspective, I can't. So you won't be able to convince me of something that I haven't been
Well,
able to do. It
what
always
would
looks like it's
convince
eye
you?
level. I don't know. Probably a mathematical, scientific measurement. But
So
at the moment,
I don't need to know where you live, but do you live somewhere where you can go up on the top of a hill at sunset and watch the sun set?
yes, I've done that quite a few times, and I've filmed it quite
Okay,
a few
well go
times.
do that. And what you need to do is like just download a theodolite app. You can find lots of them on like Androids and iPhones. Download the theodolite app. And in the theodolite app, you'll be able to check whether the sun is at your eye level to start off with, or above your eye level, or below your eye level. If it's above your eye level, it can't, due to perspective, go below your eye level unless it's dropping. It can't
So
do
the
that by
big
getting further away.
so the big problem for me is sometimes when I film over the ocean, the horizon line differs. So sometimes it's before,
Why
for
is that,
instance,
Matt?
seven. Why am I saying that? Did you
You
ask
said
why am I
film,
saying that?
right?
Yeah. So I had a P900 which I sold. I hated the ridicule that I got from the Discord from my observation. So um, I just got rid of it. I thought, oh, fuck everyone, and I don't post any more videos either. So when I was doing it, so I would see the horizons sometimes in line with Robben Island, sometimes before it, sometimes after Robben Island, and it doesn't matter what height I'm at, the horizon line always differs. There's always a change in it. It's never at the same location, and that's due to refraction. So yeah,
Well, yeah,
still
but
once
like,
again,
so I've just
what
dropped a
is
link for a theodolite app that you can download on Android, and it will tell you where you're like directly level outwards from your point of view, like as an observer, what that is. So if the sun is above that to start off with, and then as it sets, it's below that, particularly if you're on a hill, then that would mean the Earth is curved.
Yeah,
I'm
hills
still
are curved for sure, dude. Hills are definitely curved.
Yep, you're
yeah.
100% correct on that.
So I'm still I'm losing. I've lost you in the sense of the reason why I'm losing is because I don't know where the horizon is. I need a fixed
That
distance
doesn't
for the
matter.
horizon. It does matter though.
Not to this, because all that matters is that you have your like directly outwards from you at like a 90-degree angle with the Earth from your eye line, you'll have the sun either above or below. Now, if it's like midday, the sun should, I don't know, if you're at the right spot on the Earth, like the thing of Capricorn at 21st of December, it should be directly above you if you're at the right latitude. And then it will go down, 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 down. And it should never get below your like field of view with a theodolite app, like 90 degrees from your eyes compared to downwards on the Earth. It should never get below that if the Earth is flat. But if the Earth is curved, it should get below that, and it would mean that the sun is disappearing around the edge of the Earth in some way.
If you
What
above
science?
sea level, hold on. If you above sea level, it will get below you though, because it disappears at the horizon line.
No, that can't happen due to perspective. It has to happen because the sun is either changing elevation, at which point you'd be able to find a place on the Earth at which the sun has dipped around like below the edge of the Earth if it's flat, or it disappears because the Earth is curved and it disappears below the horizon. If it's just a flat Earth and the sun is disappearing off into a distance, which most flat Earth maps have the sun going like in a circular trajectory at a certain, at like the equator elevation in a big circle around the flat Earth, that can't happen.
So are you saying that if I have a laser pointer, say it is a well, let's take a planar piece of land, garage or whatever, and it's fucking 30 kilometers long, or let's make it longer. Let's say 100 kilometers long, and I've got a laser pointer 1 centimeter above the ground. I should be able to see that laser pointer from 100 kilometers away. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is very specific. It's if you're at eye level looking straight out, then anything above your eye level can't go below your eye level unless it's curving around the Earth. Nothing below your eye level can get above your eye level unless it's somehow changing elevation upwards. And since the flat Earth explanation for the sun is it's disappearing into the distance and it seems to get lower due to perspective, that perspective can never get below the 0 degrees from your eye level, from the 90 degrees directly above your head. So it can't get to like -1 degree from your eye level, at which point it would match the observations we see in reality. So the only other explanation is it's going around a curve, which would match the observations in reality.
So I would agree with you 100% if we were in a 100% vacuum. I would say yes, you are correct. But we're
What
not
does a
in a
vacuum
vacuum.
have to do with it?
We got atmosphere. So between yourself and where the perspective goes into a point. So if I say I say now we are a whole bunch of fish tanks. We've got 100 million fish tanks between yourself and to the last point we see those fish tanks get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Do you agree with that?
Uh, sure.
Okay. So eventually we be looking through all these different fish tanks of water, but that's where the light disappears. You can't see through any more fish tanks. There's too much refraction taking place. Now we're looking through say 50,000 fish tanks. The other 100 million fish tanks, I don't know what's going on in there because the last fish tank that I was able to see light was at 50,000 fish tanks. That's the apparent horizon line, and that's basically the way what I see when I do these sort of observations. I could be incorrect. I'm just saying this is the way I see it. Mainstream can't explain it. I've spoken to the high top, the main person that does the refraction stuff for science books, and he can't explain it either. He can't demonstrate it. Not he can explain it, but he can't demonstrate it. And I think that's the brick wall that we're hitting with atmospheric refraction and why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Well, yeah. So I understand that. What you're saying is if you have 50,000 fish tanks in front of you at like 6 foot observer height, then at the end, that last fish tank, you'll lose the ability to be able to bring the sun into your focus, right? Into resolution, sorry, is a better way of putting it.
I think let's
But
upscale
that
it.
doesn't
Let's
mean
call
the
it.
sun can.
Yeah.
That
I think
doesn't mean
let's
the sun
upscale.
can go.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Let's upscale it to massive swimming pools, because that probably a bit easier to imagine. So you
Right.
standing at the shoreline, and in front of you is it's a whole bunch of swimming pools, but like fish tanks. Okay, but there's a whole bunch of swimming pools. They get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. They all filled up with water. Eventually, you're going to get to a point where that fish tank is too small to see. However, that in each swimming pool, the light is refracting. So you're going to see a horizon line. You're going to see an apparent horizon line. Would you agree with that?
Yep, I'd completely agree with that, but that
Cool.
doesn't explain how it gets below my eye line to above my eye line to below my eye line.
To below it. So yeah, it's because it's going further and further away.
I still don't understand. Like
No,
when
it's
things get
cool.
further away.
I
So
think
if
the
you look
yield.
at
I
like
think.
basic
Okay, go for it.
trigonometry, if you look at basic trigonometry, you'll see that as things get further away, they drop in the degree to your eye line, and that can happen out to like if you run it out to an infinite point, it will never get to 0 or below your eye line. It will only be above your eye line necessarily. It's just a function of mathematics. So if you're like up, 100 meters, 200 meters, above sea level, and you're looking out at something that doesn't have a big mountain in front of it, then you'll see the sun dip below your eye line by that couple of 100 meters before it disappears. And that can't
I think I
happen
got you now.
on a flat earth.
I got you now. I think I understand you now. Yeah, it's actually a valid point. If I'm understanding correctly, so I'm going to try, if the word is correct, steelman. So I'm looking in front of me now, and I've put my vape in front of me. If I lift my head up and I push this vape further and further away, it's still going to be below my eye line. It's always going to be below my eye line. If
Yeah,
I'm looking
exactly.
90 degrees. Yeah, correct. And how's it disappearing? Fuck, dude, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, maybe the globe model does explain it. I will agree it's something maybe I need to look into. But yeah, I think
Great. See, the
am I
best
understanding it
answer I
correctly
could have
now?
hoped for. Best answer I could have hoped for. Good job.
Cool. Thanks, man. Did I make sense though? Was I correct in explaining it that way?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, everything you
Okay,
said
cool.
was correct.
Yeah,
So the idea that like things get further away with perspective, they can eventually disappear. That makes sense to me. That's fine. Everything else you said sort of like made sense. Like refraction, if you have more atmosphere in front of you, then things will disappear a bit sooner or disappear at a certain point. That all makes sense. Like, yeah, I'm cool with it.
cool. Regarding that question now, so I'm understanding. I hope I'm understanding what you're saying, and I would agree. Yes, that would be an anomaly. However, the distance of myself on a hill, I'm, for instance, say 200 meters above sea level. That 200 meters, how far should I be able to see 200 meters before the atmosphere becomes an issue of a blockage, an obstruction? An obstruction. Eventually, if I'd say 200 meters 30 kilometers from myself is no longer 200 meters, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If there's atmosphere in front of me that's say 50 meters high, and that 200 meters is still way beyond that, but it's below that refraction point. that's still an obstruction. There's still obstruction by refraction,
Yeah,
which
of
can
course.
still appear at eye level or even above eye level at that height.
Yeah, so it all makes sense, but I'd say that the moment you can't see something is when it doesn't put out enough light to be able to like be resolved. So the moon you can see because it reflects back the sun's light, and the sun you can see because it's incredibly bright. And then at night, when there's no other light sources drowning out what's actually happening, you can see all the stars because the stars are very bright because they're either suns or they're reflections of the sun's light back at the earth. So I'd say that like if you're 200 meters looking through the atmosphere, that it depends on the brightness of the object. The object, if it's incredibly bright, you should be able to make out for an incredibly long time. Like there's something else bright to drown out that light.
That's actually well said. I've got a video that I filmed in very thick atmosphere, even though it was a clear day. I posted the video. I'm surprised I got so many damn views on it. But I filmed Venus, which disappeared into nothingness before it even reached the horizon line. It just faded out, and I filmed it when it eventually just faded. It just got lighter and lighter and lighter, and it just faded out into the atmosphere. And there was no clouds or anything like that. It was a very interesting video, and I'm surprised I got so many views on it. Um, yeah, I think I called it Venus fading in the atmosphere or something like that. Very interesting observation, and I think it ties into a lot of what we're discussing right now. But yeah, like I say, I'm just trying to research for myself here, guys. I'm not pushing any narrative onto anyone.
Yo, Beer Man, can you remind me again what language is Chat GPT coding in for you?
You can actually choose a language. So, for instance,
Oh,
dude, I got no programming knowledge. So, if you open up Chat GPT now and you literally say, "I want to create an app," and I'm using Python now because I can put it into a notepad and then do it from there. You just tell Chat GPT, "I want to program in this language or that language," and it does sometimes get a bit difficult in the sense that you got to keep reiterating, dude, give me all the fucking like I swear at it. Give me all the code from as if I've never received this from scratch because it keeps putting placeholders in and then I don't know where to change or put the code in. But eventually you get it right, and slowly I'm surely but surely I'm learning where to put each piece of code in. But yeah, you give it the language and then it'll give you the information from there. It works actually very well. It's like talking to a little personal junior developer. But just note you got to give it stories as if you're a scrum master. Where I've got experience in at least, I was a scrum master, so I knew how to write stories or know how to write stories, so that the ChatGPT knows what you're wanting it to program. So hopefully that helps.
yeah, no, now I remember. Yeah, last week we briefly spoke about it. I think it was about a week ago. We spoke about this. But no, that's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I am a junior developer. If I have time, I'll definitely let you know. Maybe I can check it out.
Yeah, dude, it's really, really helpful. Like I said, developed a budget app which calculates your daily budget or gives you your daily funds from all your expenditures and things like that. It's a fully functional app. It works fantastic. I want to make it look a bit prettier though. Then I want to actually put it on the Android store. Other than that, I thought for this discussion, I'm going to create a flat Earth model and see if it actually works. So far, it looks very close to reality when you add perspective and all that in. Um, if it comes to real life data, I don't know if it's true, but you definitely do see the sun and moon setting. You see the eclipses. I see how the moon follows the same path as the sun. So I'm seeing all those things, but if it matches reality, I don't know. Like I said, it looks very convincing, but my data could be wrong. But yeah, very, very fun to do. I've spent hours and hours. I've kept my wife up at night. But yeah, I'm just trying to help where I can help with this discussion at least.
That's really cool. It's really cool. Keep it up, and good luck. And like I said, I'll try it whenever I have some free time. I'll definitely try to check out the coding for you. Because if it's written in Python, then it's a language that I understand.
I'm struggling a little bit with the perspective part of it, the calculations, but that would be a math issue. And that's where I'm saying I think that's where it's wrong. Purely because I've added an elevation function to the app. So I've kept the camera at 1 meter high, and I can see an object the further away, or the sun and moon, the further away it goes. It does enter the horizon line. But now that I've added the um, elevation function, if I go higher up in the air, it appears that the sun and moon uh, join that. So the sun is still above the observer, and then it eventually it's got this massive path coming down and still sets on the horizon. So there's some sort of calculation wrong there. So I've told ChatGPT, okay, no, dude, leave this thing fucking fixed at 50. I'm leaving it at 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I'm really struggling with the programming and getting ChatGPT to understand what I'm trying to do. But then once again, I'm saying that this is where the stories come in. So you need to give ChatGPT exactly what you want. So I've started redeveloping from scratch now, and I'm building it piece for piece. That I'm making sure that I don't miss vital information with the program itself.
Yeah, I was gonna say each time you read it, you'll get better and better at being as specific as possible. You know, to tell Chat GPT, like you said, it's very good to be as specific as possible, especially since you're using AI. You're not really talking to actual person, actual human developer.
It's very interesting, though. It's absolutely fascinating. And then on the side, you have the personal discussion about the reality that we see. And if you listen to the answers, it's very, very biased. But you can push ChatGPT into a hypothetical corner, and you would see a lot of the flat Earth discussions in a hypothetical point of view. I would agree. It's definitely possible what is being presented as truth from flat Earth is definitely possible. At least according to this AI model that's biased towards a narrative, and that's opened my mind even more. Which has said, "Wow, dude, look into this even more." It's really cool stuff, and I think there's big things to come still.
Yeah, Beer Man, I tagged you in a couple of slides from a video that I also DM'd you, kind of regarding um, what we're talking about here as far as perspective is concerned, what we'd see, all that kind of stuff. Don't let the trick of somebody trying to just use standard trigonometry and an orthographic view and say, look, this would never happen, because what we see in reality is we see the ground appear to ramp up towards our eye level. Draw me that on an orthographic view. You'd have to have a ramping up.
No, 100%. I think he did. Dogs did bring up some valid points. However, it contradicts my understanding of how we see with our eyes. And even if you ask mainstream, the understanding of how we do see spherically. It is actually known that we see spherically. It's just the way our eyes work, and so that may explain why he's seeing something. Uh, I would say disappear below his eye level. Um, there's a point that you're going to get too high that you should see that sun disappear way further beyond, which we don't see in reality. So I understand his point, but if I when I
Hold on a
watch
second,
these,
though.
yeah, go ahead, my bad, I ramble a lot.
No, you're fine. When you increase with elevation, there is a delay in the sunset, right? So if I'm at the beach level and I quickly go up in an elevator, 100 stories, that sunset is going to be after the sunset for the beach, right?
Correct, and it'll be longer and longer delay the higher you go. It'll
Right. So
measurably longer, where it should be
so
the
we're still
same every
seeing,
height.
so we're seeing that sunset further away, right? Because as the sun is moving away from us, it moves at a specified rate. So the longer it would take for the person at the top of the building to see the sunset compared to the person at the bottom of the building, the further away the sun is going to be. So you're still seeing the sunset further away.
Yeah, I would expect the sun to fade out into nothingness, not get obstructed, or to be obstructed, but it'll fade into obstruction. It won't get hard obstructed. That's what I would expect with the flat Earth model. Um, I would love to
Really?
form that myself.
It's just too bright of a light source. I mean, the bottom part appears to disappear, right?
I
It
don't think
appears
it's
to
too bright.
disappear from the
No,
bottom.
no, no. I think the higher you go, it would fade into nothingness. Like slowly fade into a less bright light source. That's my personal perspective, at least.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be really high to be able to see that.
100%, you would have to be very, very high for that.
And I don't know, allegedly, David Weiss caught something similar to that with his drone, but I don't know.
I've seen his footage. I just don't trust David that much. Uh,
Yeah,
for
I-
my own research or for my own well-being, my own consciousness,
yeah,
I'm going to
same.
try to trust myself as much as I can.
Yep, same. That's why I said allegedly.
Yeah.
for
No,
for
it's
what it's
fair.
worth.
But he's opening up a mind at least to test it yourself. The discussions that happen in this Discord are with a few people I find very genuine, and I appreciate that because that's helped me on my own path at least.
Yeah, yeah. We had a rather lengthy discussion on this topic actually yesterday. So
Nice.
regarding perspective and all that kind of stuff. So I think it was yesterday. I don't know. They all blend
Yeah,
together.
I thought about it yesterday as well. You know, as wacky as people say the flat Earth model is, I think just as wacky as the globe Earth model may be. If anything, the truth is if it is the truth. I call it now the truth because it seems like more and more people are experiencing this without the doctrine of what it is. They just a lot of people in consensus would agree, fuck man, this makes way more sense. So I'm saying, wow, it's way less wacky than what I was taught. As wacky as the flat earth model may be contradicting the globe earth model, if that makes sense what I'm saying. um it's actually less wacky for me, uh, and that's why I'm so intrigued by it, because I resonate way more with it.
I'll give you another one with the sun. How does the sun warm up the earth the way it does? Has anybody ever given any thought to that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't think it gives physical heat. I think it's just energy. The more I'm looking into it, it appears to be as more energy. Without light, it's cold. Fuck, man, it's dark in my room at night. Yes, there may be residual energy or heat in summer in my house, but yeah, it appears just to be energy. And yeah, I don't know. You
Yeah,
carry
let
on.
me be more specific. I mean, in the way the heating and the freezing separates. They claim they have a sphere, right? And they claim it's frozen on either end. In the center, it's tropical, but there's only one light source. Does anybody see a problem there?
Say that again?
Their model claims a sphere, right? With frozen North Pole and frozen South. But in the center of this said sphere is tropical, warm, very warm, swimmable, hot, melted, like melted ice. But on either side of the pole, either sides, it's frozen. And there's one heat source. Does that ring any bells to anybody?
So, as far as I look on the globe model, there's only one pole that's really frozen. The other one is just ocean. And I think there's missing land on the maps. But I think I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, I claim that their model, that whenever they say the sun, right, all I have to say is this, and it kills their sun model, right? It doesn't matter how it drops or goes or sunsets, right? You can debate that endlessly. But try to debate a frozen ball that's only frozen at the tips, and in the center, it's tropical with one light source. Comments on that one?
You have a problem with it, I see.
Excuse me?
What's your objection?
I'm just asking, how do you guys see this as normal? Do you guys see this as, it makes sense, or do you have any thoughts on it, or?
Sure.
So I would expect it to be symmetrical, which I don't see. But then again, the lands that's been given to us aren't the same. But yeah, I think I see where you're getting at, and I would agree that there's something that's not right there. But once again, I'm going to say I think it's because I don't think that the globe model or the amount of land and stuff that's been presented to us, I don't think that's all of it. I think there's a lot that's hidden from us, and you can clearly see that on older maps, and not even that old, man. Fuck, it's 400 years ago. It's a couple of generations. It's not even that old, where there was more than enough technology to navigate, and they did it successfully with no issues.
Yeah, but this is a bigger thing that I'm talking about, bro. This is not Earth and side. This is like a really big thing here. Like, they can't. There's no explanation for this. At least I haven't heard one yet.
No, so once again, the frozen lands that's a new concept. It wasn't frozen on the older maps. On a lot of the older maps, that they were tropical lands. So I think it's further beyond when it becomes frozen. What's causing that, and also only on the south, on the north, on no map in the north on the older maps were there frozen lands, which I find interesting. At least what I've searched. I may be incorrect, or maybe I'm just not well researched. But the older maps don't show any frozen land in the center at the North Pole.
Well, Montreal's trying to make the argument against heliocentrism specifically.
Yeah, it's going to be a story then. The heliocentric model for me at the moment is a story. It's a hypothesis.
No, I know, but I think what he's trying to do is ask people who are heliocentrists to answer his question.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go for a pee then. Sorry, I thought you were asking me. Sorry,
No,
my bad.
no,
I'll be
game
right
for
back.
all.
I'm going to go pee.
But I would like to hear a baller explanation for this. Yeah.
Good luck.
It can't happen. It's impossible. It's physically impossible. This kills their their sun thing. Just one simple thing. You don't got to talk about angles. You don't got to talk about sunsets. Just one simple thing.
Yeah.
Ununiform heating of your sphere. That kills your model right there. And anybody could understand that you don't need math. You don't need geometry. You don't need anything. Just a simple explanation.
Yeah. So I say you expect a sphere to be evenly heated, huh?
With a direct light on it for millions of years, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. Well, there are angles, if you don't mind, to a sphere.
Angles. Okay. So you think Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I heard this one before. You think you can reproduce this?
Mm-hmm.
You think you can take something, a frozen ball, and angle it to a
So,
spotlight, a hot light, like the ones they have in the restaurants there, and you think you can recreate your model?
Mm-hmm.
let's see. Is
Go
the
ahead.
temperature more consistent around the
Well,
equator, or is
go
it more
ahead, what?
as you move south or north?
Show me. Checky, go ahead. You
It's
said
more
you can do it,
consistent
right?
around the equator,
I
so
can
I
do
can
it.
Hold
Pay
find
on,
me.
Dog.
data.
Hold on.
Pay me.
Checky,
You
you
think
said you can show me.
you think I'm going to do things for you? You will nah. After you can pay me nah, but I
I got
won't
it.
do it
Okay,
for
yeah.
free. I won't do it for free.
I got it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
So
So if
does
you
the
really want
temperature
it,
change on the
you
equator?
go fund me, and I'll show you how I do it. And then you
Can't
cannot
afford a sun lamp?
that's if you pay
Checky,
for it, you cannot
you can't afford a sun lamp and freeze like a tennis ball in your fridge? Can't do that?
Can't you?
So why are you talking then? Why did you come in to talk then? Why? I don't get it.
Why not? Why did you come
Yeah.
talking?
Dogs are trying to answer this. Is that trying to answer this? This is pointless. Dogs are gods. You go, man.
Yeah, so the equator has a fairly even distribution of temperature throughout the year. And then you have like a small change which fits the slight angle offset of the Earth. And then you have summer and winter in the north and summer and winter in the south, which are opposites, which fits that angle difference of the Earth. So I don't understand how you're saying that some like uniform heating of the sphere changes the shape of the Earth.
The speed changes the shape of the Earth, you say? Can you break that down for us, please?
Sorry, did you say the sphere changes the shape of the Earth?
I thought I heard you say that. Maybe I didn't hear correctly.
No, I said the temperature, the ununiform heating of the sphere would change the shape of the Earth as a prediction of like different hypotheses.
You mean the actual shape of the Earth will shrink and grow due to the heat? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Okay,
You
correct me.
said the light. You said the light would change the shape of the Earth.
No, I said the light would change the temperature of the Earth.
No, you didn't say temperature. You said the shape. It's
Well,
okay
that's
if you made
nice
a
of
mistake.
you.
If you made a
I don't
mistake,
care. I don't care what you think. What I said is that you have the equator, which has a consistent temperature, and then you have north in summer, which will have a like a hotter temperature, while the south will have a colder temperature, and vice versa.
okay, so where does the heat come from? Like, how does it get heat and cold? Where does that come from?
The sun, and then the lack of sun.
So the shape of the Earth is part of why it is hot at the equator and cold at the north and south?
Yes.
The
Do
tips?
you want me to?
So why is it that your model says that that has nothing to do with the weather, the temperature difference, but rather the tilt of the Earth?
So the shape of the Earth, if it was just like completely straight on with the sun, would mean that you'd still have like it get colder as you get north and it get colder as you get south. But because we're on a tilt, it means that you then have seasons, in which half the year the north is warmer at half, the other half of the year the south is warmer. So what part of that don't you understand?
You got it wrong. You thought it was the shape of the Earth, and he correctly told you your model. Once again, we have to tell you your model. It's due to tilt on your model, sir, not the shape of the
What
Earth.
part did I disagree? What part of that did I disagree with?
So you agree with him?
What part of that did I disagree with?
I don't know. You
Like,
said a whole
what's
bunch
the
of stuff.
argument? I don't.
Okay, that's good, SE. After server muting me, that's really good that you have this argument now.
Are you muted right now?
I was timed out for 10 minutes, but whatever.
Yeah, because
So,
you called
SE,
somebody.
so-
Hold on. Let me address that. I timed him out, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you called Dave Weiss a moron in the text chat, and I told him, please don't do that. And he says, I don't give a damn. He's not here, blah, blah, blah. So We don't make fake warnings here. When we warn you not to do something, it means something. So that's why that's why I timed you out, dude. Don't cry. You deserved
You
it.
said ununiform heating of the sphere, right? Ununiform heating of the sphere. So why wouldn't there be ununiform heating of the sphere according to our model?
I'm asking you to explain that and to show that in reality. We understand what your ridiculous model says. What I'm asking you to do is if you can reproduce that, because I claim that is physically impossible to be done. That's my claim. Now prove me wrong.
Okay, the claim is that if the Earth tilts on an axis, so like instead of it being just 90 degrees from the sun, like the South and North Pole are 90 degrees from the sun, there is some slight tilt to it, then that means that at certain parts of the year, the northern half of the Earth, north is just an arbitrary descriptor we've given it, the northern half of the Earth would be closer to the sun than the southern half, and then for the other half of the year it would be the opposite way. So what part of that doesn't make sense to you, SE?
Look, let me repeat myself. I know how your model works well enough that we had to correct you on the tilt. That's not the question. What I'm telling you is your model, the way it works, can you reproduce it? Can you take a
What do you mean by
frozen ball?
reproduce it?
Yeah, can you reproduce one heat source with a frozen object, a sphere, and make just the two tops, right? North and south, keep
An
frozen
orange,
and keep
and
the
then instead of
metal.
just holding
And
that orange at 90 degrees, can I like give it a slight tilt?
yeah,
Is that
you
what you
can
mean?
orient. Yeah, you can orient the light and your orange, whatever, any which way you want, as long as you
Yeah,
reproduce.
you probably could do that. Would that mean anything to you?
No, I say you can't do that.
Okay,
And
have
if
you
you
ever done that
can, would it mean
experiment?
anything to you?
Yeah, it'd falsify some fact about reality, some fact about the shape of the Earth, and
Just
that
some
it
It would
tilted
arbitrary
the
destroy the
Earth.
fact.
model.
It'll just
And
Yeah.
you'd be able to
it'll just
falsify
be
our
some
model if you ever
arbitrary.
did it. But have you ever done it, SE?
No, because I know it can't be done.
What do you
I
mean
work
you
in
know
the
it can't be
kitchen.
done? Do you mean that it like can't falsify our model? So it's something that can falsify it that can't be done. What does that tell you about our model? It tells you that it's not falsifiable, which means that it's correct.
Buddy, ask anybody that has cooked. Ask anybody that has thought anything out. Ask anybody that has worked in the kitchen. You cannot do that. It's
What do you mean I
impossible.
can't do that?
It's
If I
physically
have like a chicken
impossible.
breast, if I have a chicken breast sitting there in a pan, can I not heat one side of that chicken breast more than the other side of that chicken breast with like my meat thermometer in?
Yeah, you can, but what will happen eventually over time? Will the whole breast unthaw?
Well, yeah, but you'll have different temperatures throughout the whole breast. So you'll have like the thicker part of the breast
Doesn't get it.
will have like a lower temperature than the thinner part of the breast. What are you talking about, SE? Can you make an argument for why this matters to the shape of the Earth?
I'll make it really simple.
Right, I'll write it down.
If you have a sun that's 93 million miles away that is heating the solar system, and we, the Earth, have been here for how long? How long do you believe? Billions, trillions, gazillion years?
I can't remember. It's like 1.4 billion years or something dumb like
Sure,
that.
whatever the crazy number is. The sun's been heating up the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, we still have polar ice caps. When nowhere terrestrially we could demonstrate any object being heated over X amount of time to still have ice.
Okay, so what we can show is that places like Mercury, Venus will both be
I'm
hotter
talking about
than the
Earth.
Earth,
We'll change the
and then
subject to another planet. We're talking about Earth.
and then Mars and Jupiter will be colder because they're further away from the sun, whereas Mercury and Venus are close to the sun, and Earth happens to be in the Goldilocks zone, which means that we get warm enough so that we get liquid water at certain parts of the Earth, and we still have ice on other parts of the Earth, and that at certain times of the year, anywhere sort of like north or south of the equator by far enough, we'll get ice through snow, but they'll still have liquid water the majority of the time. So I don't understand what this objection is.
Dogs, I've got a question for you. So don't get me wrong, I'm definitely going to look into the perspective argument or issue that we discussed earlier on. But if I may ask, why are you here in this discussion? Are you here to help people like myself make sure I don't make a wrong decision in the path that I'm researching? Or are you here to test the current claim because you feel something may be off, if you know what I'm trying to get at?
The reason I'm here is because I want to believe the most true things. And by coming to these discussions, I have people that are actively going to tell me that my view of reality isn't correct. And then I can argue with them, I can test them, I can look at the claims, the validation, the empiricism, and I can come to an idea of whether I can hold up my belief in the truth of reality against their belief in the truth of reality. Does that make sense?
It does, yes. It just sounds like you're still pushing a reality onto someone else where, yeah, I just find it a little bit unfair. So, yeah, sorry. The only reason why I'm asking is because it sounds very biased when you're having this sort of discussion. Instead of asking
It
them
is.
questions, it's always testing the mainstream. It's always testing mainstream.
Well, yeah, that's because
Yeah.
flat earthers don't have a coherent map or a coherent model or any sort of view on reality. Like, you can't tell me how far away the sun is on a flat earth model, whereas we can tell you how far away the sun is on our model. So if we can give you a definitive number, then you can test our number, but we can never test anything of yours because you have nothing. You're just like a whole heap of weird questions out in the atmosphere with just like picking and choosing what comes towards you. Like, you don't have anything coherent to test.
But we're
Yeah,
not giving you a model. We are simply challenging your model. You presented a model. You presented a positive claim. We're just challenging that. We do
Yeah,
not
I'm happy
have
with
the
that.
burden
That
of
makes
proof
sense.
on us to show you a model, to show you anything. We're simply poking holes in your view. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine, but like,
So don't turn around
Beer
and say,
Man
well,
was
you
trying to say that,
model will
like,
prove
why are
this.
we only ever testing the globe Earth
no,
model and never testing the flat
Because
Earth
that's the
model? And
positive
that's
claim.
because the flat Earth model never has any claims to it, whereas the globe Earth model has a whole set of claims attached to it.
okay,
So
no,
I'm,
no.
I'm
So,
fine
Dog,
with that.
gear
That's not
down.
a big
Let
deal
other
for me.
people get in. Okay, dog,
yeah,
gear down. We're doing good. Let other people get in.
yeah. So dogs. Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say, yeah. My main thing is not attacking you or anything. I'm just saying, like, dude, I give these guys a lot of respect, in the sense of what they're doing and the information and even sometimes the data that's been provided. I give them respect, dude. Fuck, if it wasn't for them, I would have never even questioned the models. And deep inside of me tells me that you the same, dude. If it wasn't for these guys, you wouldn't be here. This discussion would have been brought up. So I think instead of being so um, negative to what they're doing, rather encourage and maybe correct where they may be wrong, instead of fucking keep pushing the same narrative. If that makes sense, I'm just saying, dude. Without them, without the guys are doing what they're doing, I think we would all be going on our merry way. So I
Yeah, we
think that
probably
all
would. We'd
respect.
be advancing as like a society instead of what we do now, which is we just try to
No, I
put out the
disagree.
fires laid out by people like you who have some weird understanding of reality that doesn't fit with actual reality. So, like, if you guys put out 50 different questions, like, what if it's this? What if it's this? What if it's this? What if it's this? What if, like, everything you believe is incorrect? If we didn't have to deal with that shit, we'd probably be like advancing society in a much a stronger way.
I'd say the only thing y'all are
Yeah,
advancing in is freaking fantasy. You act like you know for
yeah.
sure what the sun is, but if you want a model to test, test this: move 69 miles from underneath the sun, and on a flat plane, and watch it change 1 degree, and tell me what the height to the sun is. If you want a spoiler, it's 3958. So if I move 1 degree, it's 3958. So you want a refraction model for the height to the sun, it's just apply 90 minus a over 90 times d, which is the triangulated flat distance, times point a, which is the which is 101% of the measured angle. That'll work for
Hold up.
79.
Okay. Brian, if I was to link you a video of like MC2 dealing with this guy Patrick Gunnell, and he actually like put forward his experiment he did where he did the Eratosthenes with more than one person. So he did it with himself and then someone in Israel, and it showed that the on a flat Earth, the elevation of the sun was different depending on the observer, but on a globe Earth it was the same. Would that change your mind?
No, refraction. I just gave you the formula, and I used it to give MC Toon his exact coordinates that in his challenge. But he said that I used
Buddy.
He said I used the globe radius, and I said no, I'm not using the globe radius. I said I'm applying a 1 degree change over 69 miles on a flat plane, and that gives a height to the
Buddy.
stars of 3959. But I mean, it was pretty.
Buddy, if you have a globe.
Yes.
If you have a globe with the circumference we say, then what would a 1 degree change mean on that globe?
69 miles. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
I'm next after this discussion. Sorry, I've got to rebut.
Yeah, you can jump in. He wanted a model to test. Like I said, I applied that formula to MC2 to 3 different stars. You're talking about Eratosthenes. I applied it to 3 different stars, and I just flattened out
so
Google
what
Earth.
you did.
Google Earth, and it worked perfect.
That's not
what you did is you took the 69 miles that is based on the circumference of a globe Earth, and you applied that to your sextant challenge, and came up with the correct answer. So you took the globe Earth model and applied it, and it worked.
No. Hold on just a second. So you're telling me that a direct observation is model specific, meaning if he measures how far he traverses as 1 degree in miles, somehow that's stealing the radius value? Can you explain to me why that is dependent upon the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, sure. The reasons depend on the shape of the Earth is because if you move that 69 miles, it changes 1 degree worth of the star visible or the star elevation visible. Then what you'd have to do is move around a curve, because if you're moving on a straight surface, there's no way that light can travel to change the angle from the observer.
Hold on a second. So
it works up to 25 degrees, and then it's off by 1 degree. So it's a long. It's like.
Can you turn yourself up, Brian? I can't hear.
It's 1,500 miles. One more thing, and I got to go real quick. But it's.
Sorry, can you turn yourself up, Brian? I can't hear you.
Yeah, you got to go 1,500 miles to get a 1 degree difference between flat and globe. So a lot can be happening in 1,500 miles.
Okay.
Yeah, do you understand his point, Dogs?
You have to move 1,500 miles to get between flat and globe. No, I don't understand that.
No. Just his ability to measure a degree angle change to a celestial object and the distance that you travel.
I understand that. So
Not
the idea is
dependent
that Brian
upon
looked
the
at
shape of the
celestial
Earth,
objects and he
because what
found
you're
that
actually
every
measuring is the. I'm sorry?
No, keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, because what you're actually measuring there is just your perspective. So do you think as a plane moves away from you and gets visually moves towards the horizon, that plane is actually getting lower?
It goes lower, but never goes below your horizontal field of view. So
Sure, we'll go with that.
if you
Whatever.
have something
So
come
either
from
way,
below
that
up
plane, as
into
it
your
moves
field
away
of view,
from
it
you,
must necessarily move from below your field of view up until your field of view, and then as you
we're
go
not
another
talking about
69
below. We're
miles, it'll
talking
go up
about
another
celestial
degree, and
objects,
as you go
buddy.
another 69 miles, it'll go another degree, and so on and so forth, until it's above your field of view to the point that it has done something that perspective says it cannot do, which happens all the time.
We're not talking about that. So we're just talking about the things that you can see, regardless of whether or not they go above or below the horizon. We haven't even gotten there. That's the advanced class.
Observations
You're
are
still in
inconsistent with
kindergarten.
a
We're
flat
using
Earth when it comes
crayons
to
at the
stars.
moment. So things due to perspective will visually drop or raise up towards the horizon. And when you look at those and make an observation to them and measure an angle, you're measuring an angle to how you visually see the world, which is perspective. So
Yeah, I
if you
don't
are
believe the
moving
math works out
around,
for that.
when you move around, you visually take your own personal perspective with you. So it constantly updates depending on where you're located. So if,
Yeah,
like Brian claims, you assume that the celestial objects present themselves to you at a distance that appears to be 3,958 miles, you will get the exact same measurements as if you assume the ground below you having a radius of 3,958
Well, no,
miles,
because
and the
yours comes
objects
from.
in the sky, the
Oh my
light
god.
coming from them is coming in parallel, which we don't actually experience.
Yeah, we also gave
All
him
of
a
yours,
conical flat Earth model
all of
on an AE
yours,
map. Good.
all
Sorry.
of yours comes from perspective change instead of the curvature of the Earth. If it comes
No,
from
it don't.
perspective change, then the mathematics doesn't fit. That 69
Bro, it's
degrees
not
per
perspective, bro.
1 degree per 69 miles doesn't fit through perspective. It only fits through a curvature with the radius that we've measured again and again and again through multiple different ways.
Can I step in real quick? Just a second.
Yeah, but hold on. We
Just
did. Go ahead.
Well,
Go
let's
ahead,
let Brian go first.
I've
Brian,
been waiting
go
for
first.
a while.
Let's let Brian go first, and you can go next. All right? I won't say anything between you and Brian. All right? Brian, go.
I'll retract for Bacon, man. He's been waiting.
I just want to clarify the dogs that he's dealing with two different perspectives here. So Brian's understanding on how that happens on flat Earth is with refraction. And Napalm is at the same time arguing that's due to perspective. You're arguing against two different arguments at the same time now. Just be aware of that.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
I mean, obviously, perspective drops. That's just the way the math. But yeah, there's got to be something else going on if we're going to use pure mathematics. So there's a few things we could do. So I did a refraction model, which worked pretty damn good down to about 25 degrees, which I don't think they use anything lower. They'll have anyway. But we also gave him not me, but another challenger gave him an infinite conical model on a flat Earth, which basically it works in free space, flat, whatever, and he wouldn't let us use the AE map, dude. So it was a strict challenge, man. I'm not gonna act like he owes me money, but it was a surely strict challenge. A few of us did give him his accurate location though.
I also want to go back to the original discussion or the question that I asked as why is here, and then sorry, dogs. You mentioned that or something about my weird reality. Or you said your weird reality or something. So, moderators can fucking give me a warning. I don't think I deserve a ban, but I'm gonna say, dude, fuck you for telling me that I got a weird reality, because reality in a whole is fucking weird. So don't tell me I got a weird reality. What I'm experiencing is what I'm experiencing. Don't fucking say I got a weird reality. I've just got reality. So no offense for that.
You know what, B-Man?
moderators.
I fucking love your sass. Good job, mate.
Cool, man.
I don't love these weak ass motherfuckers that can't take a little bit of back and forth. So, B-Man, if you want to call me whatever you want to call me, or if you want to say fuck you to me, go ahead. I love it.
Awesome, thanks, man. But yeah, just don't do that
You
again.
gotta have a great accent, y'all. You gotta have a great accent. Somebody to fuck off and sound mildly fucking polite.
But dude, I would agree. I have got a fucking weird reality, and I just think reality in itself is fucking weird. So yeah, dude, just don't fucking call my own reality weird, because I think everyone's reality is fucked up.
Well, fine. Next time I'll say everyone's reality is weird and everyone's reality is fucked.
Yeah, existence is fucking weird.
I didn't ask to be here, man.
Almost every night.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
About the stars and the sun and shit, dude. It's just I'm ate up with it.
Brian, brother, I've talked to you a few
can I-
times, but you're still so low. Can you up your volume?
Yeah, let me try something.
Hey, Brian's loud in mine. Are you sure you don't have him turned down locally?
No, I've got him down to 161%. So I think I've got him turned up a bit. I don't know what's going on.
He's low on my side as well.
That's weird.
I turned up
Nah, I think it's worse.
Yeah, bad.
Dude, Brian, check your mic settings. In settings, that you might have, or maybe updated. But yeah, there's a microphone output setting. That volume may be
Get
down.
100 meters. Get 100 meters closer to your mic.
Hey,
I think
Brian,
it's the input
Full
thing.
hey Brian, I was just gonna make a mention real quick in regards to like some of these challenges and stuff. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I do feel like they're kind of like carnival games. They're not really meant to be won, the challenges, and just based on their own parameters and like the way they strategically word it or structure it, should I say. So I don't think like you taking the effort to go prove them correct or wrong, no matter how you look at it. I just feel like it's just not set up for you to truly win from it. But
Yeah, you know what though? In all the effort to get him to concede to tell us no, you can't use a flat Earth map. That's a globe model. That was music to my fucking ears. It was worth all the effort just hearing that. And I'm
Can I
not even the
jump
one
in?
who did that. Yeah, go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So even if that was granted, any equation that you're starting with only the elevation angle and you're getting only a distance out of that,
I'll
that will
post
never
it. I'll post
that
it
will never work.
for you, Bacon.
Yeah, two things. Your refraction model is an equation, it's not a model. Like it's an equation based on what to correct from the what you'd expect from perspective of a flat Earth versus what we observe. That's not called a model. It's just like a correction for.
Yeah, I understand that, man. I mean, what?
Right.
But model, dude. I mean, are you
No,
talking
no,
about like a map?
I could grant you that. I could grant you both the A map and that equation, and you would still not beat the challenge because it still don't give you the correct answer in navigation. And we tested
Yeah, it
this
does,
many
man.
times.
It does. When I use Google, all I do is flatten out Google Earth, bro. What are you talking about, man? We've already went over this, man. Yeah,
You
on the
gotta
AE
plot.
map, hold on real quick. I told you I didn't apply my shit to the AE map because the AE map ain't 69 miles per degree. So, I mean, it couldn't possibly work. I had you do it just to see. I was curious to try a couple things, but my model, whatever you want to call it, if you don't want to call it a refraction model, wasn't made for the. It was made for Google Earth. I just flattened out Google Earth and I'm gonna post that equation. It's just a transfer. It's it works
If
in
you flatten
free space. The equation for A map.
if you flatten Google Earth, you're gonna distort the circles of equal altitude, which means that the distance between the edges and the center will vary, which means they're not following your equation anymore.
No. Think about this, Bacon. If I'm gonna use a globe and I'm gonna use an angle to a star, okay? Now I'm gonna take that angle and I'm gonna
go out, go back in.
Bennett is hot micing.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take that angle measurement. I'm gonna move to the center of the Earth, okay? And I'm gonna use a planar surface in the center of the Earth, a coplanar chopped in half Earth. Now I'm gonna apply the Haber-sign to the co-altitude and shit. Basically, I'm applying the mathematics from that coplanar surface, and I'm applying Haber-sign to the celestial sphere. I could do the same thing on a flat Earth. I just got to center myself out. Everywhere I'm at is a new center, and it's a visual dome. In other words, it's not an actual dome. But it's 69 miles per degree, but it's optical. It's an apparent dome, and I could use the same formulas, bro. I could use the ABC method, Haber-sign, and just apply it to the celestial sphere.
But they're not matching.
In a central point on flat Earth.
Then they are not matching the distances over the surface. You're using a formula that doesn't match the model.
I think you're
not
missing
using
my
the
point.
model.
I think you're missing my point, man. I'm talking about everywhere that I'm at on the flat Earth is my new central point, and there's a dome around me. So I could use Google Earth.
Okay, how is using Google Earth a flat model? I'm not getting it.
For celestial navigation, man. And instead of an actual sphere, it's an apparent celestial sphere.
I'd show us apparent, not actual.
It's just apparent. What I'm saying is, it's
yeah,
an
but how'd you show that?
Dome of vision. It's an azimuthal grid, right? Like a dome around each person where they're at. So they're everywhere
If it's
you're
an
at. You're at the
azimuthal
center
grid, then I should be able to like zoom in.
Dome.
If it's an azimuthal grid, then I should be able to like zoom in or change my optics in some ways that it should change where I am or like the amount of stars I see, but that doesn't happen. So like, how did you confirm that it was apparent and not actual?
What?
So if it's just like an azimuthal grid of view, then I should be able to get like a telescope out and completely change the stars I see. I should just be able to point it towards the horizon, and I should be able to see a whole new set of stars because I'm zooming in on those set of stars. Because an azimuthal grid of view just means like what you can see dependent on how far away that thing is away from you, right? So how did you confirm it was actual and not apparent, or apparent not actual?
I think you think so. Let me get some clarification first. You think that zooming changes what you see, like so? In other words, let's say if I lose my angle to something due to magnification, due to refraction, due to a globe or whatever, due to anything. You think like, or even a boat, if it gets too small in distance, and let's say it's a day that it just goes off into infinity. You think zooming in is gonna once it disappears? You think zooming in is gonna bring it back? Like once you lose the angle, zooming in doesn't change the angle, bro. Like if
You're right.
What causes loss of the angle? If something is
Exactly.
above
So
you, it will
zooming in
never go
doesn't
below
change
you.
the angle. So if you have something that is below your angle, then it's because of the curvature of the Earth. So if you have something that's too far away from you, that's because of a flat Earth. But if it like changes angle so that you can't see it anymore, that's because of a globe Earth.
Yes, if the elevation is below zero, that means it literally is below zero. If something is
no, I'm
above you,
talking
it will
about
never have an. Can you not interrupt me?
Don't
Can you not
interrupt,
interrupt me?
guys. One at a
sorry,
time, please.
I thought he was done. Sorry.
I was still talking. When you have something above you, it will never reach an angle below zero. It will always have elevation plus, not minus.
Okay, I'm gonna play a video where every glober was that another glober freaking measured it, and it disappeared from 3 miles away.
What did
from
they
like
measure?
a 3 foot away from 15-foot elevation height, because Rumpus and everybody on this stream was saying that it can't disappear unless it's below your line of sight. It's got to be below your line of sight to disappear. And every glober, and this is a short video, about 5 minutes, with Ranty, Jose, Rumpus, a host of people, and Jose proves that shit does disappear, can disappear below, above the line of sight, man. It's all kinds of shit going on, but I think the main thing with
Yeah,
the
if something
heavenly
gets in your
bodies
way,
is
that'll
atmospheric
cause it
lensing.
to
I think it's
disappear.
atmospheric magnification and lensing
How'd you
with the
confirm that,
celestial
though,
bodies.
Brian? How'd you confirm any of that?
Just look at the fucking sun and the moon on the horizon. They're huge.
All right,
They're
I do.
bigger.
The sun's above
No,
me when
they're
it starts out during like midday, and then it goes below my eye level when it gets to like the end of like sunset. Like,
and sorry,
Here's what I
Brian.
what
noticed.
do you want me to look at, mate?
Brian, sorry, moon is not bigger at the horizon. It's called moon illusion. It's just that you have something to reference from. For example, you have
Yeah,
trees
whatever.
at the horizon, and you have moon, so you can compare those two. When it's just in the sky, you have nothing to compare to in the sky. So close to the horizon, it appears bigger, but it actually has
I've
the
got
same
camera.
angular size
I've
if we
got
measure it.
pictures in my so I got pictures in my camera where I don't zoom at all, and it's fucking obviously bigger fucking on the horizon. I don't care what anybody says. Maybe they could call it optical illusion, whatever it is. My eyes see a way bigger moon on the horizon 99 out of 100 times. But here's the thing. The thing is also when I'm out doing observations and on days that I don't have inferior mirage, have like a infinite horizon, which ain't really that often, but it's probably more often than infinite horizon. I'll admit that. But on days like that, when things disappear, bottom up, there's always magnification accompanied with the shit in the distance. Always magnified.
Brian, BT 100.
Video where you
Shut up, I'm talking, you asshole.
Hey, Chikey.
Yeah, I
What's wrong
started
with you,
began
man?
talking. Someone had to talk.
Chucky, you're a retard. Okay, just let the
Here we go. What is wrong with you guys? Refrain from calling names, man. Talk like
I don't
adults.
have your deep voice and your weird accent, so I don't give a fuck.
Fucking
Is
balance.
that you, dog? You're going back on timeout, bro.
Brian, so regarding the whole flat Earth discussion, so you were talking about the rise. If I'm not mistaken, I might have misheard, but with the horizon and the measurements in that, and why we're seeing things too far, has it ever been? Okay, well, let me take it a step back. So regarding what we see optically, so I think most of us will agree that we can see clear up until a point. Then we see some sort of hard line or a haze or something happening, and then behind that we would see a ship, we'll see a boat, we'll see an horizon, etc., etc. Has it ever been measured to a point before that haze? And if it has been measured, what has that distance been measured until? Because I
That's a
think
good
that's going to
question, man.
be I think that'll be a fascinating result as well. Has it ever been done?
Yeah, dude. To me, that pretty much falls within the 3 mile zone with a 6 foot observer. And no, I never see I mean, not never. I'm not gonna say never because I've seen some funky shit out there. But rarely do I see it match a globe. I mean, within the few miles, then they're to me the globe model's dead. If we're talking about the clear air immediately out in front of us. There ain't no
Yeah.
curvature, in my opinion.
Yes. So myself, I've measured, well, not measured. I've seen, according to, I would say, measurements, say Google Maps, or if I take my vehicle and drive that distance, I've seen beyond the visual point before it becomes a haze or a horizon or whatever. Um, or changes in color. And you see there's some sort of change in whatever we're looking through. I've driven a distance and it's been clear. I would love to know what those measurements are accurately, and then see the effects thereafter. I think that is the next step for this sort of refraction discussion, and neither mainstream nor flat Earth has done that. I think that's the next big step to get that sort of data in. Yes, it will differ though as well every time and every day we do it. But I think it'll be a massive breakthrough of why we're seeing what we're seeing.
See, I think the closest we've came to doing that would be probably Travis, the Plain Truth. Like he even wrote a paper, and they published it online for a little while until Sean and fucking called and complained and raised hell 100 times and got it taken down. And the guy who took it down, I think it was from Georgia Tech University. Said Sean's a freaking nut job, but he wouldn't, stop fucking harassing. And but it wasn't even really talking about a flat earth. He was just calling it how he sees it, and it might have had a couple potential references to flat earth, but it didn't blatantly say it. But Sean says he knows Travis is. Anyway, Travis has done a lot of work, but I would tell you my area is a little different than his area, man. I'm not sure if the Chesapeake is tidal, but it seems to have a little bit of a difference. But it's pretty similar, but it ain't the same. And like when I look at like Heath Carmody, like he looks at the ferry. I mean, I'm sure that's not tidal way up in the mountains and all that. And it's just the clarity over such long distances, man. It's crazy. And he probably gets more miraging than I even get with even warmer weather. Which is kind of surprising, but so temperature really ain't got shit to do with it either, man. It's. I mean, dude, to pin it down, I don't know if we really could, man, pin anything down for certain because there's so much going on, man. But yeah, that's an interesting thought,
Yeah.
It's gonna take some money.
Yeah, so Heath has done some interesting observations himself regarding the, I would say, clear view up until the 8 point, where he's seen mirages, Fata Morganas, etc. from I'll probably say less than a kilometer away, due to I think he's up in Canada, where he's able to see these things. So you're seeing the same horizon line. I'm going to put inverted commas, a horizon line, that you would see at 3, 6, 7, 10 kilometers away. He's seen that stuff way before. And if you search the geometric horizon, if you just research it, it is known as a concept because it is not actually measurable in that sense. in an optical measurement. It's a mathematical measurement from other observations. So the
Yeah.
geometric horizon you will never optically see, and it's agreed upon in consensus, as far as I understand, as far as my research. But what I do find fascinating is that it's never been measured for that clear view, where we are seeing that hard line of change in atmosphere.
Right. You're right.
Yeah,
You've done some
that's
interesting
something.
work, man. You've done some actual interesting work on the short range, if I'm not mistaken. But I do have a video. I wanted to say this before I forget. I have a video of Jose from estimated 2 mile. It's one of his usual spots he goes to. About 2 to 3 miles. Really 2, but he says 3. You know, and he's 15 foot above the water, and a 3-foot wave blocks like almost an entire lighthouse. That's
Yeah,
like
that can
maybe
happen.
3 miles away from 15-foot elevation, bro. That's something else. And then I got a video with Slice Barcane where Jesse Kozlowski set up an auto level at the Salt Lakes and Gnomes. I forgot the name of it. The mountains right there across the lake. The crosshairs, or the water is up above the crosshairs. The Great Salt Lake from about a 10-foot observer height is blocking the fucking Gnomes Point or whatever it's called, is blocking half the mountain. And
Yeah, but
over like a 3 or 4 foot deep section of the Salt Lake. I've seen some crazy shit. I've seen George nunchucks, you know, with a horizon above, with his crosshairs below it. I've seen it myself where the crosshairs were a little bit above the water out at the beach here at the Atlantic. It's not very often, but it happens. So that just shows you, man, shit varies wildly in different places, man, from time to time.
100% agree. So if you look at my small alternative explanation for refraction on my channel, I've never observed something beyond a point that's below the horizon line. When I say horizon, I'm talking about that where you're saying the change in color. So you'll see a change in color. For instance, the black swan, which shouldn't be called a black swan because there is a change in color. And when we're seeing these oil rigs, they behind that line. They in a totally different picture. Like I've spoken to Travis about this. I said to him, you'll be seeing 2D and 3D. Everything up until that line is 3D. That is perfectly clear. That is straight. I'm telling you, you'll be able to measure that Euclidean geometry to the T. It'll probably maybe be 1% difference. Everything beyond that point, there's going to be refraction. It appears to me, at least, that there's a boundary layer between yourself and that observation where refraction's taking place in a vertical axis. In the y-axis, you're seeing a new fucking amount of medium, and
Yeah.
we're seeing things in that medium. Well, we're seeing things in that medium being refracted at that point, but
Yeah.
that measurement needs to be done.
Let me
Which
say
is
something, dude. For anybody who doesn't
go
know
ahead.
what he's talking about, like he's put out some videos where he had the probably the most realistic hypothesis, if you want to call it that, of them all. Like he's saying, you know, different distances is different amounts of atmosphere, and we're getting different lenses basically in the atmosphere. For lack of better words, there's lenses because of different distances and different shit going on, which he exampled good, man, and Travis also exampled that, and I think it's kind of the way they try to describe near field and far field. Like, I think that's a lot of what could be going on in reality, potentially. That you know, they're just saying near and far, but you're breaking it down further into reality, talking about up close observations, just talking about a little bit further is basically a different lens. You know,
Yeah.
so you
So
have multiple different lenses on your
yeah.
observation.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that this is why it's working on this model or that model, because when people ask me about what I do, I say, dude, and then they say, okay, well, what does it prove? So I say it works on both models because it does. And I think from an honest point of view, Brian, you would agree what I've been doing works on both models. all I'm demonstrating is that there does appear to be lenses in a vertical axis, and that's what I've been trying to do. At least I'm not trying to prove any shape.
I'm gonna give you that. I'll give you that. It'll work on, but like if I want to be stubborn, I could say a black swan proves a flat Earth. If I want to be stubborn, I can vouch for a globe and say that the freaking horizon, blah blah blah, proves it. Be honest, it doesn't prove shit, man. I think a lot of us hold that same stance here. You know, we have different evidences, but yeah, that's not one of them. Like when we're like Jeremy and Geo and a lot of us, man, we try to come up with different tests. We like to brainstorm because yeah, the optics, man, it's just hard to pin anything down for certain, man, because it would work on either model. You know, I think it works better on a flat Earth, but that's because I probably have a bias. But if I'm being honest, yeah, it could work on both.
Yeah, I'm talking about my work that I've been doing. At least I think what I've tried to explain, at least in the work I've been doing, is it explains both models. However, my issue is that you present this to someone like Andrew Thomas Young, and he would call it silly, or he would say no, but it's well understood. Then you ask him to present the current mainstream model, and he says we don't have a demonstration, but we've got the math. Do you have math behind your name? If you don't have the math, then you fucking retarded, which I find ridiculous because what I'm doing is I'm presenting an alternative explanation for why we're seeing what we're seeing, and then someone like Andrew Thomas Young that says, "Do you have math?" and you say, "Oh, I got high school math," and that's it. He will hand wave dismiss a practical demonstration of a possible explanation of what's going on, which I find extremely unfair. And this is where I was saying early on today, this is the limitation, obviously, that we have in our current society.
Man, I gotta step out for a second, man. I'm able to listen, but I'm not fun.
All good. Have a good one, buddy.
Listening, man. I could listen to you all day, man. Anybody want to respond, or if you want to keep going, but I love listening to what you got going on.
Brian, I became despondent of doing what I was doing. So I listen to you guys have the discussion from now on and do my own thing on the side, yeah, for myself at least. If I got a massive scientific breakthrough that might change the idea of the masses, then I will share it. Other than that, everything I'm doing now is for myself. I'm going to be a bit unfair that way. Oh, tactical French cat is in here, and he is it tactical? Yeah, I'd also a tactical French cat. He's got some fucking amazing observations. Yeah, I think tactical. If you still, yeah, you got a Twitter channel. You should get an Instagram channel, man. I'll definitely check your pictures if you upload it there. I'm not a Twitter guy. I'm old school, man. I'm almost 40 years old.
Hey, Bearman, I wanted to tell you there's another developer. He's a globe developer, Globey, and he was showing me how he recreated the solar system through coding, and he's able to plug in the exact specific data to get the specific results that he wants. Like for example, the size of the distance between planets and all that data. But it was just interesting. It just shows that you can create the solar system, the heliocentric model, with coding as well.
Yes, so I would imagine that it's possible, especially with what I've been doing with the flat Earth side, because it appears that it's you're able to do the same thing on the flat Earth side. you can model it. You can give it the mathematical calculations. You put it in. Like I say, I'm myself not a mathematician. I'm not a programmer, but I push ChatGPT to the point of confirming the math, confirming the code, putting it in, and seeing what I'm seeing. Yes, it matches reality. So that's what you're seeing is math being presented visually. So
Right.
yeah, what I'm gonna find interesting is I want to get it to a point where I've got the Earth, and I want to put in coordinates to this application or the simulation, and then go see, is this what I see when I go look with my own bare eyes? Then I want to get to the point where I say, okay, guys, take this app. Yeah, I'm not charging you for it. Take this app, go put in your coordinates, and see if you see what I'm seeing on the simulator. If that fucking works, I think that's going to be a massive breakthrough. I wish I can get some help, but no one showed any interest of what I've been doing, except yourself, at least.
I'm gonna. There's what with my previous employer. There was one senior developer. He was based out in India, and he was actually a flat earther. And the way I found out was he saw I bought a flat Earth map. I think it was like a World War II flat Earth map. It's like hung up on my wall, and he saw it, and then we started talking about it, and then I found out he was a flat earther. Uh, of course, he said, don't tell anybody, and he didn't really want to engage too much. I think he was a little scared to really talk about it. I'm gonna try to reach out to that guy. He's a genius. He was a great developer. Maybe I can get him to connect with you. A huge
Yeah,
maybe.
that would be awesome. Like I said, I'm putting in the basics, man.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting in
You're
the basics.
pioneering it. You're leading this, though.
Sort of. I'll put in the basic physics that I can research and do as best I can. Then I want to give the raw thing to someone that can actually take this further and say, guys, okay, yeah, we've got something, a foundation, and let's put in the data from there to see if it matches what we see in reality. But like you saying, yeah, you maybe have someone that can help me with that, and that'll be amazing because man, I'm fucking. I haven't seen my wife in fucking a week, basically. Oh, she's in the same house as me, but I've been fucking typing and coding morning to evening. It's
Brother,
just yeah.
that's not. You gotta get away from the computer, man. But sometimes my eyes are like bleeding from
Yeah,
coding
but it's
and all
addictive.
that shit.
It's really addictive.
If you enjoy it, it is, yeah, yeah. But if it's like work related, then I'm not really too enthusiastic about coding for that.
Yeah, true, true. But it's
Yeah,
exciting. I'm seeing the results, which is
right.
exciting for me because this is
Person,
I was introduced to the whole fucking flat Earth thing almost 8 years, almost 10 years ago. However, really doing some work into it, at least in this sense, is for me. It's like, wow, this is interesting, and that's why I'm so addicted to it.
yeah. I have an idea. I always had this idea. I'm sure you know David Weiss. Like I'm sure everybody here
Yeah.
knows that. His app has about over 100,000 members part of his app. And I've always wanted to ask him, hey, he should put out a message like, hey, if there's any developers out there that want to work on a project, we can all collab on it.
Yeah, I used to like him. I used to chat to him via email. He uses one of my videos actually in a lot of his debate, or not debates, but his presentations.
Yeah,
However, I lost communication. He doesn't reply to emails anymore. So I personally feel that he's in this for the money, not for the truth. So he's found a. Unfortunately, I'm going to say this from the flat side. He's found a got you, and he's profiting off it. However, I also believe that there is some truth in this, and the more and more debates I'm listening to, the more it's fuck man, I'm almost embarrassed to say this. I'm leaning to flat Earth. Um, but yeah, technically I'm still on the fence. But I must say I'm fucking on the brink of breaking over, just hearing the debates and the rebuttals to it. And what's being presented from Flat Earth it resonates with me. So that's why I'm here. I'm trying to hear more about it instead of fight it. I want to hear more about it.
But yeah,
Yeah.
man, if like
Yeah.
the star rotations as well as like sunsets on a globe Earth and stuff like that fits our model, why do you keep going with the flat Earth?
So with star rotation things, I've because of refraction, that's one of the main things that got me into this discussion and this personal atmospheric dome, if you want to call it that. Um, the more I look at it, the more I can understand how it can work. So I'm not talking about a master dome made out of glass, blah blah blah, firmament. I'm not a. I used to be Christian. I'm no longer a Christian. If anything, I'm a Hindu Buddhist Christian. Um, so d- don't think of me as now this guy that thinks that there's this glass dome around us all. I'm talking
I'm
about
not
the.
thinking of you as any specific type of
Okay,
person.
cool.
I'm just trying to judge you on what you say.
Okay, perfect. So the more I'm looking into refraction, the more I can understand why things would appear the way they're appearing when they're moving across our sky, if they are at the places that flat Earth presents. The information that's being
All right,
presented resonates with me in that sense because I can make sense of it. Does that make sense?
kind of. Like I can see that you look at the Earth and refraction can change what you see out there on the Earth so much that you can believe that it's not like the geometric horizon or like the geometric shape of the Earth, but that still doesn't show that it's a flat Earth. So if you look at things like the I don't want to use the sun, but there's got to be something else where you look at the shape of the Earth and just with refraction it can't work, right?
Okay, so dogs, I'm gonna throw a
It's a
massive
personal dome.
curveball to you now. I'm gonna throw a massive curveball to you now. I don't think that the Earth is physical. I think I'm only experiencing what I can visually see, and my this is gonna throw you now where I said don't fucking call me a loony, because fuck you
No,
because
it's
this
cool,
whole
man.
place is
I
loony.
understand.
But I think whatever we experience is only with what we are sensing, and I think we're living in that experience. What if it's measurable, geometrically, Euclideanly, with hard equipment, not lights? Um, what appears to be done is there's no curvature measured in the sense of what we visually see. So for me, we neither on a flat nor a curved Earth. We in a rendered world. I'm a like I've said before in this Discord, I'm a no earther. I think it's a rendered world, but yeah, you throw me in the loony bin, I'm here to learn.
That's fine. Do you know what solipsism is?
No idea what that means.
So solipsism is the idea that we can't know what is actually outside of our very basic understanding of what we are. So we are what we are. Cogito ergo sum. We think, therefore we are. Now, that's the only thing that we can factually hold on to as being real. The idea that we have quality or experience, therefore we must exist. Everything outside of that must be wrapped up in this idea of it's either inductive, it's deductive, it's evidence based, it's non evidence based, it's based on like our intuition, it's based on our like quality or experiences. Everything else is fallible in some major way. So the only thing we can know is that we exist. So if you want to go on and say that everything can be some like nebulous, like um, it could be one thing or it could be another thing depending on who the person is. That's fine, but so far the idea that everything is sort of like a function of matter energy in a coherent universe with the laws of physics has been correct, and your worldview is sort of based on a philosophically valid basis, but not on a like a sound view based on the empiricism of the universe that we've described.
Sort of, to an extent, yes. So, to an extent, I would agree with you, but then there's that point of where even the consensus would agree that there's a what if, or there's a divergent, and I would say that that's my breaking point. That's where it tells me, okay, whoa. Yeah, you need to think for yourself, because if even the brightest person cannot explain it to you, and I feel like I'm a what in South Africa we call a dof person. I'm dof. Um, I only know what I know, what I've studied, what I've done, and then I've got my senses and I've got my own living being. I'm fucking gonna die in the next 20, 30 years. Um, if I die of old age and not of other causes. But I've only got so much time left, man. Let me try and make the best of it what I can. So let me see what these lunatics, what is called lunatics or loonies, these spiritual people, um, their explanations of astral projection and so and so, these shamans and stuff like that. I went and tried. I'm actually practicing that sort of way, and it's like, wow, this fucking stuff already eventually works. In the beginning, it didn't do it for me, and I kept on trying, and then eventually I got my first experience. I said, wow, yes, I think I know what they're talking about. So I practice these sort of meditations and astral projections, and I get the idea of what they're talking about. So that, like I say, that resonates with me because I've personally experienced it. And when they talk of this sort of realm that we live in, I understand where they're coming from to an extent. Where I say, wow, this is not a physical world. This is a realm that we're in, and that's why I'm here, dude. I'm here to hear the physical part of the evidence, and listen to the physical side of the discussion.
Well, all I can say is that when we like investigate reality physically, we come up with certain rules, and those rules lead us to believe that we're in some like coherent physical reality. And part of them leads to the shape of the earth, and the shape of the earth then is spherical. So, like, it's fine if you want to believe that we can't like know everything about us. That's solipsism. That's fine. It's a valid philosophical position, but I just don't see how you can extend that to any specific view of reality, that you can like give credence to one view over the other, like flat Earth over a globe Earth, because you're a solipsist and you can't know if we can understand the flat Earth because we, the globe Earth, because we also can't understand the flat Earth in that view.
Mischaracterizing solipsism, too.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I love.
Ooh, I missed that. Go again, Snacks.
I feel like he's conflating solipsism with researching, but maybe I'm wrong.
Say it with your
Potentially,
chest,
yeah.
Snack.
Conflating solipsism. To do it better.
What is conflating solipsism for 500, Alex? Yo.
So he's saying that we're conflating solipsism with researching. So the idea is that if you research something, you'll come up with enough reasons to question that thing that it will look like solipsism.
Right. It doesn't. So if you're genuinely questioning something with a good heart, excuse me, and good faith, why that's not solipsism. Solipsism is the rambunctious, belligerent, irresponsible thing where you go, I just can't know anything for sure.
Well, if you retract those three descriptions, then yeah, it's the idea that we can't know anything for sure, other than its own existence.
So dogs, if you know the saying "seeing is believing." I've changed that whole thing to "sensing is believing." So I can only imagine a blind person, or I can't imagine, but I try to imagine what a blind person perceives reality as, and it's beyond my comprehension of the way they perceive reality. However, I've got my senses. I'm going to try perceive it the best I can with the information that's been given to me. So I take that information, I give it to my senses, and my senses tell me so and so and so. I've got my own idea of what it can be. I hop into these sort of discourse to hear what everyone else's realities may be, or their experiences, and what has been consensusly measured, etc., etc., etc. I'm at a point now where I'm saying, fucking wow, the people that are challenging what's being doctrined to us, that's been pushed to reality, um, that makes sense to me. It might not make sense to you, but to me, maybe because I'm not understanding it correctly, but at least in my reality, it makes sense, and it's made it for the good at least, because it's changed my perception of reality.
Well, I mean, it's incoherent, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, the idea that the scientific method and the people that practice the scientific method have led to a thing, and therefore you must necessarily think that it's incorrect because, well, I don't know why, because you don't trust them to give you the right view of things. It's incoherent. It doesn't make sense.
Oh,
Well,
so
they're assuming
so
that they're using the scientific method in the first place.
So hang on.
yeah.
Flat earthers and solipsists are mutually exclusive. So I do hope the audience understands that before Dogs goes any further. Thank you.
How they mutually exclusive? Exclusive?
Well, first learn to pronounce it first, then maybe ask the question again. I'm
So
just
hold
kidding.
up, hold up, hold
I've
up, hold
drunk
up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
much
dogs,
alcohol at this
dogs.
point. So
Yeah,
let's
same here, dude.
no,
Same here.
I'll-
Hold up, dogs.
Sorry,
Hold up,
I'm
hold
just
up.
going to interrupt you, Beerman,
Ah,
until I
okay.
get to Sun Ku Wong, Sun Wu, whatever he is. So, how's it mutually exclusive? The solipsist and a flat earther don't come across the idea that you can't know about the shape of the Earth, and therefore you can say whatever you want for the shape of the Earth.
Well, most flat earth, in fact, all people I've met, and even a lot of atheists and materialists and such, they aren't stupid enough to say they can't know something 100%. But there are people out there who say that. They genuinely
To
believe
say they
you
can't
know
know
something.
something 100%.
Right. So like facts don't exist at all.
Okay, so do you have any observation or any empiricism that will lead you to think that the Earth is flat 100%?
My entire life's experience, yes.
No, that's incorrect because your entire life's experience also fit the globe Earth, right?
No, it doesn't.
How not?
I just told you. I've been in over 100
No, you
flights.
said
I've
that
been
it
up
did
the
do one
mountains.
thing. You didn't
Shut your,
explain how.
shut your worthless drunk mouth. I've been up to top of mountains. I've been
No,
up
I'm
60
very
grand
drunk.
in the sky. So I've been over 100, on over 100 flights, planes, helicopters. You got gliders. That was fun. Concorde.
Okay, but someone like who's that guy that did Mage 2
I'm
with
talking about
the
me and my
with the
experience.
balloon that went up very far, and then he had the two strings over his lens so that it wouldn't be distorted. Then
Is
he
that
showed
you?
the
Is
Earth
that me? Is that you or
was
me?
curved.
Did you or I have those experiences, or are you talking about someone who's not here?
No, we both had those experiences if we watched the video.
That's incorrect. Uh-oh.
No, it's not incorrect. We both had those experiences if we watched the video.
Not true. I've not gone up
It's
that
true,
high.
yes.
If I watch a video, at best, to me, it's compelling, but I'm not going to say I went there and I did that. Sorry.
Well,
You
no, if
might.
that video had some form of like ensuring that it was correct, then you
Which it
could say
doesn't.
that that
None
thing
of
was
them
your
do.
experience of something being correct.
That video was done by an anti-flat earther, and that's what you're bringing as your evidence, dude.
Yeah.
Do you not
Yes,
understand the
exactly.
bias
Yeah.
behind the anti-flat earther when he makes a video?
No, I do understand that. And what he did was he showed that how he set up the camera on this balloon, and then the balloon went up, and he showed that the camera wasn't going to experience any significant like warping through the lensing effect. Went up very high, and then he
What
showed
kind
that
of
the
camera
shape of the
was
Earth
it?
was curved. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you can look it up if you look at his video.
Well, we can't measure it on Earth anyway.
But
We're not
Sun
me-
Wukong, I don't understand how. Don't think the Earth is physical, therefore solipsism.
So I don't think that he was trying to explain how every flat earther thinks. I think that he was describing to you how he thought and his experience, his perspective. So he wasn't trying to speak for us. He was speaking for himself. So there are like
Yeah,
most flat
that's fine. I agree. I agree. That's
like so for us, so for a lot of us in this room who are flat earthers, we would say through observation and experience and through testable means that we see something that resembles a flat earth or a flat plane or however whatever word you want to use. We do not experience a globe, just like you don't experience yourself spinning at 1,000 miles per hour wobbling through space. That's something that you took an observation and then you interpreted that observation to fit a certain viewpoint.
So we have observations that are exclusive of the globe Earth. Do you
So
have any observations that are exclusive of a flat Earth?
through your own eyes, your own body, your own feeling. If you're standing like you are right now or
None
sitting,
of them are exclusive.
what's exclusive would be your perception of things. It
None
is
of them are exclusive.
and unless you feel like you're moving at 1,000 miles per hour, you might have vertigo. But
Your inability to feel if you're moving at 1,000 miles per hour, it
this is
isn't exclusive.
now
It can fit both models because we don't have any part of our organs
you're
that experience movement. We only have part of our organs that experience acceleration.
but now you're leaving the starting point. You're leaving the starting point.
What starting point?
We're now inserting a claim that you do not feel. So what you're doing exactly what I just told you.
Well, I verified it.
No, you're not. You're taking an observation.
No, I have verified it. I've been on a magnet train in Japan.
What I'm saying, I'm not done. You're taking an observation and you are interpreting it. So you're taking what you see and feel and then for some reason interpreting it into something else.
Yeah, exactly. So what I see and feel is that I've been on a magnet train. I felt the acceleration, but I didn't feel the constant motion of that magnet train. And then that's the same thing that I feel on the Earth, where I feel the constant movement of the Earth. I don't feel the constant movement of the Earth, but I'd feel any acceleration on the Earth.
Thank you. So
Does that not
you're
work?
an observation. Thank you.
What doesn't fit about that to my model?
Prove it.
Okay,
And
I've
these
been on a
people,
magnet train. I haven't felt the motion of the magnet train unless it's accelerating up to speed.
yeah, you go pee. Go
Therefore, I
pee on
shouldn't
the
feel
train
the
and tell me you
rotation of
don't
the
feel
Earth
it
unless it's accelerating. So what
Go
doesn't make
stand
sense?
up and pee on that train and tell me you don't feel the movement of it, bro.
I did. I went to the toilet on that train.
Oh, really? And you didn't have
You
any
never
trouble
been
at
to
all?
Japan? Never been to Japan, buddy?
Have you ever been to space?
No, but I've been to Japan. Use a magnet train.
If you want to lie to yourself, bro, that's cool. We're okay with that.
I'm not. I
Keep
had
doing it.
a nice katsu like ramen dish, and then I jumped on the magnet train. Then I got to another part of Japan, and then I had a nice God, what's the Japanese dumplings? Gyoza. Yeah, I had a gyoza dish
With swine.
with what?
Swine.
Swine. What were they? They weren't prawn gyoza because my wife's allergic to prawn, so they might have been swine. What's wrong with that? Wait, Torah for. Oh, okay. You're a weird anti-Semite guy.
Anti-Semite?
Bro, this guy can just straight up insult the room, interrupt people, and like, what is going on here?
Actually,
Yeah.
hold on. It's very important that the audience understands the attitude that Globers have towards flat earthers. So he's a perfect representation right now. I think we should let him continue.
Yeah, he speaks. Yeah.
Because
Bingo,
listen, it
bango,
does not
well
look good.
said,
Listen, guys,
clap.
it does not look good at all the way he's acting. And just because he's drunk doesn't mean anything. It means that the sober anti-flat earthers, feel the way he does. They just don't do it like he does when he's drunk.
So, Tora for you, do you believe that evolution happened?
See, couldn't even let me finish.
Yeah, so hold up, guys. So yeah, I'm just as I've had fucking 3 liters of beer already. So Tora, is there a place there that this sort of discussion without the mainstream narrative is discussed, where you can actually explore ideas and things like that, to get a better understanding from an alternative viewpoint, where you don't have these sort of challenges. Just to get, I'm not saying that I don't welcome the challenges, just to get a better understanding of an alternative viewpoint without the challenges, because it takes so long just to get to a point, because it keeps getting challenged when you bring up a point. Is there a place to have this sort of discussion?
Yeah, not that I know of, except like a one-on-one conversation between
It's called
a
an
couple
echo
people, or
chamber.
like But dude, dogs, you can't even go a second without interrupting people, dude.
Well, he was answering the question.
It's called an echo chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy for an echo chamber. So, yeah, what's so wrong about an echo chamber? Just to get an understanding, a deep understanding. You know, I've lived in an echo chamber of a globe model, for instance, my whole life. So that's all I basically know. So I want to get into an echo chamber to understand the alternative viewpoint. Does that make sense?
you haven't.
Is that fair?
What
That
you've
was a
done
very
is
nice counter,
you've
man.
lived
Well
in
done, beer
the
man.
educational model, and the educational model is largely correct. It's a set of empirically verified facts that you learn as a child, and then from your schooling years until now, you haven't lived in that like
But what if I don't
globe
like
Earth,
empiricism, dogs?
heliocentric model, none of that. And then now you've learnt a whole set of new things that you can't empirically verify. No one has ever demonstrated on any of these goddamn Discord apps or like Clubhouse or any of the damn apps where they chat about it, or YouTube or anything. And now you're questioning everything that you learned as a child that's been empirically verified throughout your entire life that you just haven't looked into because you saw a couple of YouTube videos and you chatted a
No,
couple
it's,
of times
it's
in
not that.
Discord.
So I'm asking, am I not allowed to? So you mentioned
allowed to,
a
yes.
word, yeah. So, but you mentioned an echo chamber. So I would like to,
Yes.
for me personally, I would love to join an echo chamber. I think it would be amazing. For me personally, I
Why?
think it would be incredible because it's to
An
yeah,
echo
an
chamber
alternate
can't tell
viewpoint.
you what is right or wrong, can it?
No, but they can share their viewpoints.
But an echo chamber
I
can't tell
welcome
you
it.
what is right or wrong, right?
But I'm not interested in to hear what their viewpoint is, or for them to reiterate to me what is right or wrong. I want to hear their
Do
viewpoint.
you want
I
to be
want to.
right or do you want to be wrong?
No, I want to be knowledgeable of both sides.
Yeah, but that means you have to be right, right? So if like
No, it doesn't have to
if
be
you were to
right.
say the sky is
Okay, no,
blue,
dude,
that would
this
be
is going
something
nowhere.
you
No, no,
think
no,
is
no, no,
right.
no. It's fine.
Do you think the sky is blue?
Enjoy your whiskey, buddy. Enjoy your whiskey. It's fine.
Well
Do you think the
done,
sky is
beer
blue?
man cuts him off at the knees.
I would just like
Do
to
you think
say this is my favorite echo chamber because I can come in here and I can see even debates between flat earthers to find the truth. And yeah, I don't have a problem with this echo chamber because
Yeah, I would agree with you
So
if he grows. No, then I'm gonna agree with him because this is the one place that I actually do hop into a VC and share my thoughts or ask my questions. It's the one place that I feel that okay, cool. There's enough people here that'll be honest enough just to share their fucking viewpoint, and what I do with it is my business, man. You know, you guys are giving me that information or your
I
viewpoints for
don't
free. I'm
care.
not paying for it. No, I fucking care. And
And that's sorry.
yeah,
And
go
just
go
jumping
ahead.
on that point, beer man, just to say, right, like that is the sign of intellectual, like being intellectually honest and
Actually, it's the
being able to
opposite.
hold. Give me a second, please. Thanks. And being able to hold both models, right, unpack both of them and realize what makes sense to you. So yeah, you are on your quest. You don't have to listen to any of these browbeaters that say this is the truth, etc., etc. Suss it out for yourself, man. Now I'm done, and whoever wanted to talk can talk. Thanks.
Yeah, so Beer Man's saying that he wants to just listen to a heap of open questions about what the shape of the Earth is, instead of actually listening to the facts of what the shape of the Earth is. And somehow that leads him to some like knowledge of the shape of the Earth. Just means that he's so close-minded that he can't come to the actual shape of the Earth. All he can do is walk into an echo chamber where he hears about what he wants to hear about. So
you already know
let me
my
ask you
decision?
this, Beer Man, do you think the sky is blue?
Oh boy.
No, I
Arbiter
don't.
truth is spoken, it would appear.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Beer Man?
I do not think that the sky is blue. No.
Okay. So if the majority of people thought the sky is blue, and then you use some form of spectroscopy to show that the type of light coming off the atmosphere from the sun would correlate with blueness in people's eyesight, would you think the sky is blue?
See, the problem is your question was ridiculous in the sense of, because in the evening sometimes the sky is orange here where I'm at. So unless you see a blue sky when I see an orange sky, then dude, you need to go see a psychologist, because you calling me fucking all sorts of names when you ask me ridiculous questions. I would like to hear the alternative viewpoint, and yeah, I think the guys share reasonably good arguments in this discussion, and
Okay, so
I'm
in a
allowed
clear
to take
day, on a clear day around sort of like midday, will the sky be blue?
It depends if there's a fire or not. There's been fires here on a
Right.
clear day in midday and the skies are red.
Would you be able to quantify and qualify that?
I've got no idea. I know
Great.
that they say there's a fire and then the
Solipsism,
sky's red.
the butthole of philosophy, like epistemology, which is the study of knowledge. The absolute like Satan's butthole of epistemology is solipsism, and it's pathetic. And honestly, like I can say the sky is blue for the majority of people during like the majority of daytime observations without clouds of the sky, because I know the frequency of light that bounces off those water vapor like particles in the sky is blue, and everyone knows this, but you have to keep denying it day after
No,
day,
I'm not
so you can
denying it.
keep saying that like no, everything is solipsistically true, everything can be true at the same time without me ever having to say that one thing is true above another thing. It's
I think you
bullshit.
understand solipsism.
Yeah,
I
I
think I
think you're
do.
misunderstanding me. So you asked me if the sky is blue. At the moment, no, it's not blue. Actually, at the moment, it is red. It's actually more purple than red. So is it blue? No. You asked me a question, is it blue? No, it's not. It's fucking purple. There's a sunset happening. But during midday, generally, yes, it appears blue. If there's a fire, it appears red. There's times that the sky is fucking green. Have you ever seen those? That's incredible.
Yes, I have. So what you're
Yeah.
saying
So
is
is
that
the sky
generally, if
fucking
I was to
green?
say the sky is blue for like a daytime observation, I'd be correct. But there can be other things that we can know about and we can quantify that would change that. In the same way that we can say that the distance to certain objects is X, but if there's refraction involved, the things that we understand and we quantify, then that distance to certain objects can be different to X.
And at night?
I don't know. I don't care unless you
But
can
is
give
the
me an
sky
observation that can
blue?
fit my view of reality. I don't give a fuck.
Is the sky blue?
At night,
night.
no. Why does that matter? Why does that matter to what I've been talking about?
Because you said I'm retarded. Well, no, you didn't say I'm retarded, but you gave me a whole bunch of
No, I
bullshit
didn't say
when I
that.
was giving when I'm giving you an alternative, when I'm saying, okay, no, but the sky is not fucking blue, it's red at the moment.
Yeah.
But I understand. I think I
It's
understand your point.
quibbling
Yes, it's fucking
semantics.
blue.
It means nothing. It's quibbling semantics.
Well, it could mean a
Anyway.
lot. You just don't understand when Beerman is breaking down your question because you ask such a generalized question that isn't true all the time. The sky isn't blue all the time. So therefore,
Being
Beerman.
vaguely upsetty spaghetti doesn't matter to me. That's true.
I'm not upset.
Dogs, don't interrupt.
I'm having a
Please.
lovely steak that my
I
wife
don't
made me.
care about you, SE. You're pathetic. Grow up.
Again? You want to get timed out again?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
really,
care if I
dude.
get timed out. What
Contaminating this
happened
place
is
for the
going to
last
be
3 hours with
you
his
keep
hand
timing
waving
me out,
bullshit.
and I
Sorry.
don't give a fuck. Who
It's
cares?
last, man.
Keep
It's time to
giving
go.
good
Okay, then you're
arguments
gonna
every
get
single
timed out
time I'm
again
allowed in
till
VC,
you
but
learn.
then you get upsetty and you time me out because you're a bitch.
So toxic. Toxic.
Jesus
Toxic.
Christ, kick him out. Okay,
Then
kick him out.
there's
I thought he
hold
was
on, hold on.
doing.
Then
Hold on.
there's
I
this
thought he was doing us a
Aristotle's.
favor. Hold on. I thought he was doing us a favor, but now it's just audio chaos. So let's get him out
Yeah,
of here.
there's this Aristotle's guy that's saying I'm uneducated. Dude, fuck, just because I don't understand everything that's in science with the sun and stuff doesn't mean I'm uneducated. I'm fucking qualified in project management and IT engineering, so you'll go fuck yourself, buddy. Don't tell me I'm uneducated.
Man, chill. He's just a troll. Don't worry about him.
It's closing. Don't worry. He's timed out. He's timed out. Somebody beat me to it. Thank you. You're not gonna get away with stuff like that here, guys. Learn to be polite and not interrupt. That's it. Very simple.
Yeah,
So
my
that
bad.
means
My bad.
that means two people beat me to timing him out. That's really annoying.
Yeah, my bad. You guys just
Nice.
mute me when I get like that. I just get fucking frustrated when people say shit that they got no idea of where a person comes from.
Yeah, but don't worry about it, man. He's just trying to wind you up. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and that's what they do, right? Antagonists, contrarians, whatever is being said, they will automatically take the position of opposition just to be a stick in the mud so they can hold up the conversation and they can shine like stars by attempting to sound smart and being a contrarian to the point being proven. So don't worry about tying up your energy in their traps, bullshit. Bull traps, if you will.
You want to hear something funny? Shane made Dogs turn his camera on one day in order to speak inside the room, and he was polite as fuck. Didn't interrupt at all. It was hilarious. So he has the ability to be a polite guy, just chooses not to be.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. He fully knows who he is as a person. I've been monitoring this guy Watcher for a little while, and it's funny, right? But again, contrarians are who they are as people. It's just up to us to identify and know what their tactics are. The issue is that I'm having just on a personal level is in a room like this full of people where we could actually be having forward progressing conversations, we end up getting stuck in the mud by somebody saying nuh-uh the entire time with a whole bunch of blankets of bullshit.
Yeah, and arguing literally, like we just spent like 15 minutes arguing about the color of the sky, which is crazy.
It's green, right?
And if you refer to my picture from that I've been posting like crazy from earlier this morning, it actually shows all 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. And that's just one capture of the sky from one time in the morning from an inbound sun. That's right, I said inbound, not rising. Notice the difference. Thanks.
I like that. I've never really heard somebody say inbound. When it comes to the sun and the moon, that's cool. I'm going to use that if that's cool with you.
Bro, it's a good. Please have at it, because at the end of the day, you say inbound, it's like, hey, it's coming. It's not rising or setting. It's just inbound.
Dude, I was telling my homie about the possibility that the moon could be like a map. And he's not at all a flat earther or anything like that. He's very normal. But he was super receptive to it. It was kind of tight. It was just it's cool to see like normal people be like, "Oh yeah, the news has been lying a lot lately. I think I'll rethink what the moon is." It's
But
like,
sorry. Well, I'm saying if you take the time to literally show them the moon and then point out Australia, where our friend the Contrarian is from, it literally sticks out like a sore thumb. And when you identify that, you can then play hop, skip, and a jump and show them where Eurasia is, where Africa is, so on and so forth. It's pretty cool when people open their minds to the concept of what's potentially there.
absolutely. Man, I'm studying this one permaculturalist, and he has this claim that due to a release of ionic gases within the soil as the moon passes over, let's say, the continent of North America, he says that the soil expands by 15 inches as the moon passes over the North American continent. And then as it goes away, it sinks 15 inches, which is super interesting.
Well, okay. So there's 2 things on the table for consideration. If we go with the idea that it's an electromagnetic universe, and let's say Polaris is deciphering, splitting the energy between positive to go to the sun, negative to go to the moon. And that is already an electromagnetic system that's working, so to speak. Then we look to the idea of there's some kind of relationship between the moon and the tides obviously water related. Water is a medium. I'm going to say that it's not a far cry to put it on and say there may be an actual relationship between the moon and the actual mediums, not just, well, water, gas as well.
Well, I was studying something about lightning strikes during droughts, because one thing that's very common, as we all know, that the rain stops falling, the grasses get dry, they build up, so there's all this dry brush, and then a lightning strike happens, and then you have a wildfire. And I'm like, well, why aren't we getting lightning strikes in the woods all the time? That doesn't really make sense. Like, why does the lightning like to be striking on the dry stuff? It's almost like it knows. And then I found out that the soil for these particular trees during really dry years, somehow the soil and the trees work together to provide these leguminous pods that are full of sugar, right? And their sugar content only goes up during the driest years. And then the animals eat those sugar pods, and the sugar helps them break down the cellulose, allowing them to eat all the dry grasses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the ability to digest all that dry grass. And it's like, okay, so somehow the soil knows when it's a dry year, and it knows how to work with trees to get the grass taken care of. But if it can't do that, if there's not animals, is the soil like literally calling the lightning? Because it is, everybody knows that the soil is giving off these gases, these different elements, and those gases are reacting with whatever's in the Earth's atmosphere with its electromagnetic field. I don't know. Somebody smarter than me could probably explain this or figure it out, but I'm just scratching the surface right now.
If someone can't answer that, I've got a question regarding two shadows. If a human being walks along a road, what would cause two shadows in reality when it comes to the natural light that a human receives?
Oh, you mean like from the sun? Like you've got like your shadow, like your shadow?
I would imagine, yes, the sun gives a shadow. So there's a video that I saw from the Tree of Knowledge. It's a spiritual lady. She filmed showing how her shadow is being casted in two different lights. She's got a shadow, then another shadow, and when people are walking on the same road, there's double shadows being cast. How could that happen with a single light source?
Could be a reflection, maybe, that's close by, causing the light to reflect off of that surface and causing a secondary light source to be produced from that reflection.
Maybe let me share the video. That might shed some light on it. Hold on, give me a second.
It could be like, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question, man. You got to have two light sources to have two shadows. That's all I could really say. Unless I'm wrong, somebody can prove me wrong, and I'll be like, oh, never mind. But pretty sure you need two light sources for two shadows.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when I mentioned that there may be a reflection, right?
You would have to have two light sources for two shadows. Give me a sec. I'll get the video shortly.
No worries, man.
Okay, I've time stamped it as well. So as far as I understand, this chick is nowhere on the shape of the earth. She's just a spiritual lady. One of my recent subscribers, I came across one of these videos, double shadow, revealing more than one light source. So I found it very interesting.
That's what I was talking about, where you have the one strong shadow and then like the lesser shadow.
Yeah.
So my only My only idea is that the light is actually going through a lens, and so you're getting some kind of like double lighting. Or you're getting the light that's like going through the lens, and then you're also getting light that's getting past the lens.
So
I know that doesn't even make much sense, but that's really all I
no,
got.
100%. That's what I would. That's the way I would explain it as well. I would agree there. So for me, at least, I say thanks, dude. That is my consensus so far because that's what I would think is happening as well. So if that is what you call consensus in the sense for my own being, then yes, I would say yes. I would agree.
Well, yeah, that's really interesting. All of this really just depends on where the sun is. Like, I want to try and say, well, if the sun was here, then it would be like that. If it was there, it would be like that. Because I don't know where it is, I'm just not even going to guess.
Being a shadow so long, I think it is near a sunset, so I think there's definitely refraction and stuff taking place. But yeah, a very interesting video. I've never personally experienced this, but the video does seem legit. The channel is amazing. If you're into this, the meditation sort of vibe. But yeah, other than that, I came across this in a channel.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
Couldn't that be an effect of the atmosphere or something like that?
There
Yeah,
seems to be
that's
some sort of polarization going on because if you look at her as she walks through her own shadow, it changes to be darker or lighter based on that second shadow. So there's some sort of polarization taking place. I don't know. It's weird.
it's very
Very
weird.
interesting, though.
Dude, I was I don't know if you guys want to shift gears this hard, but I was thinking about something last night, and it was kind of a paradox. And I was wondering if anybody had any interesting or unique answers different from my own. Like, I'm not going to give mine; I'll just ask the question. But it's check this out, right? So, the creator who created everything, time, space, and matter, and you, gave you free will, but already knows what you're going to do with it. Knew what you were going to do with free will before he gave it to you. Why did he give us free will? If he knows what we're going to do with it, and he knows that some of us are going to do some stupid shit with it, and he knows that some of us are going to do some nice things, why does he still do it? Why does he still give us free will?
That is a
What if
broad question.
what if he gives you free will, but he knows all the outcomes possible that of the choices that you may take?
That's what I'm saying. He does. I'm saying that in this scenario, he knows everything that you could do, but he knows what you're going to do. Like, and so, but
No,
he still gives it to you.
So platypus.
I don't see it that way.
Okay, I want to just give my 2 cents here. So it also depends on your viewpoint of a creator. So say you are, or deep inside you, your higher self is the creator of this reality, and that higher self, you create yourself. It ties in a lot with Buddhism and that. So you've created this ego, which you're calling now, for instance, platypus, whatever you call yourself in real life. I don't know, but you've got that being, and you got free will in that sense of your decisions and all that. But if you had to say, fuck this, I'm letting go, I'm not going to make any decisions, I'm just going to let it happen as it pleases, that is handing it over to what is probably called as a creator. That is my recent understanding of it. Before, I would have also seen it as a creator, and there's this free will that was given. It never made sense to be in a physical world, but it makes sense to be in a Buddhism perspective. Hopefully that helps with that question, but I could make more sense of it when I looked at it at a Buddhist perspective as a higher self and an ego, and your ego is the one that's making the decisions.
No, that's a really interesting answer. I've definitely thought about that. The only answer that I could come up with to this little paradox is, okay, if I was going to create something, and I was going to create these things not to be robots, not to be automatons, whatever the hell they're called. I want to give them free will. But I also know everything that's going to happen. So the second that I even have the idea to create these beings and give them free will and have respect for them, to allow them to do wonderful and terrible things to each other, and to do wonderful and terrible things because of me and their knowledge of me, like I'm already going to know what every single person that I'm going to create is going to do with that free will. The only thing, but just me being me, like I'm not a god, I'm mortal. But in my mortal, from my mortal perspective, the only thing that would keep me still doing that is if I saw that the outcome was good. Otherwise, I'm an evil god. I'm just putting people, I'm giving humans a mortal body and I'm giving them free will to wreck themselves and just keep reincarnating them, just have them keep wrecking themselves over and over ad infinitum. That's not a god that I would want to worship. To me, it would make sense. We get one shot. This is it. You know, vomit on his sweater already, moon spaghetti. Let's fucking do it. This is all you got.
Yeah, so if I take it from the Buddhist point of view and my understanding of Buddhism and the higher self and ego, I don't believe that my creator, in the Buddhist sense, without the ego would go and kill someone. I personally know that that decision is wrong, but I don't think the higher self. I don't think I would do it unconsciously. I don't think my unconscious would ever go kill someone, but I think you are able to consciously go kill someone, etc., etc. You can unconsciously make a very good life for yourself, but you can consciously make terrible decisions and make a horrible life for yourself that you end up homeless. So my understanding of it is I am where I'm supposed to be because I have had that guidance. I've made some shitty decisions in my life. Yes, I would agree with that. But I've made some very good decisions. And I would say recently I would understand why I am where I am because I've had some sort of guidance from a higher self within myself. Hopefully that makes sense.
No, loud and clear. This was just something that I was like, oh, I don't think I have the best answer. I have the best answer that I could come up with, but maybe somebody else could come up with something better.
Cool. That's my experience. So yeah, anyone else share it? It's an interesting topic, actually.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people don't get free will.
No, you most certainly do have free will.
No, I'm sorry. They don't understand free will, not that they don't obtain it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
What if
poor English?
Like I said, what if let's say I'm gonna create you. I know that you have free will. I know all the options that you're gonna all the outcomes that your decisions will the consequences that you will have, but I don't know which one you're gonna choose at the end.
Yeah, that sounds similar to Buddhism with the higher self and the ego. That's pretty much it. And that's where I'm at my understanding. So what Silver said there would make sense to me.
Yeah, like I'm gonna create you. I know that you're gonna have 10 options. I know all the outcomes, but I don't know which one you're gonna choose. That's not at that point. It's not evil because on your options you got good outcomes, you got bad outcomes depending on your choosing.
You've technically got infinite options.
Exactly. That's
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
just
option
to
that you
reduce it,
choose.
right? To make it understandable.
Yeah.
That's why I say 10 options and that people understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so you either let go and just don't make the decision and you just let it happen. I would say that's when you're going to hit nirvana. I myself don't know how that's possible, humanly possible, but I definitely think it is possible. I think people have done that. But yeah, you literally let go. You just don't make a decision and just let things happen. I'm sure your creator would
So
assist you.
my point I was trying to make is that you can actually create something with free will, knowing all the outcomes, but at the end, it's your own choosing. Don't what you do, right? And you, as a
Well,
creator, at the end, you know all the outcomes possible, but you don't know which one you're gonna end up with.
I personally don't see human beings as creators. I see us as
I'm
created.
I'm talking from God's perspective.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm actually leading this into like my thoughts on what the ego is, because that word got thrown around quite a lot while I was
Did
a
I just hear?
teenager.
Hold on. I'm not even a creationist, and did I just hear somebody say I'm speaking from God's perspective? Like what?
Me? Did I say that?
Someone said no. I'm speaking from
No,
God's perspective. Like no, you're not. You can't
no,
do that.
no. I think you may have misunderstood.
Oh,
I
But
don't
but
think I said that.
but let Flatipus carry on, and I'll try to clarify what I was trying to say.
okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're it's all good. I just the word ego got thrown around a lot when I was a kid, and the last time somebody seriously used the word ego with me, like face to face, was they were telling me that my ego was massive because I didn't want to let somebody fuck my girlfriend. Like I wouldn't share my girlfriend. I wouldn't get physically cucked, and they were like, "Bro, like you need to like lose your ego, dude. Like you'll never be a real man." And I just laughed in this person's face. I thought it was ridiculous. But also, I was like, damn, is that where people who just like think that the ego is this thing holding them back? Is that where they end up? So I'm just curious, like maybe you can explain ego to me a little bit, because that last experience left a really bad taste in my mouth. And every time I hear the word ego or like ego death, I'm like, what, you want me to just do drugs until I let you fuck my girlfriend? Like, that's weird.
Yeah, dude. The way you explain the ego is the way I actually thought of it as well. Um, I was recently introduced to Alan Watts, and he introduced the Eastern culture and Buddhism and Taoism and things like that to the Western world. And I was listening more and more and more to him, just trying to get a better understanding. That I started listening to the actual Buddhist yogis and things like that. And the ego itself is not that sort of ego. Um, uh, uh, if I had to use the ego as, if I asked you who are you, and you give me your name and you give me your surname and whatever, and I ask you what do you do, it's basically your experiences. That's as what I'm getting. What the ego is, it's just your being, as what you perceive as reality. That is an ego. But if you let go of that ego, that reality, your name, who you are, what you've done, what you think everything is, and you hand it over to just there, just now. You just hand it over to now. That is an ego death. I could be wrong. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of it, and you can experience that through meditation. I'm not going to say I've been close to it, but I've definitely experienced some sort of ego disappearance, in the sense of hitting a temporary void, if you want to call it that, in a meditation. It's very interesting. Definitely look into it. Just don't think of it in the way you thought of it or the way you explained it now. It's
No,
more
I don't.
helping.
Dude, I've been meditating for 17 years. I've been meditating longer than I've been a Christian. My meditational practice, the only thing that's different about it now is I'm talking to the Christian God while I do it. Instead of me there sitting there all by myself, focusing on my breathing, trying to reach that state of in between awake and asleep, and then once I get there, just try to hang out there. I actually get there very easily these days because I feel protected. I feel like if you don't have a spiritual foundation and you're trying to enter into the meditative state, you are basically taking a boat out onto really rough waters with no radio and no life support. So if you fuck up, you're fucked.
Platypus, sorry,
Yeah.
buddy. You mentioned the Christian God. So I myself, I would say I was a mainstream Christian. I'm no longer one. However, I still agree with the teachings of it. But you mentioned Christian God and things like that. Do you, by any chance, know anyone that's a psychologist or have contact to that? If not, then maybe Google it and or DuckDuckGo it or whatever, do some sort of search about it or some research on it of what psychologists say about what people's perception of God is. I've spoken to a personal friend that's a psychologist. Everyone's perception, as far as his understanding, is different of God. Like God is, everyone's got a different perspective of who and what God is, no matter what religion you come from, which is absolutely fascinating as well.
That's interesting because my understanding is that the Christian God is the only God ever that's claimed what he claimed. No other God ever claimed to be the creator of all.
But yeah, who and what is it? You and what is he or it? That's the absolute fundamental part of it. The understanding of what and who and it. What is God? Psychology, with the experience of psychology, according to a friend of mine, and if you do the search of it as well, every individual has got a totally different perception of who, what, and what is God. It's absolutely interesting, fascinating. It's an interesting philosophy.
Yeah, I have some cousins who became therapists and psychologists, and I have some friends who are also in that field, and it's just really hard to take anything that they say for real because they went out and got stuck 5 times with the juice, and you know, to me they were displaying very unhealthy emotional and mental behavior during that time. So I can't really trust anything that they have to say, or really I can't. They don't have the credentials, in my opinion, to tell me something true because they're so fucked up in the head. I think psychology is actually just about as bad as it gets. All the people in my high school that were literally the most emotionally unstable, the ones who were always threatening suicide, all became therapists. Go figure, right? Like I don't know how that works, but to me, I'm very wary. Oh, I'm echoing.
Sorry.
You're damn right. You're
Yeah,
sorry,
it's like
percentage.
how people with bad teeth become dentists.
Yeah, exactly.
Platypus, are you familiar with Carl Jung?
Yes, I read Carl Jung when I was 16.
Yeah, he's got a very interesting viewpoint of who and what God may be as well. Also, doesn't affirm it, but I think he's got his viewpoints on it as well.
Well, I think I've logically come to the conclusion that not only does God exist, a God that created everyone and everything could only exist in one way. Yeah. I mean, I feel I'm pretty gun to my head right now. Like I have no qualms claiming the God that I worship. I would be fine getting blown away for not doing away with my God, our God personally. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, can anyone logically explain away the creator? Really? Like nobody has ever been able to come to me with a better way for how things are the way they are. At all. Like no one can prove me that something can come from nothing, that you can have creation without a creator.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I think, yeah, good luck. Yeah, that's actually the perfect answer. Is good luck with that because you'll sit here until you die and then you'll find out. I don't think anyone can actually answer that. Yeah, ignorantly is probably saying that as well. Maybe there is someone that knows, but yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, I almost rarely ever anyone to try and refute my view on God, just because I've been over it so many times. I mean, I'm pretty sure I am a chess player. I've thought it out. There are no winning moves there.
Yeah, you can't. The God discussion or the creation discussion is I'll probably say a very unfair debate because it's very subjective.
Which part is subjective? Because I believe that I've completely and objectively, logically come to the conclusion of the creator, and I think anyone can objectively come to that conclusion.
Yeah, to a point, but for instance, say you give your reasoning, and I say, but a unicorn is my god. He that's what created me. I'm just giving an example. I know this is ridiculous. I hate to use the unicorn thing. Just hear me out. I'm just saying, to me, that is objective. I've been able to experience it. I've objectively for myself. For instance, yeah, that's what I experienced. It's everyone's viewpoint of the creator and God is different. It's a very difficult discussion.
Right. I just wanted to throw in really quickly, like when I said that I think everybody comes logically to the same conclusion about a creator, I didn't mean Jesus. I just meant a creator. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother ball game right there. Going from life is meaningless to there is a creator is a huge bound, a huge leap. Going from there is a creator and that creator sent himself down as Jesus Christ, that's a whole nother thing. I'm not qualified for that. I'm not a preacher. I'm not a father. But I do feel qualified to get you from A to B, which is godlessness, nihilism, hedonism, materialism, to there is a creator and you are his creation.
Part of his creation, yes.
Sure.
So the Jesus thing is, I view Jesus as an enlightened being, almost like a Buddha, if you want to put it that way. He created the reality, and yeah, that's the way I see it. That's why I say I'm a Hindu, Buddhist, Christian. Yeah. If I had to put it into a sense, because when I read the scriptures, I read it as Jesus teaching Buddhism in that way. But yeah, that's the way I interpret it. I could be interpreted incorrectly, but I don't interpret it anymore as a physical realm or physical world with a sky daddy the way I was taught it in my younger years.
Dude. Well, I'm 100% Sky Daddy, but that's not what I'm not really interested in, like arguing that with anybody. I am interested though is, have you read any information or material on the missing 18 years of Jesus Christ?
I've looked into it a little bit, but I'm not knowledgeable about it. The basics of what I got is he was in the mystic schools in Egypt and learned the other religions, or not religions, I would say, learning more of the almost like what Buddhism teaches. And that's what introduced me to it when I was heard about this and shown this information. Then I started looking into the other religions, and when I looked into the other religions, I saw a lot of what's in the Bible. I would say I see a lot of that in Jesus as a being. Yeah, it's very difficult to explain for myself. I'm not very good at explaining myself, but I saw that's how I got to the conclusion. Is what you actually mentioned now.
Well, I've just heard, I've never read, but I've heard that there are some people that believe that Jesus Christ, when he was old enough, traveled to the east, where the three wise men came from, to pay his respects to those men that came to pay their respects. He brought a form of Christianity to China, Japan, Korea, all those areas, and they ended up like changing it and turning it into Buddhism.
Yeah, so I think they took what Jesus was saying and they were trying to teach what Jesus was teaching, which probably ended up in Buddhism. So that's why I say I think Jesus was
Most people don't
basically
even.
Yeah,
Most people don't even know what. Yeah, most people don't even know what Buddhism is. Like the fact that, like, the scriptures that are related to Buddhism, like nowhere in any of those scriptures does it say Buddhism or Buddha. Like it doesn't talk about any of that. Like it was actually called pranayana, which is the path to the absolute, pathway to the absolute, and that's what it's actually called. So like most modern Buddhism is most famous for what it never originally taught, due to the fact that a lot of it is just Western existentialism. It's essentially just navel gazers, trying to to define a liberation ontology that they know nothing about.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, like nowhere in any of the Polynicaeas or any of the doctrines does it say anything about the fact that there is no soul. Says like kind of like a process of elimination, but that doesn't mean that there is no soul. Just mean that, the soul isn't found in corporeal, like there's no you know, when
Bro,
dealing with
you're breaking up really bad.
radios.
Yeah, was he
Is this
roboting
any
for you
better?
guys as well?
Yeah, he was breaking up real bad.
Now it's better.
Is it better? Hold on, let me fix this really quick. Am I good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good now. Yeah, so it's I don't know how much you heard or didn't hear, but essentially I was saying how in the Polynicaeas and the other doctrines it simply says that this is not the soul or that is not the soul, but that doesn't mean that the soul does not exist. And most modern Buddhism teaches that the soul doesn't exist. There is no soul. But that's a false doctrine, and it's essentially just a process of elimination. So it's analogous to like the signal when dealing with like shorthand wave radios, where the signal is everywhere, but can't be found in one specific location. Like there's no specific component within the radio that the signal's to be held, or outside of the radio. It's literally everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, if that makes any sense.
It's just experience. Yeah, it's very difficult to explain. But
Well, the signal's all around you. Like you know that it's being broadcasted, transmitted, received, modulated, and then out comes the voice from your radio. But that doesn't mean like there's a specific component inside the radio that houses the signal, or you know, the signal is in a specific location, because it's not. And that's the same with the soul. There's no like specific organ that houses the soul, but it's within the body, just not in a Cartesian location. I guess that's the best analogy I could give.
The Egyptians used to say that the seat of the soul is right behind the eyes.
Cheetah. They called it the cheetah.
Right.
And you know what's funny? It's the same word for the ancient Vedics, ancient Indians, and the same in Sanskrit, and the same in Pali. It's all the same word. Why do you think that is? It's because King Ashok in the second century BCE, not CE but BCE, translated the doctrine, and that's how we got all this understanding. But I sorry to interrupt you, Lion. Go ahead.
No, it's all good, bro. Anytime. I was just saying that I don't really have an opinion on where the soul is contained, besides the body itself. Like I don't know where in specifically the body, but some would say that, like the Egyptians would say that it's right behind the eyes, like where the pineal gland is. That's the seat of the soul. I think the Buddhists maybe too. I'm not sure, but
you know, there was a guy years ago who tried to measure. He tried to weigh people before and after they died, and he said that the body was generally lighter. That could have been because of gases being released or something else. But it was a good idea. Like it would be neat to like weigh people, and then right when they die, Like having
Yeah, you're breaking up, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying though. There's supposedly there's a weight difference of
like
15 grams or
supposedly there's
something.
yeah, I think it was like 4 ounces or something. You're
15
breaking up, Jeremy.
grams. Yeah, I think it was 15 grams or something, Dicelo. But if I'm not mistaken, they did this on animals as well. The same experiment, and they got the same.
die and then they die and then
thing as
see if
well.
it weighs
All right,
less
all
or
right,
not.
Jeremy, you're hot micing, bro. But who's to say, like, if we believe in like an electrostatic downward bias, if you will, who's to say that, you know, once you sever the tether between spirit and matter, i.e., death, that terminal isn't completed anymore. Thus, you lose that extra component of what gave you that 15 ounces or whatever it was. Like, who's to say that's not it? You know, there's like an electrostatic connection there rather than the soul.
Who knows? But before we move on to that, Lion, what you said about, you know, where the soul in the body is, it got me thinking, because you mentioned, like, you know, pineal gland between the eyes, and so in Islam, and this is something that most Muslims don't even know, when you pray, you're supposed to pray like most Muslims. They'll pray when they go down for prostration. They'll put their forehead and their nose on the ground. But if you read the actual, like, the hadith, you know, the narrations from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says to put the middle of, like, you know, like in between your eyes. That it's supposed to count as one area, because there's a hadith that says that my Lord commanded me to prostrate on 7 bones, and he counts his 2 hands, his 2 knees, his 2 feet. That's 2, 4, 6, and then 1 for like his head, and it's supposed to be right between the eyes. That's where you're supposed to, and you're supposed to, like, you know, put your weight as much as possible in between both the bridge of your nose and your forehead, in that area right between your eyes.
Faces
Right.
down,
And,
asses up. That's the way we like to pray.
Yeah. So, like, the point is, that that's where they deem the third eye is, and there's another narration that says that's when you're closest to God in prostration, when your head is touching the ground. So,
is prostration connected to
God knows if that's what they mean. Like, they mean kind of metaphysically, like your soul is closest to God, or physically, but who knows?
Actually, touching on that for a quick second, Dicelo, if I may, just real quick before you go. If you go to take your hand, fingers, whatever, and touch the back of your skull, there's a point that everything kind of comes to. That's a common bone that a lot of people have. It's at the very tippy top of your neck, and that's also apparently a point that should be facing upwards. So when you prostrate, as you just described, my friend, it seems as though that would be pointing upwards.
Another thing to add to that is, like, where your occipital lobe is and your visual cortex. That's how, like, where you see is where you just mentioned right there in the back of your skull. So you're looking down, you know, and you're obviously, like, physically seeing nothing, but maybe because you're so connected with God and you're close to God that you have the most knowledge and you can see it, you know, the most. Who knows?
Right quick, what's the sphenoid bone? I'm going to double check it. Sphenoid bone? Anybody heard of that?
I think that's located in the sphincter.
Thanks.
It's like your ear.
I just pulled up a drawing of the crown. No, sphenoid is at the front. Sorry, I'm looking at the rear though. The occipital bone would be the base of the skull.
On a serious note, you know, I've mentioned this before in here, where when my son was like a baby to like 1 year old, I would touch foreheads with him, the spot right there that you're referencing, and there is some sort of like electrostatic exchange. You can feel it. It kind of makes you like squint. Like, I don't know. It feels like a weird sensation when you touch heads, when you touch foreheads, and if you're having some like really like tantric sex with a woman or your wife, preferably. If you ever touch foreheads, while you know what I mean, I don't want to be too elaborate, but I'm sure you guys can use your imaginations. There seems to be some electrostatic exchange that happens. So I'm not, it's fascinating, my Muslim brother, that you say that if you put your forehead on the ground of the earth, that is there might actually be some exchange of energies there. You know what I'm saying?
I heard Kosho and
definitely.
Jeremy touch tips back in the day. I don't know.
I'm still a virgin.
Oh man, but not to derail the conversation, but going back to the seat of the soul and what the soul is, the soul can live right without the body. There are many scriptures that talk about going alive into the
That's
pit.
what a soul is. A soul is just a disembodied being.
The soul is literally synonymous for the consciousness, right? So your consciousness is separate from your body. And it can get your consciousness can be sent into the pit, right? And you'll still be alive in the pit. You'll still be conscious.
Isn't your body a manifestation from your consciousness?
No. The body is of dust, right? And the body without the soul is not animated. The soul is what animates the body, gives it life.
Yeah, maybe
And
you meant the other way
and
around.
water, soul, and matter to connect. That's the connecting factor.
Without soul, you don't have animation. You don't have movement. You could still be hooked up to a machine that's pumping your blood, right? But you'll be lifeless. You'll be in a coma.
Yeah, but you can still live in that coma. My uncle-in-law, he was in a coma for 6 months and lived a whole new life while in a coma, and shared his life experience when he woke up from the coma 6 months later.
No doubt about that.
I've had a very similar experience. I was not in a coma, but I did have a very intense experience that affected the way I dreamt for like 10 years. And I would have these dreams they would occur just over the course of a normal sleep cycle, 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours. But in the dream, I would experience the most intense time dilation I can even think of, where I would be in the dream, getting up and going to sleep day in, day out for months. I think the longest one I had was like a 4 or 5 month stint in this place where every day I did stuff in that place. And then I wake up and I've only been asleep for like 6 hours. And like I've just been from a place where I've been for like, it was very, very, it was hard to deal with it. I was pretty young at the time. I didn't really want to tell anybody about it or like see anybody about it because I didn't want them to take away my driver's license.
It sounds like that lucid dreaming movie. I think it was called Waking Life or something.
Well, I was practicing with lucid dreaming at the time, so I've never seen that movie, but that might have had something to do with it.
I might have the name wrong. I'll see if I can find the actual movie name, but yeah, it sounds a lot like that.
So in the scriptures, the Hebrew distinguishes between like a living being and like a dead being, but nonetheless, the dead being is still conscious. I do believe because there's a schism in people that believe in soul sleep and then people that believe in consciousness after death. Some people, even amongst Christians and Hebrews, don't fully agree. Some believe that when you die, that your consciousness ceases and you become basically lifeless with no recollection of time, no recollection of the past or the present. You're completely like just, you cease to exist until he brings you back.
Yeah, that sounds like a dream. But Platypus, yeah, I think it was Platypus or whoever had the lucid dreaming issue now. The movie is called Waking Life. It's like an animation.
but yeah, it sounds a lot like that. It's a dude that wakes up in a dream, and yeah, eventually goes and has a full life in this lucid dream, and then eventually wakes up. Interesting stuff. It sounds a lot like you experienced something like that.
Well, yeah, it wasn't just that. I mean, that specific dream, at least I was me. I've had dreams where I am not me. Sometimes I'm not even a person. I'm a point. I'm a point of like reference. Dude, I'll tell you guys this one very, very short dream that I had. I'll never forget it. I was a glass brick, and my perspective was I'm the glass brick, but I'm looking inside of a well. There's a well. It's a pretty deep well. I want to say like 50 feet deep, and all the bricks in the well are just regular bricks except for me. I'm a glass brick, and I have the power of sight to see what is going on inside the well. And inside the well, there is a mother with an infant in one of her arms. And with the other arm, she is trying, with one arm and her two legs, while holding the infant, she's trying to climb out of the well. And all I can do is just watch this struggle from my perspective as the glass brick. And I never saw her get out of the well. I just woke up before it happened.
Yeah, it's a short dream because you were the glass brick. If you were the well, it would have been a long dream.
I kind of agree, dude. The glass brick is the only one that you can see through. You know, it's the only one that's transparent. That would allow transparency into what was happening. Like, dude, I've had dreams that take place in the world where everything is like a shade of blue or a shade of purple. I've had dreams where I'm a woman and I'm like getting married in like the medieval, times, and like it's weird. It's bizarre, dude.
Just another brick in the well.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah, I think Geo will be able to help you interpret some of those dreams. I think Geo's got quite a good understanding of that sort of realm. So yeah, maybe when he hops on again, mention this again to him, because it sounds like a very interesting discussion, and I would like to hear Geo's point of view on this.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I have my own theory. Like,
well, did she make it out of the well?
I don't know. I think about it all the time, though.
Should have told her to use her hair to like kind of like tie the baby's like, I don't know, maybe arms or something behind her type thing. So
I was a brick.
Bro, he's a brick. How's he gonna tell her anything?
Well,
brick, dude.
Well,
I can't speak.
It's what you get for being a brick.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, and all of those things I would classify as dreams. But then there's other things that happen when I'm asleep, where I know that I'm asleep, but I'm not in my body, and it's taking place where I'm asleep. And sometimes I see my body, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is an OEB. I'm like, I'm having an out-of-body experience. All right, we're chill. But sometimes I don't see my body. Like, I see the place where my body should be, and it's not there. And I have trouble classifying those as dreams, just because, A, I know I'm asleep. B, sometimes I see myself, sometimes I don't. That's very, very weird.
It's like what the ancient Egyptians believed in, like the Ba and the Ka, which was the spirit and the body separating at nighttime and then coming back together before you awaken.
Oh, that's trippy. Yeah, I didn't know that they believed in that. Interesting. Well, like the thing is for me, like I don't believe that those dreams where I was other people or I wasn't myself and saw situations with other people, I don't believe those are like past lives or reincarnations. I don't really subscribe to that. I'm open to it, but to me it doesn't seem the case. But what does seem to be possible is to kind of tap into somebody else's memory and to be able to relive events that they lived. Not you, somebody else, not your reincarnation, but it's definitely real. It definitely happened. I don't know. Like this one where, okay, I want to say I was alive in like the 1500s, like the 16th century. The entire dream had this like hue of purple. Like somebody just put a purple lens on the camera. but all of it was from the first person view of this woman who's getting married to a knight, and she was very young. I don't even know if you could call her a woman yet, and she was. It's fucking weird to like describe because I'm a man, and so to have this insight on what a woman would think about before she gets married to a man that she might not be ready to marry, she doesn't know very well. And like to think these thoughts through her mind was so bizarre. I could see how somebody would think, oh, this is a past life of me. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't surprise me at all.
I like that song by Beck, Dreams.
You're talking about
Never heard
dreams.
it.
No,
Yeah,
I've
it's
never
called
heard that
Dreams
song.
by Beck. You should check it out. It's good.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Look it up right now.
One of the theories that I've heard on, I think it was a Joe Rogan Experience. Somewhere I heard this where that DMT is the reason that people dream. I don't know how true that is. There might be some truth to it. And DMT is kind of mysterious. It's endogenous. And melatonin, it seems to be light sensitive. Serotonin too, and DMT, which is like an analog or similar molecular compound as serotonin and melatonin, is also light sensitive. And recently they discovered that the pure crystal of DMT, when it comes in contact with like an impact, like if you smash it, it creates light. Something happens. The crystal itself creates light.
It's called piezoelectricity, is what it's called.
Which is pretty insane. And they realized that, and that stuff's in your brain, right? Near the visual cortex, right behind the eyeballs, you have the pineal gland sitting right there conveniently. It produces melatonin, serotonin, all these compounds. But the most mysterious thing is the fact that the DMT produces light, dude, next to the visual cortex in the center of your brain, where the ancients, apparently the Muslims had the same idea, the Buddhists, the Egyptians, they basically believe that this was
Your robot's pretty bad, Lion.
The gut are related. Is it me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that came through. Is it me was like the clearest thing we heard.
You just repeat the last sentence
could
you
be-
said, Lion.
Start off where you
That
said the ancient Egyptians and someone else.
The Egyptians. So apparently the Muslims, because our brother here, he just mentioned how that all makes sense. So they had an idea. The Buddhists have the idea because they always put that red dot on their foreheads. The Egyptians and many other cultures, understood that this area of the brain was mystical, right? And now with modern science, we're discovering that this DMT that is also produced in this area of the brain next to the visual cortex flashes light, right? It flashes light. So maybe there is a connection there with the speculation that it's involved with dreaming, right?
Isn't that red dot not Buddhism, but with Indians regarding your marital
Hinduism.
status? Yeah, isn't that your
Hinduism.
marital
I'm
status?
sorry. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's got to do with your
Yeah,
marital
it is.
status.
Yeah, I think
But
the
it's got to be
significance
more
of it
mystical
is
than
that it's
that.
the third eye.
Yeah, but yeah, as far as I understand it, it's more about marital status. But yeah, when I first saw it, I also thought it was maybe third eye thing, but I don't think it's that. I think it's your marital status. I think that's why also only the women wear it or use
Fair
it.
enough.
My understanding with dimethyltryptamine, DMT, is that it's produced in the pineal gland or biosynthesized there. There's maybe other parts of the brain that are responsible for it. but when it is naturally released are only 3 times in our lives: when we're born, when we're asleep and dreaming, and when we die. But I believe I heard that when we die, it's all released. All of it is released at once, all that the body can produce.
What is that thing that Jim Carrey was talking about? I think it was with breathing exercise or something, where you push that oil up to your pineal gland, which also releases some sort of crystal or DMT as well, which gives an awakening. Yeah, with the 33 vertebrae in your back. Yeah, Jim Carrey was sharing something about that as well. I'm not too sure
Yeah,
if you
that's
guys are
the
aware of it.
Kundalini nonsense of Jewish mysticism.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Jim Carrey was talking about. But I would, if I was a betting man, I'd say it's probably not that great.
He's a Jim Carrey's a deceiver.
Fair enough. I was just saying, isn't it something to do with that? But yeah, no, fair enough.
It's unfortunate because I like him, but he's he went off the deep end a little bit, in my opinion.
Here it is. So the dot in Indian and like Bengali and that culture, it's called a bindi, right? And it says here, traditionally the area between the eyebrows where the bindi is placed is said to be the 6th chakra, ajna, the seat of concealed wisdom. The bindi is said to retain energy and strength and concentration. The bindi also represents the 3rd eye.
Well, if you got a unibrow, I guess you're screwed.
Oh, so why don't men wear them, or why don't men use them? Could you Google that? What's it called, a bindi?
I'm pretty sure that in ancient artwork in Hinduism they do show the male gods with things on their foreheads, like jewelry, whatever it is. But it is decorated. It is like it is emphasized in the artwork. But that's not even the main focus of the conversation. I could care less about the dot of the forehead, but it's that area of the brain.
Yeah, it's an interesting culture, something that I'm starting to research. That's why I said, that's why I thought it was got to do with the marital status, because that's in my research at least. But yeah, it's a new path on my journey, and absolutely fascinating path away from
I
what
think
I've
you're
been
hot
brought up
micing
with.
platypus.
What kind of noise am I making?
Washing dishes or something. I don't
Dude,
know.
I'm standing here. This is bizarre because I'm literally standing here totally silent. That's why I want to know what kind of noise you heard, because I have not made a peep.
I heard like a sniff or a scuffle.
He's accusing
All
you
right.
of sniffing.
Sneaky
Oh
scuffle?
man.
Yeah.
No. I just, if you guys heard voices, then I would have been scared, but I could have sniffled. I don't know.
I see dead people.
No. How crazy is that when you're standing somewhere completely silent on Discord, you forgot that you left your mic open, and then somebody says that they're hearing noises coming from you. You're like, I don't hear noises.
Well, guys, most of the chat has been absolutely incredible. Thank you guys for it. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the shower and then watch a movie with my wife. Thanks again for the work you guys do, and yeah, I'll see you guys again soon.
Later, beer man.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah,
Should I
man.
watch the
Peace.
movie and then shower after?
Mine.
I think I heard a voice.
Oh shit, that is mine.
earlier, I think SC was talking about, SC Montreal was talking about the sun and how it heats up the earth, and how do we still have poles if allegedly it's been heating up the earth for thousands, if not millions of years, and somehow this transfer of energy has not managed to melt the ice caps. You guys remember that?
Nah, I didn't hear him talk about it.
Well, I find it interesting how the tropics, where they're at, is symmetrical, right? Wouldn't that debunk the tilt itself? Because if you look at the seasons, they're not. I don't know what universal is the right word, but they're symmetrical in the northern and southern hemisphere throughout the year, regardless of the tilt or how much the tilt.
I mean, don't you have to get to ball before you get to tilt? I don't know. I guess I haven't thought too much about the whole tilt thing because you got to be a ball in order for the tilt to even matter.
Yes, but I was just making that point because it's like it's right in our faces, and nobody ever brings that up. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is what we should see if the Earth was tilted, but this is not what we see. I'll show you right now.
Yeah, no rush. I have my hands full right now. If I drop what I'm doing,
or whoever wants to engage. So the live stream text one.
Check it out in just a sec.
So we have the Earth here, the globe, tilted 23.5 degrees towards the sun. So this is when apparently it's summertime for us and wintertime for the southern hemisphere. But then as the sun makes its way around the sun, the Earth makes its way around the sun, it tips back. But it never tips back the way that they make it seem. It never this tipping back and forth doesn't never happen. It's never been actually measured. It's just this is what they need to patch up their heliocentric model. I want to make that clear. So the tilt that we're talking about here is theoretical. This is how they explain the seasons. And these rays are perpendicular and parallel to the Earth at the subsolar point. And the thing with that is that's not what we see light doing. There's multiple examples of light coming in at many different angles. And if something was 93 million miles away, you would expect the light to at least be somewhat parallel. But they're not even close. The light rays aren't even close to being parallel.
All right, hold on, I'm looking at it now. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. Dude, the whole sun being really huge, that never made sense to me. I look at it every day. It looks like the size of a quarter in the sky.
Here, I'll post this image. This one might make more sense. So we never see this.
Yeah, just like a straight line of like between light and darkness. Yeah, I get it. I got you. That would be a beautiful picture to take, though. Be sick.
We never get that much heat at the North Pole, right? This is not what we see in real life. But this is what it would have to be if the Earth were tilted. But this model right here that I'm showing you, this does not happen in real life.
I'm gonna be goofing around with that electroculture stuff. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that on like TikTok or whatever, but I'm gonna be doing some tests coming up here real soon. I got seeds in the mail on the way, and I'm gonna be. I bought 100 of like each variety. There's like 8 different varieties, and we're gonna do 50 of each with the electroculture and 50 of each without the electroculture. And I've got trees, shrubs, perennials, annuals. I mean, we're even going to try it like just having the electroculture be present during the germination process as well. So it'll be super interesting. Because if that works, and they've just been hiding that from people, like, no, we just need to spray the crops with pesticides that, are going to give your kid autism and like a freaking tail. Yeah, that's bad. That's not chill.
Let me know how it goes, bro. I love growing, dude. It's like,
oh, I'm going to document all of it very, very well. I want to present it, be able to present it to the world, and just be like, well, look, I'm very skeptical as somebody who's grown many things. I don't really believe this is going to work, and that's true. I actually think it's, hooey. I don't believe it. I want to believe it. Don't get me wrong. I want to believe it, but I don't. So I'm going to just do my own tests, see what happens.
Is no one talking? All these people and nobody's talking?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, the chat's going. Text chat. What's the topic, guys?
Shalom, Kelly.
Hello.
Is there a big conversation going? I just jumped in.
Boston.
What's up, Boston? No
Blaze in here.
conversations happening.
You are
I'm looking
talking
at
or you
the
aren't?
list.
I just got here as well. Hi, everybody.
What's up,
Hey.
Blaze? What's up, Pete?
Where's the baby?
Oh, that's my daughter. She's 3.
And then Okay, I Serve has her children in the background too.
Yes.
My
This little guy's 10 months. Go ahead.
my wife's mom and stepdad are about to get here, and I'm gonna probably be on mission until Tuesday. I don't really mess with my phone much when they're here because they think I look into truther stuff too much. But it may be an interesting visit because they don't know anything about the debate between flat versus globe. I don't know if they've ever even heard it. They love space. They love education. And my kids have been saying, like, space is fake. Nobody's been to the moon. Gravity's not real. Like when they watch the cartoons and they're pushing space propaganda on them. So this might be the trip to have the conversation.
Are they believers? Followers?
They are believers, yeah, followers. So hopefully it'll be, easy. But the hard thing is the information coming from me is the hard part. It's like one of those situations where I may not be the right person to tell them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, do you think it's even worth it? Maybe just go ask them what they think about the alien disclosure, because sometimes the believers are the worst ones, and if they're already I would just think, I mean, truth is truth, for sure. But sometimes, you don't want to put a stumbling block before people, right? So
It's like what Jesus says: you can't be a prophet in your own home, right?
Yeah, right.
Hometown or whatever.
But I mean, maybe, yeah, do whatever the spirit leads you, for sure.
Well, I'm not going to bring it up, but if my kids say something and they're like, "What are you talking about?" then it may naturally happen. But yeah, appreciate the support, prayers. I mean, it's worth looking into. It's worth questioning, and that's where I'm at. They may roll up like any second. So if I just dip, it's because they got here.
Keep us informed.
Yeah, I'll tell you the story.
Mm-hmm. Because the children are definitely going to say something.
Well, my 7-year-old and 5-year-old have been asking a lot of questions, and I've been helping them critically think. And I was like, hey, school teaches you a particular way about the solar system, and I want you to memorize it, understand it, because you're going to have to take tests on it. But it is worth asking, could it also be stable and level and not rotating like the Bible says? And they're like, oh, wow, Dad, that's interesting. It could be something different, and I've just been slowly breaking off like gas pressure without a container and the firmament, what the word says. Yeah, baby, I got to handle my kiddo. Hold on. He wanted to be picked up. Anyway, thank y'all for those that are set free and know how to pray, because that's really what it's all about. This is a spiritual battle.
100%. Because it always goes back to the why. Even if you're a fixed and immovable person, you're still confronted with, okay, why? Why are they lying? That is important. So we all know they're lying. We sit there and try to tell everybody they're lying. And then a lot of, what do we do with the why? Why are they lying?
It's so funny. I've got so much peace that if I find out that I was wrong and it is a globe and the heliocentric model is dead on and that's what the creator made, I'd be like, what a funny ride that was. Like, wow, I was off in left field. How hilarious. And then I would just pick up the truth because that's all I care about. But when you ask about like hardcore Globers, just to take a look at what we're looking into, they're like, no, you're an idiot. I'd never change. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Which person is more flexible? Which person is being more real and true to the truth? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, of course. Well, the good thing is, yeah, truth is truth, right? But we're not wrong. But if my brother's calling me, we're not
Peace.
we're not we're not wrong about this one, but for other things, yeah. And even if I know what you're saying, but I'll be back.
Blaze is awesome. Anyway. Hey, Brian, you got your ears on or you working?
Hey man, I hear you about the children with no filter. My children too, every time on the TV they see the globe or the wandering stars, they're like, it's fake. That's all fake. And now I'm so proud of them now. They ask if they see something on TV, Mom, is that real? Is that real life? And I go, well, those are real people. But, this is just a story. It's make believe. If there's like a movie on or something.
That's cool. How old are your kids?
Well, the twins are 7. My boy's about to turn 5. My other boy just turned 3, and my baby is 10 months.
Wow, you're doing awesome. Yeah, I have a 7-year-old daughter, a 5-year-old son, and a 3-year-old daughter. And we were gonna go for 4.
Yay!
But I mean, I'm 43, and it's like, dude, that's 4 to start over. We gave away a ton of our baby stuff, and it's like half of us is wanting to keep going, and then half is like, be content with what you got.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, my husband is 40, turning 42 or 41. I don't remember. He's in there somewhere.
It's wild. Yeah, I stay home with them, and I've learned a lot over the last 7 years. I never thought I could. When it first started, I was like, I don't even know how to change a diaper. And then you just learn. Like, there's a intuition and a gut. You just go with your gut, and the creator, the Father, will provide the insight and the wisdom, and how because really there is.
He absolutely does too. Even on the hard days, it's the best thing I've ever done. And we love, so we do homeschooling, and because we're blessed to be able to do that, and it's just so amazing the amount of people I talk to. Most everybody, even normal people, say they would rather have their children be homeschooled, and because they know how ridiculous school is, and they even believe, even if they don't consciously understand it, I think they realize that there's lies, the amount of lies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, and I didn't even realize this was you. We've talked a bunch. Have you looked up? Have you looked up classical learner before?
No, what's that?
Oh my gosh, I'll link it in the chat. He makes homeschool curriculum mainly to help the kids retain their critical thinking. Like, he's awake to True Earth and the deceptions, and his whole focus is to cultivate and help their minds grow and develop and not be brainwashed, if you know what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the main things we actually do focus on is critical thinking. We do a method I looked into. It's called non-schooling, basically, and it's whatever subject, whatever the child is interested in, you enable them to fully immerse themselves in that one subject, and then like they'll learn all about it because oh, thank you. Yummy. They'll just learn all about it, and since they want to learn about, they're having fun. It's proven that when you're having fun, you retain information better. And so yeah, that's kind of what we're doing, but at the same time, I mean, also we want them to, learn how to read and numbers and all that stuff. So we don't. I got the what's it called? Homeschool Torah curriculum for a little bit, and that's pretty cool. But thanks. Yeah, if you send me that, I don't know if you're still here. I'll definitely look into it because there's so much great
No,
information out there now.
I'm still here. I heard everything, and I appreciate you sharing that because the kids are doing
cool.
Montessori school right now, and it's okay. I mean, we really like the style of learning, but they do the birthday celebration where they make them like hold the globe, and they light candles in the middle with all the months, and they walk around the candle, and they say, "The Earth goes around the sun. The Earth goes around the sun." And like for every year that they're turning, they sing the chant thing. All the kids gather around them in a circle, and it's super trippy. And I don't like that part.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
it's pretty
like
whack.
some weird what's it called? Witchcraft or something. I don't know. Anyway, continue, please. That's weird. Yeah, I didn't know that they would do that.
Yeah, I forgot the word too. Not seance, but it's like a ritual.
Ritual?
It's
Yeah.
so weird. Yeah, I dropped the one link. And I think on his Instagram he has a link to his webpage, and he writes books called Cubs to Bears is like his book series that he writes. But look into him a little bit. I think you'll think it's interesting.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm gonna bail. I've got to do one last look over on the house and welcome the family and thank y'all. Y'all rock.
Oh, hey, yeah, man, have a great time. Yeah, absolutely. Be well.
Okay, you too. Somebody else say something?
No, it was me, man. I'm just saying good luck this weekend, dude. Enjoy yourself and keep those filters in place.
Thanks a lot, brother. Talk to you soon.
Later, Boston.
Bye.
That's hilarious. I was literally talking to another parent this morning about filters. I was having a chat with my daughter a couple of days ago, and I'm like, she's 13, and I said, "Hey, babe, remember when we talked about filters when you were younger, growing up?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "This is the time when you need to check that in." And she's like, "Yeah, I figured as much." Filters are they serve well.
Are you saying filtering as in like what we say? Filtering that way?
Yeah, 100%. Like when a
Oh,
child
gosh. Okay.
stare at another human being for a lengthy period of time, like that's like a visual filter, and you should kind of put in filter and check it, or not stare for so long, or alternatively saying stuff. That's where you pop in the filter. Sorry about the background noise. I got a train going by. But yeah, with reference to stuff that you say, being cognizant and aware of what you're saying could be offensive or things of that nature.
We cannot even hear the train, by the way. At least I can't.
Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Filtering, absolutely. That's something I think I kind of have to talk to my 7-year-olds about too now. It's they're starting more complex thinking, and so they're just like, why would you say that, or why does somebody do this? And yeah, you just don't pay. You don't have to look at it, I mean, not to blind them or shield them that much, because I think it's important for them to have a broad education of life, of this world especially. But when they're young and so impressionable, you also have to be careful of what they're exposed to.
Was the woman talking?
What? Me? A woman talking? That's me.
Yeah, yeah. What's your name? I can't see it.
Oh, it's okay. I surf too. I have my dog as my icon emoji, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh.
You said you're a believer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bible believer.
What does your religion say about accusing people of something they didn't do?
Well, the Bible says don't be bear false witness. That's in the 10 Commandments.
Mm-hmm. 10 Commandments. And you think Earth is flat?
I have observed it to be stationary and planar instead of globular.
At least that's what you think. Anyway, what if you find out that you were wrong all this time, calling these people liars? What should you do?
You mean if I find out the Earth is a globe?
No, if you find out it's not flat.
Oh. Research into it some more, do some more
No, you don't need to
observations.
listen. You really don't need to research.
Okay, I'm fine.
I done
Okay,
the
then.
research for you.
You've done.
I done this.
No.
Yep. Let me post
No,
one picture.
I can
One
always
picture.
do my own research, and I have done my own research and
Well,
observations. That's why I believe it
that's
do
where
not be
you're
a
wrong.
globe.
That's where you're wrong.
Well, you can't just tell me I'm wrong.
You're unqualified. You're unqualified, and I suggest you don't go homeschool your kids yourself. Find someone reliable to do it.
Yeah, Chica, you can't tell her what to do. And plus, anyways,
Thank you.
are
No,
you qualified?
Me,
Second
yes.
of all, I don't even have kids. I have children. I don't have baby goats. Thank you.
Shame. Sounds like the mother just put the naysayer in their place.
Damn.
And backing up, and if you are a woman of scripture, which it sounds like you are, the good creator did create the firmament on the second day, which gives a lot of credence to the enclosure. So thanks for your time there, Chica, Chick, whatever your name is, Chike.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was actually being serious or not. I mean, even if
I'm
he is,
that
if he
serious.
isn't, I don't care.
I'm that serious. You see this picture I posted?
No, I'm doing dishes. I'm doing my job. I'm doing the dishes. I have a headset on, so I need to get this done.
I'm looking
But
at
I'll
the
look later. Yeah, what is it? Please tell me.
The picture.
Yeah, Chike, please explain to us what's the problem with the picture. Where's your curve show up?
Well, no, there is no problem. The picture, it's a picture.
Okay.
Does it look like what you expect flat Earth to look like?
Well, I mean, it's a pretty clear demonstration of the floor meeting the ceiling with some
Why are you asking us if
undulations
we
in the
expect? It's
background.
your hold
Wasn't I
on, don't
speaking? I think
Killian.
I was.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry,
Oh.
Killian, but he's asking you. He's asking you to explain his picture. Don't do that.
No,
That's
I
his picture.
didn't ask him to explain my picture. I asked him, does this look like what you expect to see on
It's
flat
your
Earth?
picture.
It's
Why are
my
you asking
picture.
him?
It's my picture, and I'll do as I please. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
exactly. But why do we have to explain about what
But I didn't ask you. I wasn't talking to you. You can remove yourself from the conversation.
you brought it to the whole, the whole
No, yeah,
debate.
you felt somehow you need to champion for someone who I asked
I
the
don't need to
question.
champion for nobody, but I'm just saying it's your
Then
picture.
don't. Then don't.
It's
Stay
your picture.
aside.
So
Stay
at that point,
aside. Give your
step
lips
in,
some
Chike. I'm
some
gonna
rest.
ask you, Chike,
Make a
what is
coffee,
the
something.
problem?
Relax.
What is the problem with your picture? Because again, I'm
I didn't
observing the
say there is a
floor.
problem.
You asked me about your picture, and I'm telling you about your picture. You asked about it, so let me tell you. I see the floor meeting the ceiling with undulations in the background. Now, if your plan of attack is to actually state that the undulations in the background actually showed as not being flat, bravo, well done. You've caught some elevation showing in the background.
Don't even try to second guess me. Just
Hey, are those
answer my
blades?
question.
Hey, are
Answer my
those
question, which was direct, and you should answer yes, no, I don't know.
hey,
Is
are
this
those blades on the
picture
windmills
what you
curved?
expect to see on flat Earth?
You're so bossy, man.
Seriously. Are those,
Yeah, because I'm
Don't look
asking
at
a
my
direct
eyes
question.
that
Why
way.
can
You're
I get
gonna
an
look at
answer?
it this way. This is gonna
About
turn into
what?
a massive
It's your
dog pile.
picture, man.
I'm gonna withdraw. You guys be good. Enjoy this one.
Yeah.
Chike,
It's your
are
picture,
those-
Chike.
Put your head instead. Right?
No, okay, no. If you're gonna make a comment like that, then I'm gonna ask everybody for this to be just a Kiwi and Chike talk. So Chike, talk your shit, buddy. Go ahead, please.
So is it what you expect to see on flat Earth?
Of course, the floor meets the ceiling. What's the problem? What's the problem?
Hold on tight. Hold the number picture. You'll see exactly what the problem is.
Hey. There's leading the witness. I love these. Let's go. Come on. Lead me down your curvy path.
I object.
Yeah, right? I'm waiting for the other foot to drop.
I remember this picture.
Oh,
I bet you Shaq doesn't even know who took this picture.
Right. See, perfect. Let's talk about it more. Awesome. So we got a 545 elevation and a 750 elevation. That's correct. Now, my question to you is, or first question to you is, Strike, is how high off the ground is the thing that's taking the picture? How high off the ground? What's the elevation of the camera taking a picture?
1,200
And if you say, I don't know, guess what? Your entire observation gets thrown out the front door.
1,200 feet. Don't second guess me.
Awesome. So that means that we have a 1,200 foot elevation of a camera that's taking a picture of the horizon line. So we expect that the horizon line will be at a minimum of 1,200 feet approximately in height.
Do you see the second
You asked
picture?
me for the explanation. You're going to come in ignorantly and cut me off.
I didn't ask you for no explanation.
You be Gucci, buddy. Be good. Bye. Put my head back into the sand.
No, hold on, Killian. Were you in the middle of something? Chike, don't interrupt, please. I don't know what just happened, but don't interrupt.
I don't interrupt. He's interrupting.
Well, see, no, you clearly just did interrupt, and we can back up at the live stream if you'd like and check.
Yeah. You go to the live
What I
stream.
would like to illustrate
I
is
ask
the
you to
fact
remove
that
yourself from the
camera
conversation.
itself is on an elevation, elevated. It's elevated. That means that the horizon line itself would also be elevated, and that means that the elements in the background, right, in the picture itself, would also rise to meet the horizon line perspective, the thing taking a picture of the horizon.
Yet I never asked you any of this. Do you see my second picture?
Are you following
But
the
see,
conversation?
Are you following the
what it
conversation?
was.
Do you
Well,
see my
because
second picture?
as soon as you
It's
posted
a
the
yes,
second
no
picture, I started
answer.
answering you and explaining to you what was happening because that's what you asked for, right? And you cut me off, and then Jeremy came in and said, "Hold on, give Killian space so I can go through my stuff." At this point in time, I'll tell you that again, it's the same thing that you're trying to say, that the foreground is blocking the stuff in the background, right? But you're failing to account for the actual elevation that takes place when you rise above the surface. Because when you rise above the surface, the horizon line also rises with you to match your eye line.
Did you hear me mention horizon?
Thank you.
I asked you, do you see my second picture? That's all I asked. It's a yes or no answer. It asks you to explain the picture or perspective or anything else. Only if you see the second picture I posted.
Y'all heard me respond to that twice, right?
No, you haven't responded to it.
No. Y'all is not Chike. Thanks.
So you don't know to answer.
He already answered you
don't
like
look
3
at the
times.
evidence. You don't look at the evidence.
He already
You don't
answered you
listen
twice.
to what. Why you talk over me? You don't listen to what I say. You don't address what I say. You just choose to talk over me or out of your head.
Dude, you talk like a truck driver. You cut everybody off, but that's cool.
Me, I sit here quietly all the time. I started to talk to, forgot the name. And you jumped in. Wasn't talking to you even.
All right, guys. Well, the
Yeah.
best we can do is go one at a time. If two or more want to engage in something, so if we want to continue with this, let's just try to continue with it and let each other finish their thoughts.
No, I'll continue with the right person.
If Joe, if it was that he was trying to have a conversation, first he's trying to telling somebody else what to do with their life, with their children, not tell them that he shouldn't homeschool their children, and that's when I stepped in and telling you can't tell anybody what to do with their life, and then he's just keep demanding and trying to bulldog the conversation. So he needs to chill his ass off, or he's gonna go in timeout.
Yeah, you stay aside, mind your own business.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I'm a mod here, bro. So chill your
Well,
ass out.
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed.
You
You
really
impressed
should, you really should look to.
What's up, guys?
No, man.
Just hot
Hello.
dogging for some reason.
Chilling, bro. What are you saying?
Somebody. Yeah. Did somebody mute him?
I
Because honestly,
did.
okay. Thanks. I don't know if I can take him seriously or not. He's like not even following the conversation. I agree.
Yeah,
Super troll.
Killian answered him twice, and then he just saying he's not even answering the question, and then proceeds to tell him to leave the conversation, which the conversation he's having with him. So I just don't understand what's going on. He's trying to get people to get a rise off of people.
Yeah, if we could just stick with the facts, that'd be cool.
Yeah, so the facts of the picture that was posted, and this is something that's like I'm gonna probably state at this point that it's a damn teaching moment because I may as well talk about it. So the major thing, and we can use drone observations to kind of stonewall this, is that if we're looking at high altitude drone footage, so the drone takes off, it rises to its altitude, whatever it's going to be cruising at, to take footage of the let's say a cityscape that it's viewing. But as it rises, if it's staying parallel with the ground, you view that the horizon line literally rises with it, and you get to see further and further out as it rises. Now, with this picture, the first thing that anybody needs to find out, or if they're being honest with the observation that they're putting forward,
I'm really
is
sorry. I'm really sorry, but can the horizon never rises? You just see farther out as you rise.
Right, like our observation, like the limit that I can see, that is the horizon, is what I think.
right where
Oh,
the floor meets
finally,
the
it was
ceiling.
the truth. You think?
Yes,
That's nice.
Oh, you're back.
precisely.
Well, you need to know, not to think. Now, do you see my second picture?
I mean,
You
Robin,
need to look. In order to see things, you need to know where to look. Not repeat your horizon nonsense limit of our vision.
Okay, well, everyone who speaks is allowed to finish their thought, even if you don't agree with it or you don't think it's you don't agree. They're allowed to finish what they're saying. That's how this works.
Yeah.
Thanks for the space, Gio. Greatly appreciated. So again, as
Yeah,
we
so we're gonna let
rise,
Killian, hold on. We're gonna let Killian finish, and then Chuck, if you want to go next, you'll have the mic and you can speak. That's how this works. You can't just interrupt and bulldoze and just please don't do that. Everyone have their chance, and whoever has the mic, everyone's listening to that one person. So that's how it works. And then when you speak, everyone's listening to you. So that's how it's fair. And no one wants to be talked over. So do one to others as you do to yourself, and all that good stuff. So all right, go ahead, Killian.
thanks, Gio. I appreciate it. So with reference to, again, what we're looking at is knowing how high that camera is above the surface. Then we're able to figure out exactly what the relationship is that it has with the horizon around. I'll leave it at that point. Thank you.
So, do you see my second picture I posted?
Bro, stop asking. If that question is for me, stop asking me a question, because I've addressed that picture twice already. If you want
I know,
to hear me
I
address
asked
it, I've already. You can back up the live stream and listen to that. I'm
Gio
done
is
with it.
talking
Thank
over
you.
me.
I don't see a second photo. Just the one.
There are two photos.
Just the one at 11 after the hour. There's not a
I'll
second.
post them. Okay.
Yeah, there is two of images. One is without the drawing, and one is with the drawing.
All right, now I see the second one. You want to repost it so if you can reference it to whoever you want to propose it to? Here, I'll repost it for you. Is this the second one you're talking about? No, double post. All right. I mean, this is basically the same argument of that whole ranty thing. It's basically the same.
No.
This is a ranty thing.
Yeah,
This is not a rented thing. There's no mess here. So far, no mess. I'm trying to get to your common sense. So we have observer at 1,200 feet looking down to 400, what is it, 546 or 45 feet. You agree he's looking down on any kind of shape of Earth. He's looking down because he's high and the tower is low. Someone was talking about parallel lines here. Now, behind that, there is a mountain which is 1,750 feet. According to flat Earth, we should be looking straight at water because there's a lot of water between the tower and the mountain, and we don't see them. However, what we do see is the mountain. The observer at 1,200 feet should look 550 feet up, is below the tower. How did that happen with parallel lines and flat Earth?
Dude, it's literally a flat picture. Of course, that's how it happened. Those are all straight lines, dude. It's flat picture, flat Earth. Duh.
That's scientific. Can you give me math? Something? Explain yourself somehow.
You're showing
How
me a
you look down?
2D image. You're showing me a 2D image, and you're trying to say there's a curve there, making a 3D image.
I
That's a
did.
2D image, dude. The image is flat. The Earth is flat, bro.
Don't tell me what I'm trying to do. I never said anything about any curve.
So
what's
then what are
causing
you
the
trying?
mountains to
What's
drop?
your point? Yeah, what's the point of the pictures then?
I'm asking you. If you look to somewhere that is lower than you, you're looking down. If you look to something that is higher than you, you're looking up. However, for some odd reason, we look farther down to something that is higher than something that is lower than you. How did this happen? Where are the parallel lines? We should look straight ahead,
It's
forward.
because it's farther.
Because it's farther. That's a very good explanation. Because it's farther, solve all your problems. Farther away.
Did you see the picture I just posted?
However farther away it is, if it's higher than you, you're looking up to it. You don't look down to it.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Shaq. Hold on, let me ask you a question, Shaq. I just posted a picture. Those guys are about the same size as that guy, 5 feet tall. Why are they smaller than him?
I would be ashamed even to show this picture.
Ashamed? You don't understand perspective, do you?
Yeah, this is a not even first grade question.
Yeah, you don't understand perspective, do you?
Me don't understand. You don't understand. Perspective says that the things that are above your eye level, you're looking up to them. That's what perspective says.
To an
However,
extent.
you choose to see them below your eye level and still say perspective.
So when you're looking at power lines going down the street, and if they extend
should
for
be the
miles,
angle?
if they extend for miles, do they look higher or lower as they go further?
What'd you say?
Yeah, you interrupted him instead of listening. Please don't interrupt again. I'll mute and unmute you every time if we have to. Instead of just booting you, I'll give you that my labor to do that. But please don't interrupt. I am here to mod at my computer. I can do that, but it takes a lot of extra work to sit and do that. But I think you interrupted him. So maybe if you want to say it again, Elbow.
I'm not gonna repeat myself for him. If he didn't hear it the first time, I'm not gonna repeat it.
Can I answer? Can I just say something? So what he just brought up is perspective, bro. We talked about this earlier. We talked about it yesterday. It's the limits of perspective. Regardless if the object is taller than you, higher than you in elevation, as that object continues to go further and further and further in distance away from the observer, because of the limits of optical perspective, that object will look like it's actually lowering in elevation, right? Until it reaches the vanishing point, which is the horizon, the optical horizon, and then completely disappears.
Do you have any
And
references?
we're not invoking refraction, or we're not invoking any of that. Leave that aside for a second. We're not invoking the curvature. This is just regular geometrical, geometry, bro. That's all it is.
That doesn't fully explain it, because actually what he's talking about would fit a globe Earth. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe. I have my reason as to why. It's not just perspective. The actual objects are displaced. They're not functioning in the way that they would over a planar surface. He is correct in that. Doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. But if you're just saying it's perspective, then I mean, have you looked at all the numbers and done the math? This is why Ranty flipped or whatever. There is something to the actual the optical position of these objects.
Yeah, the windmill blades are all curvy.
But he's saying that the mountain is lower than the tower. Therefore, curvature, therefore, globe.
I haven't said curvature.
But we're not talking about curvature. We're not talking about refraction. But if you talk about refraction, like the horizon can move up and down, right? We've seen that with time-lapse photography of the horizon moving up and down. But I'm not trying to invoke refraction right now. So it's more than perspective. I agree, but I don't want to complicate it. I just want to, keep it simple for the layman like myself. Just bring up regular geometry.
Right, but
simple.
Does that fully explain it? That's
no,
of course
not. No, it does not.
Right.
And my question was, do you come with any references for anything you said? That there's a limit of perspective, or things go to the horizon, or anything like that? Do you have any references? Or it's something you heard before and you repeat it?
No, there is references. I can't pull them up for you though. I'm in my car right now.
Mm-hmm.
No, seriously. But somebody else here, I know there's people a lot more read in here that can probably pull it up for you.
I hate to disappoint you. No one will pull nothing for you because they don't have it. Because it simply doesn't exist. So I did the calculations, and on flat Earth without refraction, I expect to see the mountain 0.06 degrees above horizontal, meaning if you look straight ahead, you look tiny bit above it. And the tower would be about minus 0.25 degrees. It's a quarter of the degree difference. And instead to see the gap of quarter of degree, what I see is the mountain below the tower. Something's off here.
Yeah, we see. I see the
Earth
mountain
cannot
below the tower.
be flat.
Sorry. Yeah,
And you said that you calculated it without refraction.
Yeah, I calculated with and without.
And what did you get with refraction?
With
What was your
refraction,
index?
it lifts them both up a bit. With refraction, you get 0.16 degrees above horizontal, and maybe a little less than minus 25.
Says so. Refraction all it does is lift only.
Yeah.
Really? What are the 4 types of refractions?
That's 1,200 feet. There's no 4 types of
Wow.
refractions.
So
There's
there is
one.
Sorry.
None.
So can you name them?
Don't need to name them because they don't exist there.
Just because you say it don't exist.
It
You saying
doesn't.
they don't? Okay. Do you know the 4 types of refraction?
Me? Guess so.
Yes
Well,
or no?
there's some sort of refraction going on in this photo for sure, right? Those windmill blades are definitely curved. You guys don't see that?
No, they're not curved.
The windmill blades aren't curved? Are they actually straight in, like, when you go up to them, or are they curved when you go up to them? In reality.
In reality, there's something like a wing of an airplane.
Does it look like a boomerang, or does it look straight?
Straight.
Well, in this picture, it looks like a boomerang.
So you don't know the 4 types of refraction?
I made no claim about refraction. Don't
Well, you
care
said
about
you measure refraction, and you said the refraction
I
bottom
said
up.
the refraction is there. There is standard refraction. It's about 4 arc seconds per mile.
Hold on. You're using standard refraction. What's standard refraction? Does it use the R value?
Don't have to.
Yeah, right. It does use standard refraction
No.
uses R value. You haven't proven that yet, so that's
Standard
out the window.
refraction. Standard refraction is 4 arc seconds per mile. Did you hear radius there? No, you didn't.
What's the arc?
I just told you 4 arc seconds per mile.
I'm still asking you, what is the
arc second?
What
arc
is the
second?
4 types of refraction?
I don't fucking care. I didn't make any claims about refraction.
You just said you measured refraction with and without refraction. You do the calculations. But there's 4 types. There's looming, towering, stooping, and sinking.
No.
No.
There is standard.
So you're going against Andrew's Thomas Young now? Andrew Thomas
Yeah.
Young?
No,
Oh,
I'm
really?
Not against him. Not against him.
Oh, well, he says there's 4 types.
Bring him here, and I want to hear him say there are
Actually, you
4
know what?
types of refraction at 1,200 feet.
Here you go.
Go ahead.
I post the link. Looming, tower, stooping, and sinking. That's his paper.
What elevations?
So if there's
What
sinking
elevations you
refraction,
observe?
so if there's sinking refraction, did you take that into account for the mountain?
There is no sinking refraction.
You're just saying it's below. There is no sinking
Not
refraction. Well, tell that to
the,
Andrew Young, man. He is a doctor in that, bro. Like, that's his profession.
do you
He's an
listen to what I say, or you just talk? There
You
is no
saying?
such refraction at 1,200 feet. Doesn't exist.
Really?
Yes. We're
Wait,
not
could
at
you
1
state
foot
that?
above sea level.
Can you state that from somewhere? Where's your can you put a citation with that? There's no refraction at 1,200.
You want me to bring it where the air starts to be stable?
What
And
causes refraction, bro? Is it a denser
Several
medium? Are you looking through a denser medium?
Sure.
Oh, so having a denser medium, does that cause refraction?
Yeah.
So you say then you're saying, are you taking what you're saying back? Because you're saying that there's no refraction at 1,200 feet.
Standard refraction. That's what you have there.
What?
Standard refraction. 4 arc
Standard
seconds.
refraction. What is standard refraction?
4 arc seconds per mile.
So you're saying that looks standard to you right there. That picture looks standard to you.
Pretty standard.
What's different from
You
another?
can go there year long and you'll take the same pictures, no change. Providing you have such clear day.
And you took this picture?
No, he just got it off the internet.
Oh,
And
okay.
assumed that the heights and all the numbers, he assumed that those were accurate.
They're very accurate.
So I want to post something. I took some time because I wanted to try this. I'm going to try to stick this because the chat always moves so fast. I'm going to try this, see if this works. Real quick. I can actually make this that either mods can do this or anyone can do this. So we'll see how it works. So basically I just posted an image and it should stay on the page. Like after a few messages, it'll just the bot will delete it and repost it. So it stays on the page, so this could be useful. So if we're actually discussing like an image or something, instead of the image being posted, then it just flying by and, if we're going to focus on it and look at it for a minute. So I'm going to try this. So it should work, meaning that it will stay on the page there while we're discussing it. So we'll see how it goes. But so see this one, this is the oil rigs. This is, same. These two were taken, same location, same elevation, but different days. And somebody's already trolling it with some reaction. Anyways, so so we will so this one shows on the left, it shows the two oil rigs, and you see the one, okay, there's the image on the left and the image on the right. We're just now going to look at the image on the left. The two oil rigs, visibly in terms of the elevation, the oil rig on the right is much lower, and it's sort of stretched out as well. It's lower than the oil rig on the left. And if you actually zoom into it, there's like red lines, there's lines drawn on it that show that. And then if you look at the one on the right, the image on the right, the two oil rigs are almost at the same, I'm going to call it like visible elevation, just to use that term. Like visibly, they're roughly at the same elevation. So this shows that on the exact same location, the same elevation, that we can get dramatic displacement of objects that are at different distances. Now, if you were to look at the one on the left, you might try to say, oh, look at that, it's a globe, because the oil rig on the right is lower, so it must be down over the curve. You might look at the one on the left and say, oh no, look, the Earth is planar, it's just extended out, and the oil rig is about the same elevation as the one on the left, the two oil rigs. So this shows that objects can be, oh yeah, see it works. See, it reposted it. So this shows that objects can be displaced in their, what I'm calling visible elevation, quite dramatically due to refraction. So and then the name of this is atmospheric refraction in terms of this photo here is what is being described as to why this is the case. And that's a whole nother factor, whether it's magnification or not. I'm not really focusing on that at the moment. So this shows how objects can be displaced. So in terms of that whole ranty Blackpool Tower thing that he claimed, and then what Chaiki is bringing here, this shows that objects can be displaced. And so what Chaik is doing is basically taking one photo, taking it to where these visible elevations due to refraction are fitting what the globe math would be, just like taking boats over the horizon and taking one kind of snapshot and saying, oh, look, the boat's cut off from there and that fits the curvature. But on different days, it won't be cut off like that, or it'll be different. It's optical. So this shows that this is an atmospheric optical effect and is not directly related to the shape of Earth because it changes on a day-to-day.
Well, did I dispute it? That's why I took you to 1,200 feet elevation, not sea level, where this does not happen, ever.
Well, do you have more photos of this, like on different days then, just so we can make sure?
No, I don't. I have different pictures quite similar to this.
No, I mean same location, different day. You know what I mean? Like, so that way we could just like see if it ever changes, right? Wouldn't that be smart? I don't know. I wouldn't I guess that's not called cherry picking evidence, but it's like weird to just do it once and think that's definitive.
No, I don't live there.
Well, whoever took it, I mean, I don't know where the picture came from, so.
It doesn't work for me either. He decided to go there one day. He was experimenting with stacking of the picture.
Yeah, I take pictures I take pictures of things far away, and it's very different day to day. Well, I almost feel like it's more like seasonal.
Chaiki just takes other people's pictures
Feeling-
and puts his own words to it.
Feelings don't tell me much. I need measurement.
Well, Chuck, I have a question. You said that at 12,000 feet, or was it 1,200 or 12,000? That
1,200.
1,200. That there's no atmospheric refraction. Is that your claim?
No. The only refraction you have is a standard refraction. It's looming of 4 arc seconds per mile. About 4 arc seconds. Arc second is 1/336,000 of a degree.
Can you give me a citation on that?
On an arc second?
No. That at 1,200 feet you get
They're
no
measured straight lines, right?
You get no refraction at 1,200 feet. Can you give me a citation?
What do you mean? You get 69 degrees per 1 degree per 69 miles. You divide, you see, you get the whole angle is 52 arc second per mile, and you cut it in half for the drop or the rise or the looming. It's half of that, 26. And on that,
But
you
you
have
made a
the
claim that there's no refraction. There's only looming refraction or whatever. On well, there's only standard refraction, whatever that is. And that's the only time there is refraction. That's the only type of refraction there is. Clearly, there's more than that type of refraction. And can you give me a citation? Because that's what your claim is, that there's only standard refraction at that height.
Suppose I give you this citation. What would you do with it?
I would read it.
Read it and then
Confirm that
hand
that
wave
is
it.
what just what
Hand
it
wave
says.
it. Then you
I'll
will hand wave
confirm.
it.
I'm trying to. Why are you assuming what I'm gonna do? I am trying to confirm
Why?
the
Because I know what
citation.
you're going to do. You have no choice.
Okay, so that's a fallacy at its face.
The
So
policy.
yes,
You want to put it to the test?
yeah, definitely give me a citation with that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I have one more question. Oh, you go ahead first.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, Chike, so are you, if that is your claim, then are you saying that at 1,200 feet you're not in the atmosphere? Because atmospheric reaction is, I mean, the name of it is pretty self-explanatory, right? I mean, that leads me to think that that's what you think. No answer? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Going to. If
Yeah.
I'm going to look for something, I can't talk to you because I'm pushed to talk.
Okay.
I can do one thing at a time.
You have to do 10 things at once, please. All right.
Yeah, no exceptions.
So you would agree, Chike, that the image I posted shows that refraction, we'll just use the word refraction. We don't have to get into magnification or anything. Just refraction can cause the displacement of the visible elevation of objects at different distances, correct? Yes? Push to talk.
Don't tell him what to do.
I mean, yeah, I mean, just okay. I mean, Chike, we've been through this almost daily now. He brings this up every day. Actually, Chike's been bringing this up for years. I mean, back on Brandon's server. I mean, this has been his go-to for years. So, I mean, I'll just like the thing is that these effects of the visible elevation definitely changes. He's trying to say above 1,200 feet, it just doesn't happen. So that's where Elbow was trying to like, you'd have to show that. You'd have to show that at 1,200 feet, that absolutely doesn't happen because in the globe sort of defense team, assertion team, whatever you want to call it, these guys, they will claim that at 9,000 feet of altitude in the Canigou, the world record longest distance photography, that there's 7/6 refraction, that there's a massive amount of refraction that's making that mountain visible over a 3-mile hump of water. And that's at 9,000 feet. And there's many, many other observations that if we're just going to use straight lines and straight geometry, then the Earth is not a globe, 100% gone, if you're going to try to say there's no refraction above those altitudes. So they use refraction when they need it and then delete it when they don't want to use it. And I think if Chike were very, very intellectually honest, he would say, well, I have this photo. It does seem to show these elevations that don't fit a planar surface. But to be fair, I'm only going off a photo that I didn't even take. I don't have a side view of it. I don't have other views of it. And I'm just going off this one photo. And yes, I agree. There are these effects, just like the one I posted here, that shows these different elevations, these different visible elevations at objects. So yes, it could be a refraction effect that is changing the elevations. And this happens to be a snapshot that would fit what the curvature of the Earth would be if the Earth was a globe. So it's not 100% evidence the Earth's a globe. It could point to that possibly, but there are these refractive effects. He doesn't really have any way to prove that over 1,200 feet it doesn't happen, especially when refraction needs to be evoked for many, many observations that show an extended planar surface Earth with no curvature at high altitudes. So at best, he has like a possibility, but it's very, very weakly supported. And to come with it being like, yeah, this is a shut and closed case because this one photo, when we know there's atmospheric effects that change the visible elevation and heights of objects at different distances. I mean, this is a whole trick Zanuck does too. He goes on that whole thing with the mountains at different distances and, oh, look at this, the angular size and the heights, they don't match. They match the globe. The Earth must be a globe. They do this a lot. And it reminds me also of the same little trick of trying to take objects being cut off, like B-Ball's doing right now. Actually, he just posted his. Same thing. there's optical obscuration that can occur at objects over the surface of Earth. And what B-Ball does and loves to do it is to snapshot just one time when the visible cutoff point would fit the curvature of the globe. He doesn't do all the other times where it doesn't fit that. For all the times it doesn't fit that, maybe he'll say, "Oh, refraction," and there's something else. He'll use some other explanation for it. So he'll just take the snapshot of where the visible obscuration point would fit the curvature and says, "Look globe, look globe, look globe," all day, just repeating like a machine, thinking that proves something when it proves absolutely nothing.
Thank you for that. It almost sounds like they've been trained, especially if they've been in servers for that long. I didn't know. Interesting.
Unlike you, trained to see to understand what we see, and what you do is trained to ignore what you see, because it changed. You have to apologize for years calling people liars.
Oh, I don't know, man. She didn't call anyone a liar. I don't know what you're talking about. That was not even related.
She did.
I did. Actually, in the text chat, I said that he was being dishonest because he said that there was the windmill blades were not curving, and it's clear in the picture they are. So, I mean, he's not being intellectually honest. So, yeah, I did kind of call him a liar. It's a trigger for some people. I'm not going to say sorry because it's the truth.
At the beginning, you said something about they lied to us. They lied to us.
I'm gonna try
There's
this.
his live posted picture, very nice picture that DP took with Bev's auto level. Pretty clear, the same tower.
Yeah, it's a separate topic. Let me just say real quick. I just posted this one. It has thanks chemo on it because chemo apparently typed that on there. Somebody typed that on there because there was a time when we were all talking about this. And anyways, but this one just shows what I was referring to. It just basically takes that same image I showed and it just compares it. This is the kind of ranty one, the one that Ranty claims to have changed his viewpoint on and all that. And this just shows the correlation. It just sort of shows the idea that, the one oil rigs on the left on both pictures are like Blackpool Tower, meaning they're closer in the foreground. And then the mountains in the back are further back, which shows the concept of the oil rig on the right, which is lower and higher. So again, Ranty, his whole thing was, because the elevation of the mountain in the back doesn't fit what it would be over a planar surface because of this effect, this change, basically the mountain is lower than it should be, quote unquote, should be, than Earth's a globe because it's curving over and must be on the other side of the curve, right? Well, this shows right here in the with the oil rigs that on the same day, same elevation, or sorry, different days, but same elevation, same location, that these objects can be displaced due to refraction. So Ranty's he flipped a whole thing. He tried to claim he flipped, which that's a whole story in and of itself, based on a very, very well documented atmospheric effect of objects that can change their visible elevation height due to refraction. So he changed his whole thing based on an optical effect. It's the weakest baseline to ever change your entire cosmology on, in my opinion.
Cosmology, we're on ground level.
Okay, cosmography. That's the better word for it. Cosmography. The cosmographical layout of the Earth, cosmos.
I think science.
That would be akin. That would be akin to I'm posting the skunk bait footage real quick. That would be akin to just basically looking at this and saying that you live on wavy Earth. That's it. I changed my whole cosmology, my whole worldview. Now I live on wavy Earth. The whole thing's just we live on a big wave. That would be akin to just taking an atmospheric effect, pointing a finger at it, making an assumption based on the surface, just based on this atmospheric refraction effect, and then claiming the
that's akin to. Oops, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I believe the ivory-billed woodpecker is still alive.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, that's akin to Jesse Kozlowski from 10-foot viewer height. His Great Salt Lake in him and blocking half a Strong's knob. So Chikey is going to base everything off one freaking example. Well, then base it off Jesse Kozlowski. You know, he's the surveyor. Wouldn't you trust him? So when he set up his auto level, him and Sly Sparkane, the crosshairs were filled up with the Great Salt Lake. So I mean, Chikey, that at least says that these long distance shits are unreliable, right? You do trust Jesse Kozlowski and Sly Sparkane, don't you?
I trust Jesse Kozlowski. Brian, you said something very stupid before. You said you have two pictures, the same focal length, that show the moon bigger at the horizon than when it's high up. I bet you $100 now you don't have them. The same day, of course.
Let me see if I.
You have a bet?
No, not the
Let's
same
see.
day.
Not the same day. The
No, I'm talking about
the moon move all the time.
Oh yeah,
It gets closer.
So one day to the next, right? Or
One day to the next, I accept. The same focal length.
It might not have been the next day, but it was like within a few days. I'll say that as possible. But no, look, when I look at the moon, sometimes for me is sometimes it's an optical. So sometimes when it's on the horizon, usually it's bigger, but sometimes it's way bigger. But you know, than it is when it's higher in the sky. But man, you don't notice that? You really think that's like some kind of optical illusion, bro? Like maybe the camera ain't picking it up, dude. Maybe the camera is focusing in however it does. But I'm telling you that I know what I fucking see, bro. I don't care what people call it, optical illusion. The motherfucker's giant on the horizon sometimes.
Well, I'm putting $100 down to prove you wrong.
You just get a camera and do what?
Look, I'm going to make you pay for every nonsense you say. You'll think twice before you say it.
Hold on, I'll show you right now, dude.
Go ahead.
You're telling me?
Go
you're telling
ahead.
me that I can't show you a bigger moon?
No, because we can see on the picture how big the moon is.
Bro,
And
I
you
got a
will,
fucking.
if you
Hold
will
on.
find a bigger moon, it will be higher in the sky, because when it sinks down, we know it shrinks a bit. So the maximum size you'll find high in the sky, at best, at the horizon, it will be smaller. At
Chuck,
best.
you are 8 up with it, ain't you? 8 up. Looking at the moon? Just out
And
of
the
curiosity.
angular size of the moon changes.
Do you ever go looking at the? Do you ever go looking at the moon, Chucky?
No, never. In my life, I never looked at the moon.
Do you good view of it at the horizon?
No.
Whatever, dude. Like talking to a donkey. Hold on, I'm gonna pull a video.
Well, what do you care? You care about me? I put down $100, and you show me that the moon is bigger at the horizon. You get $100. You fail, you lose $100.
Your money's no good, man. But I'm gonna pull a video.
My money's no good now, huh?
I'm gonna pull a video real quick. I think
that's what calling put your money where your mouth is.
This is a tactic. While I look for this video for you, will you please discuss since you're basing your whole model and everything and telling everybody how ridiculous they are, will you respond to the Great Salt Lakes being above the crosshairs at Strong's Knob, at the mountain behind, blocking half the mountain? So it's a concave Earth, right? You respond to that Jesse Kozlowski's observation while I look for this footage real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought.
What did you think? You didn't post anything yet.
No, I think you ain't gonna respond. You're just gonna keep talking shit
Well,
about
they
the moon. You
respond
ain't
to
gonna
what?
respond to my comment.
What your comment? I don't care for your comments. Let me see the video.
You're telling everybody how the Earth is a globe because of the Blackpool picture. Well, I'm asking you, okay, with the auto level set up by a surveyor, not just a picture, bro, and not just but a globe surveyor. So you got the one from Bev, and you're saying it proves a globe. So I'm asking you from a globe surveyor, Jesse Kozlowski, who set up his auto level 10-foot observer height at the Great Salt Lake, observing Strong's Knob, the mountain in the background, and the Great Salt Lake was above the crosshair. So does that disprove a globe, Chaiki, or does that say that these long distance auto level shots are indismissible?
It says Jesse Kozlowski is too close to the ground.
10 foot?
10 foot,
That's
yeah.
higher than Bev was.
Well, no.
Well,
Bev was at 120 meters high.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. He was on the beach.
Ask him. Ask. Not that picture.
Are you serious? He said he was 150 meters high?
I don't care what he says. We know where he was.
He said that, then how are you using that as
He
evidence?
didn't say. He didn't say. He refused to say where he was.
He's on the beach, man.
Which picture?
Hold on a second. I think I found the video. Give me a minute, man. Let me find this video. But yeah, I would like a response. So from what I just brought up, okay, if what I'm saying is legit, okay, and a globe surveyor got the Great Salt Lake above the crosshairs, and would you agree that the long distance auto level observations are non-dismissible? And quit using the Blackpool Tower as evidence.
Of course they are. Ask Kozlowski, he will tell you they are dismissible.
Fair enough.
They go to do surveying. If they need to, they don't have enough elevation, they build a tower.
No, oh my God, dude. Oh my God.
A high one.
So the Great Salt Lake, so he's 10 foot above the Great Salt Lake. Man, I'm not going to repeat myself, bro. You heard what I said.
Go
she
100.
called you dishonest, bro? So, I mean, how can I argue with her calling you that? Because listen to what I'm telling you, man. You could call me out and say, no, I want to see it, or I don't believe you. Okay, but from what I just told you, 10 foot above the Great Salt Lake, the Great Salt Lake is blocking the crosshairs and blocking half of Strong's Knob, the mountain, like a 3,000 foot peak in the background. I think it's 3,000 foot.
Did you post the video?
But so no comment. So you're just gonna say they
did you post the video?
I'm looking.
No comment of nothing you say. Well, all you say is nonsense. Always. Let me see the video.
I'm going back on mute. This dude's trolling. I'll post a video.
Dude, maybe you just don't understand what he's saying if you really think it's nonsense.
He's talking nonsense all the time. Why should I listen to what he say? I heard him. That's nice. He has a story. Now I want to see the data.
Dude, you could see it with your own eyes. You wouldn't admit.
Oh, you decide what I'll admit and what I want. That's nice.
You could see,
that's
you ever
nice.
watched a movie?
Why show me the video at all? Because you know what
Can't see
I'll
it on.
answer.
Like that's donkey talk, dude. It's like talking to a fucking donkey, dude. You don't ever have a spot where you can see the damn moon. Like, dude, that's just a what kind of conversation is that, bro? I'm like you're trying to have a legitimate conversation. You just intentionally aggravate me, talking about you don't ever have a spot where you can see the moon. And then
Did I
just
say?
try me.
Did I say such a thing?
I bet you $100 the moon don't look bigger on the horizon. I bet you $100. I bet you $100, and not respond to anything I said and brought up. Just
You
it's just
didn't
like
say anything. Told you I can't see the moon on the horizon. I didn't say I can't see the moon.
you know then, Chikey. You can't see the moon on the horizon. How would you? You're just going off of you're just drinking the Kool-Aid. You just ate up with it, right? Just whatever they told you, that's what you're gonna go with. Can't see for yourself.
Chikey, do you wear glasses?
Mm-hmm.
You do? Okay. Maybe I don't know. Maybe check your prescription.
I did. Then you.
To be fair, that's an at-home, a weak one, but still.
Hey, Chikey, what's the distance from left to right in that photo of yours, like in that city? Hey, is my mic working?
Yes, it is. I can hear you.
I think if we're seeing the curvature out there that mountain is dropping in that photo, I'm just wondering, like, why don't we see any left to right curvature at that point? Do we live on like a toilet paper roll? Shouldn't like the mountains on the left and right like be dipping away from the one in the center?
The GIF or the image?
The Chikey image that he posted, I think it's called Black Hole.
This is
You posted a while ago?
yeah, it was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Shaggy, you know the distance left to right in that photo?
Nope.
What did you say? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
He said no. Oh, I see his image. The one where it says the 1,200 foot at the tower or something.
Yep, that one. I'm just thinking, like, we could find out what the distance is left to right and do 8 inches per mile square and draw like a curve on that and see if it matches up.
Yeah. It
Good
looks
luck.
like 3 miles or so. Maybe 4.
I mean, back by the mountains, it's probably even more, right?
Oh yeah, the mountains for sure. That's like probably 30 miles.
It's about 25 miles, yes. How much is the you're 8 inch per mile square, or 3 miles, or 5 miles over the distance? How many pixel difference you'll see?
So in that photo, you did this wasn't this is a photo you grabbed from somewhere else.
Why do you even ask this question?
Well, just because the animation part, it doesn't seem like the observer is above the tower. It looks like the observer
Sure
is
is.
below the top of the tower.
Okay. You want to see the thread, his publication?
I mean, if you have it.
Sure. I need to search it. I'm not on my PC.
Okay.
Potato is 1,200 feet. Is 1,200 feet. Make it 1,100. Make it 1,300. I don't care. My argument is still valid and solid.
So for you, with the argument, you're pointing out specifically the windmills in the background, correct?
No, I'm pointing out you're looking down to a mountain that is higher than you. All this time, and no one got what I say.
Yes, I did understand what you were trying to say.
Sorry, I'm
Now,
just.
solve this riddle for me then.
What was that again?
Then let's see you solve this riddle for me then. Why this happened?
Well, people have already talked to you about it this entire time about perspective, and even Gio, I think, was saying that yes, the exact point you're alluding to could happen on a globe because of a curve, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is in fact curving or has
Did
a
I
curve.
say it's curving?
It's
Did I say it's curving?
perspective.
Did I say it's curving?
No, I don't think you specifically said that. You were talking about the point of view. Anyway.
Yeah. My question is, why is the mountain below the tower? Why we see it below the tower when we expect to see it above the tower?
Right. I mean, it's a very easy explanation due to perspective.
Right. So
Mountain,
yeah, forced perspective.
yeah, it's forced. Yeah, exactly. So that mountain being, let's say, 55 miles away, as
No, it's
opposed to
90 miles away.
it's 90. Okay. So the mountain is 90 miles away. You have this tower here that's a few miles away, right? Maybe 5, let's say, we're 500.
25 miles.
The tower's what?
25 miles. The wind turbine behind it is about 45 miles. The mountain is 90 miles.
Okay. Like I don't see the issue.
Of course you don't. So walk me through it, through your math, and show me why you look down to the tower. Convince me. Don't tell me perspective. Give me the numbers.
I don't
How
know.
high?
I mean,
How high the tower is? The mountain above the observer?
like I mean, you realize that an object closer to you, like how do I? Okay, if you're standing at a wall, let's say you're standing at a wall, your face is at the wall, and you start walking backwards, right? You're going to end up like, let's say the wall's 20 feet high. You're 6 feet high. The wall's 20 feet high. Your face is at the wall, and you start walking backwards. How far back are you going to walk to see the top of that wall?
How high is the wall?
20 feet. You're 6 feet. It's 20 feet tall. You go back. You're going to see the top of the wall, right?
Not a
Like
lot.
you'll see it in its entirety, walking backwards, right? And then you walk even further backwards. You keep going backwards. That wall will end up disappearing. It will lower down. Like that's just what the mountain is doing. The further away from the mountain you go, the lower the mountain is going to look until it disappears into the horizon. So you have a tower in between you, and then between you and the mountain. So you're simply really far from the mountain that it looks smaller than the tower itself, but it's not. That's forced perspective.
I wasn't talking about its size. I was talking about the elevation of its peak. Why would the mountain disappear at all? Ever?
Because it's going into the horizon.
No, it's not going to the horizon. Why would it go to the horizon?
If you keep going back, if you go the opposite way of the mountain, you will end up not being able to see the mountain. That's due to forced perspective.
No, the perspective, I should see it always.
You should always see the mountain?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, there's enough light. Why
we
not?
We can't see forever. And light doesn't
we
travel.
Of course it does. I just posted pictures from the moon. 250,000 miles. Still
Well,
see
you
it?
see it's 250,000 miles, but you haven't proved that.
Yes, I can.
Please. I would love to see the math on you figuring out the distance of the moon.
Yeah, all you need is ham radio.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So, Chucky, would there be anything we could present to you where you would come to know that the Earth is not a globe and it is in fact flat?
How do you
I mean,
present
are you
something?
even willing
I look
to
at everything
entertain the idea?
I look everything you will present that it will contain data, or reason, and logic. If you tell me things get smaller in the distance, I won't look at it. If you give me the math, you tell me how much they should be smaller, at what elevation, what will be the angle that you expect to see it. I'll listen. Still, I don't get Brian's video, right? Because you have it.
Oh man.
See, there's two kind of people: those who lie to themselves, and those who don't.
Those who lie to themselves and those who don't.
Hmm. And those who lie to themselves lie about everything else to everyone else.
Do you think you would have the self-awareness of that, knowing if you're being honest or lying?
There's no way for me to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's
All
just
I know is
people who
what
don't
I
want to know
think
the
I know.
truth and don't care. Like
No,
people,
all I
like everybody
that's
has their own standard of verification or confirmation, whatever you want to call it.
you have a standard.
Everyone has a standard. Where
I'm
that,
asking you, do you have? I don't care about everyone. I ask you
well, what does it matter about me?
because I'm talking to you. I have no way to verify everyone.
Well, you don't have to verify me.
No, you say everyone has standard. How do I know?
Do you
Did you
like?
make a poll? Did you make a poll? Do you have data about what everyone does or does not?
Is there
You see
food
the
that you
difference between us?
is there food that you dislike?
You're talking out of your head. You decided that everyone does something.
Yes,
I don't.
because
I don't.
everybody has a standard when it comes to me. And to suggest otherwise is insanity.
Well, that's your opinion.
It's not an opinion. It is a fact.
You have no standard.
Is there things? Is there food that you dislike? You don't like eating certain foods.
Suppose.
That's a standard.
It's not a standard.
That is a standard of something that you would eat or not eat.
It's
What's
not a
the difference
standard. It's
between
a preparation.
believing in something or not believing in something?
It's a preparation. It's not a standard.
So you mean to think that everyone has the same level of burden of proof? Like,
That doesn't turn it into a standard.
what would you call it? Like, for something to make you believe, would it not have to reach a threshold of evidence or not? It could be either or. It could, some people may just believe just to believe based on someone's word, or does it take something physically happening right in front of you to make you change your mind? Or is it even more than that? Like, this is just a basic psychology. Like,
Well, to enter my consideration, I need to have data. You don't, because you don't have standards.
well, don't speak for me.
I do. You have standards? Do you require data? No, you don't. I gave you data. You ignore it. You go back to nonsense. You have no backup for. Because you heard someone say it sometime. Popular.
No,
You
don't speak for
demonstrate it.
me.
You demonstrate it.
Demonstrate what?
That you have no standards. I give you the data, you ignore it, you keep repeating things you heard from other people without verifying if they're true or false. That's not a standard.
Right. So I know nothing about perspective from my own life traveling the world and simply observing the things around me.
You want me to be blunt? Yes.
But I need math when like it
Zero.
barely
You have zero knowledge of perspective.
Have you traveled the world?
A little bit.
He hasn't left his backyard.
Well, what? I don't know who else was talking. The other man. Have you? I was actually wondering if where have you traveled and stuff. To trying to change the topic because it's kind of going nowhere.
No, yeah. No.
Sorry, if that's okay.
I've been to the Middle East, I've been to Asia, been to Canada, South America. I've literally traveled many different countries, all across the US. I lived in mountains, next to mountains, away from mountains. I lived in forests, I lived in deserts. These are all things that I just noticed.
Wonderful. Someplace I'd love to travel is the Middle East because I just think the architecture is beautiful. I actually like desert landscape and different types of the different types of flora, fauna in the desert. But I don't know if I'll ever be able to go there now.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I've
Grizz.
traveled a lot too. And yeah, in mountains, lived in mountains, beside mountains, airplanes, helicopters. You know, it's if you are aware enough, I mean, you can just use your own eyes and observe different type of perspective. Absolutely. Somebody else was trying to get in.
Yeah, sorry. Effie agrees. So, in your data collection, do you think that one picture it's always going to be the same every day?
Oh, what do you mean by one picture is going to be
In
the
other
same?
words, Chike posted that one picture, and he says therefore he got data. Therefore, he's more knowledgeable than you are.
Right.
But do you think is it always going to be the same way? I mean, because you know how our atmosphere is.
If you take the same picture from the same location.
Yeah, would it be the same way the next day or the day after, or
No,
with a hotter
it's-
atmosphere?
No, it's absolutely going to change due to heat, cool. If you're in the summer, winter, spring, fall, it's always changing.
So you're saying that with Shike presenting his one picture, it's not enough information to go off of, right? Or is that what you're saying?
Yes, if he only provided that one photo, no, it wouldn't be speaking of anything.
Shike, do you have more pictures from the same height, or observations from the same height in different
Same
days?
height?
Yeah, different days, same height.
No.
Different weather, temperature changes. No. So you're saying you collected how much data?
One picture.
You think that's enough information?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So the picture or the still image from Miramar is a great observation for all eternity as well. Then
Go ahead, put the camera at 1,200 feet, stick it there for a week. Let's see what we get.
go ahead. I mean, it's your picture, it's your claim. So let's see what
No,
happens.
it's your claim that it will change.
Yeah, but it's your
Burden of
claim that
proof
it always
on
stays the same,
you.
right?
Yes. I don't need to prove it. You need to disprove it.
I don't need to prove it. Yeah, all you show is.
You claim it will change.
Go
I
ahead,
say
Chris.
it wouldn't.
All you're doing is proving to me that you're the one with the burden of proof that's
No,
one
you decided. Burden of proof is you. You made a claim it will change.
I didn't
Prove
make
it.
a claim. I didn't make a
Yes, you
claim.
did.
I You made a claim, and I was just questioning you on that claim, which is that one image. That was it.
Yes.
And you questioned me about me saying that people have different standards, and then you literally just proved to us people have different standards. So thank you for that.
Well, I said I have standards. You don't. I see FTFEs here. Substock.
So, Chike, what are you hoping to get out of asserting what you're asserting? Like, what are you hoping the result would be? Like, what would your ideal result would be after?
Ideal result that one of you will get its head started and think about it. Don't expect explanation from me. You notice I don't tell you anything. I ask you to come into conclusion yourself.
Okay, what is that conclusion you're hoping someone comes to?
The right one. The one that is based on math, on perspective, and on the facts, the data provided.
Okay, that atmospheric refraction can change the visible elevation of objects at different distances. Yeah, we've already come to that conclusion, or I have.
Yeah.
It's obvious. That
Yeah.
can be shown in multiple scenarios.
Right.
So if
So
that's the
why
conclusion
mention it?
you're seeking, then no offense, but I guess you haven't added anything new.
I brought you to 1,200 feet elevation.
Yeah. So it doesn't do anything to validate anything ultimately, other than that there's optical effects that can change the visible height of things at different distances, as has been shown in multiple scenarios, that there's optical refraction effects in the environment.
You keep arguing against yourself.
No, actually,
You build a straw man. You build a straw man, and you argue it.
No, there's no arguments. I've just you've presented this. I've shown you that there's many scenarios that there's optical refraction effects, and it sounds like you're trying to assert that Earth has a curved surface and is a globe from this. Is that correct?
Absolutely false.
Absolutely false. Okay, then you're just presenting it for what reason?
For what
Just to
reason?
show
For
that
you
there's
to get to the
just to show that
conclusion, the
there's
right
optics.
conclusion.
Yeah, that there's
That
optics.
Earth is not flat.
That there's optics in the environment. That doesn't validate Earth is not flat.
It is. It is.
Okay, then that's why I asked you. Then how do you think it does that? Because now we're getting to the core of it. You think this photo
Earth is not flat.
proves that quote unquote Earth is not flat? Is that what
That's how it does it.
What's that?
Earth is not flat. Cannot possibly be flat. If it was flat, this is not what we would see. Hold on. Let me see. I think I have someone modeled it. What we should see and what we shouldn't see. I don't know if I have this picture. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna post this image again. You see the objects are at different heights. You can't make an Earth-shaped claim based on optical effects. So if that's what you're going for, I'm sorry, but you haven't done that today.
I'm happy to debate every globus just now, especially about the black swan. Absolutely, there is problem. Like Patrick, he was debating MC Toon a few days ago, And MC Toon was asking Patrick, how did you measure the geometric horizon? How can you measure something that isn't there? There's nothing to measure. The only thing that we have is apparent horizon. And if you just have a apparent horizon that's changing all the time, it's just the sky meeting the ground. And MC Toon was asking very malformed question, of course. How can you measure something that isn't there? And you have apparent horizon above, so far, far, far away. That is the argument. The radius of 3959 have been debunked of so-called globe radius. It is no fucking way. It's over. And then we can talk about a lot of other things. But if somebody wants to say anything against that, or talking about refraction, fraction, first of all, this video, the build was taken from video that there was moving, and the crane was moving. Has nothing to do with the distance. Nothing. And there is no refraction from 1 foot up from the receiver, from the observer, to 1.22 out. There's no refraction will change that. Just take it in. So you cannot use, nobody can use refraction over so short distance. Somebody that will debate me about that, somebody that is on the globe side, I will absolutely talk about it.
I mean, there's really no debate when it comes to refraction because nobody has a measurement over long distance to see where the object is appearing from its actual position. Like, nobody has that. There's not even, I don't even see there being a debate to be had over refraction because who's got a measurement?
Yeah, but that's the only thing that they're talking about all the time, fraction, refraction, or so. Then if I ask globers about that, what type of refraction are you talking about in this type that will have some effect on that? Then they're not able to say that. They're just using word because they don't have anything else to say. And they don't know what they are talking about in the first place. So it's very, very embarrassing for their side.
Like I said, I just personally don't feel like there's even a debate to be had on this whole refraction thing because there's just no measurement of which way it's going, where we're seeing objects higher or lower than their actual position. I don't know. You'd have to do a tangible measurement that's not. You'd have to do a tangible measurement that's not subject to refraction in order to see how the refractions are working. Are we seeing objects higher or lower than them? You know, no one knows because there's no measurement. They got maybe some ideas. Maybe it works like this. Maybe not. Who knows?
Okay. Have you seen the debate between Patrick and MC Toon? Have you seen that?
No, I don't watch garbage.
No, but it's very interesting. We have to do that. We have to do that to know what's happening and so on, or what's on. But it's so hilarious. Absolutely hilarious what MC Toon was saying. He was saying, the only thing he was saying was, oh, the crane is bending. And never listen, talking about some refraction that will explain that you can see something 10 or 20 miles behind 10 miles. But it has that we were talking about was 1.22 miles because we were 1 foot above the surface to the horizon. and we can see these platforms, and maybe 10 or 20 miles behind the platforms. And then he is talking about something is moving on the cranes, on the platforms, habitat. That is absolutely meaningless. That's so. And first of all, it was a video, and I don't know what was happening with these cranes. Maybe because the video was moving and the still photo was there. I don't know. Or maybe it was some kind of fraction, but it will not change anything. It will not change anything. The argument will stand. Why it will stand is because the parent horizon is far, far away behind. Or what the newest, I don't, okay, nobody will talk about that. Black Swan. Black Swan is okay, nobody is able to say anything against that. What about the new thing from Taboo Conspiracy? Hey, we have a time lapse from airplane flying over 4 or 6 times, 6 hours straight. But if it is on a globe, then it's a fall on the globe. Then all the stars has to go over and go up over the plane in the same time as you're going around the globe. That's it has to be so. And also, if it is demonstrated in a simulation, like Google is can give you, then it will happen exactly like that. It will go over you, and the star will go up. But in reality, no, it's not happening. Why? Because you are not on a globe. Therefore, it's not happening. So it's finito. Nobody can say anything more. It's over. The Earth is a topographical plane and is stationary. So far we know. In all the area we know of, it is. Yeah, it's open for everybody to say something against it. But there's nothing that somebody can say against it. Impossible. All this fucking year we have got through this fucking nonsense. And the flat earth is the fucking winner in the end. Everybody I talked with today on Team Pant and all over the place, they have no fucking answer. It's over. Your globe on the globe side, you're lost. Just be a gentleman and say you're lost.
Is it? They just need to forfeit now. Johnny?
No, why not? This time it has taken so fucking many years. We have to just stop this fucking nonsense. The globe side has to admit that they are lost.
Just admit, yeah, like people like Jake should just step up and be like, oh, you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. I was wrong. Yeah. I agree with you.
Have to be a man, like a gentleman, and say, okay, you proved me wrong, and nobody will do anything against them, and nobody will laugh or something. No, everybody will say, great, thank you. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. They'll all get it. Yep.
I know it's hard to stop this and everything. Yeah, it's a lot of fucking business and entertainment or whatsoever they want. But it has gone too long, and we have to just take it to other level.
Stop it. They'll stop all the space stuff and all the.
Yeah, think we can do a lot of
TV
things,
and-
a lot of money that we can do a real experiment, a real things. Wow. The problem is they have something that they're hiding behind the Antarctic Circle. I don't know what it is, but it is something. So it's very, very hard to do if it is a big, very, very big thing. And, we can see there are cargo ships that is going in the middle of it, and so on and so on. So there is some traffic to other areas that we don't know of. So it can be very, very, very hard to go through that because they are the fucking army and everything to guide it. Navy and whatsoever, you know, it's a serious thing.
Wait, so the army's gonna. They're gonna get it too, and then they'll be like, "Yeah, it's cool. We'll just still be the army."
I don't know what I'm talking about now because I don't really know how much control they have over the Navy and over the system. I don't really know. I think everybody is just following the order, so they don't really have control. The only control they have is the motto, or the following the order, or the security, and so on and so on. And therefore, but if you go those steps, maybe the people in the Navy will step against it. It's just hoping. What do I know? I don't know about that. I don't know how deep it is. But it is a lot of fucking shit happening.
I'm worried.
All
I mean,
right, what's
you know,
up, guys?
you know how
Don't
like
worry, Johnny. I got this. Johnny, I got this. Don't worry, bud. How we doing, guys? What we got going on tonight? Anything good? What's up?
Doing great. How are you?
Good, good. We're doing good here. It's Friday. You guys ready to get
It's
this
a
popping or
fucking
what?
Friday. Yeah, it's a Friday.
Relax, Johnny. Johnny, relax for 1 second. I'm gonna get it popping. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Thanks, bud. All right.
But I was just exciting. It's a Friday.
What do we got? Yes, it's Friday. Yes.
Yeah, Johnny was just trying to say that. It's like it's Friday.
What's new,
everybody.
guys?
What's popping?
What's popping? We're about to get it popping up. Right? It's Friday. Let's go. Rob Noxious in the house. He's probably Rob Noxious probably has some crazy thing to tell us about the globe or something, maybe.
In a little while. I'm kind of busy right now. I'm just listening to my boy Johnny B. Wherever Johnny goes, Rob Noxious follows.
That's your boy?
He is my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. It's good.
Setting.
Very good at fitting.
Jeremy, what do you say? Maybe Johnny can do us a piece here, play the piano or guitar.
What's he doing?
He's
Oh my
a
God!
pianist.
Yeah, play Piano Man, Johnny. Show him. Play Piano Man.
No, I will play the guitar for you if you want.
That's not popping.
No, it's okay.
Is that
Maybe
popping?
next time.
Is that popping?
No,
Jeremy?
it's not popping. That's not popping. We're gonna get it popping, Johnny. Johnny.
No, that's not popping.
No way I will play for you all the day.
Whoever said that thing.
But if you really want me to do
Johnny, I'm just gonna tap mute you real quick.
I super know that's not popping.
Oh, don't do that to him.
Give him the hook. Oh man, what's this showtime with the Apollo?
I was just about to join in.
Yeah, you're gonna get the hook.
Jeremy, is that a poppage blocker?
Yeah, you're popping blocking.
He wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready
poppin'?
for that. He wasn't ready for that much popping.
What does poppin' even come from? Is that also like a '90s rap term? Like get poppin'? What is that?
That's
from?
where I got it from. Yeah.
It's called pop lock, and it was a style of dance. It was a style of street dancing.
Is that where it comes from?
Yeah, pop locking is.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Hey, Jeremy, believe it or not, because the Team Panther was on mood and different. I played guitar on Team Panther Cannon. You know, it's a big no. But I was able to do that. It was quite fun.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't make out a lot of that. What just got said.
What did you say? I didn't.
They made a pancake. It was fun.
No,
I
it
do
was.
great.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Germany. Sorry, you're breaking up all the time, so we are losing you.
It's your fault, Jeremy.
Yeah, his connection's crap, Johnny.
Yeah, but I was trying to say, you know, if somebody has been on Team Panther Canal, you cannot sing a fucking note. You cannot say la 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 la. No,
Man, that's just not related to this live stream. I was going to ask Rob Noxious. Rob, have you come across anything in your research yet that has caused you to question the or to see any inconsistencies with the globe Earth model?
Yeah,
or theory?
For sure.
Okay, like what would be like one or two of those?
Well, the only thing that I can think of that I really still to this day have a hard time accepting, but it is what it is how the oceans all hold onto the globe. I understand that ridiculousness of it, but
yeah, like you're saying, how does water stick to a ball like that and kind of behave like in the way the oceans do with like tides, and how does all that water stick to it?
Yeah, I know how they tell us, but I'm just saying. I mean, it's even with them explaining it and looking over it and studying it, it's just still it's hard for comprehension. You know, I mean, if you can't, if you don't have like a what do you call it? Something already aside you that's saying, I will not believe this. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But you know, I'm open for anything. But like I said, it just all of the evidence I've seen. That's just a question I have, you know. But all the evidence I've seen just faces the other way.
For you say something, just one, because the globe cannot make a physical model, only computer model that they're able to do. But you can just fill a bathtub and that's the model of the flat Earth. You know, the water lays still, and then you can put something in there in the middle, and everything around is the ice. That's containing the big sea and so on and so on. This is very, very easy to do physically. You can make it in a small miniature, but try to do that with the globe model. That's impossible.
No, see, this is why I like Johnny. He makes a flat Earth easy to understand.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, then the water sticking to the ball, but does that also go with like the land sticking to the ball and all the sand and the rocks and the humans and like how is all of that sticking to a ball that's flying at millions of miles an hour through space? Like, would that go with that as well in your mind?
Oh, well, I never really took it past the whole water thing. The other speeds are really pretty much relative.
I mean, dude, I would say like even when I was a child, I questioned the globe Earth when I was a very young child, way before any proposition that the Earth wasn't a globe was even in my mind. So, I mean, is that what you're referring to? Just like almost like a very like foundational, you know, sense of how physics works and how that doesn't match with what they say in terms of the Earth being a globe, or like what is your angle of coming in terms of how it doesn't match in terms of the water sticking to a ball like that, a huge sphere like that?
Well, just because it's hard to comprehend the gravitational pull of the core strong enough to hold all the ocean's water. I mean, I know it's a giant thing to take in, but once you understand how density and how gravity works, it all goes together.
Yeah. Do you know what will happen if you put water in a vacuum? It will boil, absolutely boil. And what does it mean? What does it really mean? So nothing can be nothing physical that we know of can be in a vacuum. Do you know they tried to send in one astronaut, or no, he was not astronaut, he should be that. He put them in an astronaut track, and he was in, and everything in his body started boiling. And in the latest time, because they take him out directly, they can save his life. But everything started boiling in his mouth and everything. All water is in his body. So, and he had all that they say the astronaut have as a costume. So nobody is tested in a vacuum anymore, only in a water. It's crazy. And then they will send people in a vacuum, but they cannot test it. They cannot train in vacuum. Oh shit, that's not real, right? Just think about it.
Yeah. Oh shit. Is right.
And it's absolutely true. I'm not making things up. I'm saying
nobody wants to go in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit.
no. Nobody in a spacesuit can go in a vacuum chamber, and nothing is helping. And that is a small vacuum. The space they are saying is much small. It's much more vacuum,
Space is much bigger. Yeah.
more torque, more
bigger.
zeros.
Yeah.
So no way, Jose. And do you know how the vacuum chamber, the bed has to be, was so much concrete. They have to build everything around it, and a lot of iron and everything, just to hold in this fucking small fucking vacuum they were making.
Like what kind of material even is the final gasket? You know, like what doesn't allow air to bleed through it at pressure? Like
Yeah.
what completely doesn't do that?
So you know, with just a small pressure difference, and you have a container, it will get together and just be like a pancake with pressure differences that will come in. That is absolutely should be a point that you will understand what vacuum is and what it's about. And if you have something that has a trick and they lost this trick, the container will fall together. It's a absolutely fucking power. Very, very fast.
Well said.
So everything that they're talking about is bullshit. It's just physics and knowledge. You don't have to be master to it. You just have to know it. And after you know that, then you know they're lying. Finito. And why are they not talking about it? Why is nobody coming out and explain? Oh, okay, it's a misunderstanding. No, it's no misunderstanding, because nobody is coming out to explain, because it cannot be explained, because they are lying. All this fucking year, and they never come out, never say anything. Wow.
Well, I mean, they do explain it, but is it because it is a lie that they have the explanation all prepared for you? Walk you through all the questions and have all the answers.
No, nobody comes out from the authority. They're not. It's just a guy like MC Toon, and they are absolutely paid. He is paid off, and I can see what they have, and they're living. They are not doing it. He's going to.
Like very low meaning right now.
He's going all over the place with the family and everything, and living a good life. And then at the same time, he has to be paid. He's not doing anything else. Okay. The only thing he's doing is a fight against the flat earth.
Right. Talking about paid and shit.
Of course he is paid.
There you go. Yeah, that's what you're...
Not everybody is paid, but I think he is paid, absolutely.
Who is he?
MC Toon.
MC Toon. Well, these guys do make money, though, off their YouTube channels.
Yeah, a lot of money.
Their Patreons and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of insults out there.
Yeah. I'm talking about big money. I'm talking about 40,000 maybe for fucking stream. Sometimes if he get the right man in and so on and so on.
Money in the globe, cha-ching, man. Yeah. That's where the cash out is.
Like at the fight the flat Earth, he was debating me, and he get 1,000 in the stream in that time. And Google sent out to everybody that subscribed to him. Oh, he has a debate, but if it is a flat earther, Google is not setting; it's shadow banning everything.
Right. Yeah. Good stuff.
And sometimes the people of the subscript they don't get notice they have live debate. It's crazy, and everybody knows that because they say so in the Congress. Say, what will you do? Yeah, we will do that, this and that. The Congress said you have to chat about them because we don't want them talk about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. If you just want to hone in on something,
Yeah,
like a point, anytime,
black and white on video in color.
you just dock up somewhere at a point. You know what I mean? We don't have to stay there, but somewhere. I'm not really sure where you're going with all this.
Yeah, but I am saying is this is known. It's not fucking conspiracy from us. I am not a conspiracist. I'm just talking about physics. I'm talking about the reality. That's all.
And yeah, vacuums are they're tough to make perfect ones, right?
Yeah, and there is there's no chance that we can have a vacuum beside of pressure air
Open container
or gases. That's impossible. And if they say, "Oh, but it's a gradient," but you cannot have a gradient if you cannot have a gradient.
Yeah, if you can't have a gradient, you can't have.
If you don't have a container.
Yeah. But also free fall. If we were in free fall, we wouldn't have a gradient, but we do have a gradient, but we're not. So that doesn't.
So
yeah,
we are falling in all physics, and all physics class is a failure.
Yeah.
So it's not about conspiracy. It's just about facts and reality. I'm not talking about why they are doing this and that and this and that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what it is. I don't have to answer why they are doing this. But
then you would be maybe engaging in some kind of conspiracy theory. But yeah, I guess there's a point at which it's just pure earth science, natural science, observable, pure science, as far as what we're doing.
Exactly.
But yeah, the second you start asking questions about who's got what to gain and why is this like this, and how about is this a fake story just floated here for the what's the advantage here? You know, like you can ask those. If you start asking those questions, now you're theorizing on some kind of other thing.
Yeah, and I can say, okay, if you really want me to speculate about why and this, then
you can be like a reality theory, like a theorist of reality.
Yeah, then I can be like a philosophist and also a psychologist, because if you are a teacher and you're teaching kids and through all your life this, you don't want to be exposed like everything that you're told or you teach your children in the class is a bullshit, and I have been wrong all the time. It's very, very hard, and maybe you will not end your life with that. And also, people are very afraid with each other. Say, do you really believe? No, because it's you have to follow the rules. You cannot make a per view if you're not on the line. You will not get this and that. It's everything is controlled. Right? So
I know, but it just takes a long time to see I guess, how the things contrast each other, you know, how like one story doesn't match up with the other. I guess if you start to look at this deeper pattern, of
People
mismatch.
got it. Absolutely. So,
And
so it is not question about everybody is behind it and so on. No, it's because of census and consensus or so on and so on. It's because of controlling mechanic that has been done through many years. And scare tactic. And also you will lose all of your fucking money and this and that if you don't follow the rules. That this is about.
it's like a state mandated cosmology. But a very smart person told me that everything was bullshit, and but I didn't believe them, until I realized that that's mostly true. So mostly everything is some type of bullshit.
Yeah.
Very few things are irreducibly like what they're purported to be. So I do think that there's truth that everything is bullshit to some degree.
I am very, very, very. I have to be very, very pessimist and say everything is a fucking lie in our life that we are living just now. Almost everything. And also, if you yourself is also part of it because your control of all of this mechanic that's around you. You cannot be yourself. You're always lying. How are you doing? It's fine. Everybody's acting like a robot, and everybody's saying the same thing again and again and again.
Yeah.
There's nothing
We're
real.
like I mean, a lot of people say it's a technocracy, but it's also a lot like a caste society. I think that's where we're sort of at. It's not quite, it's not tight, exactly like a class. Because I think the class is, at least as far as like in the United States, pretty elastic.
Elastic. Did you say elastic?
Elastic, yeah. I mean, you can get a bunch of the same experience, like regardless if you're like sort of at the low end or even at the moderately high end. And then there's like people who just have too much shit, and they're just too
Yeah.
rich.
I like that. It's very new, elastic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can see that.
Experiences, right? So like things are relatable, like our society is relatable, even if like you can imagine what it's like to have it a little bit better or a little bit worse, but it's hard to imagine what it's like to have way too much, like an inexhaustible bit of money to like just shovel at anything you want to. That's a little hard to imagine. But I don't know. I just think that's I don't know. I don't know where we're at here, man.
I don't know. It has nothing to do with it, but I think everything is elastic in our fucking life, from the ground and to the sky. It's some kind of elastic connections.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could experience like that. Maybe something is scammy about vehicles and cars, like whether or not you have a something on the low end or something on the high end. Yeah, you could still arrive at the same conclusion.
Yeah, I see it. I absolutely see it. I understand what you are, where you are going, thinking, with your thinking. Very interesting.
Yeah, but inevitably, I think we're all kind of guided into some kind of like strata of economic and socio whatever, like wherever your location is and like what that is immediately, like and then by region, we're sort of like there's just all this cultural enforcement, I guess.
Talking about that,
you
you are putting finger on the region, and then they are talking about the kings and the blood families and so on and so on. Then what is behind everything? and all the puppets that's in the front end, that is in our like politicians and so on. They are not all. They are selected, and then it's very clever system they are made of.
Like every angle is
All
effectively
right.
takes you into another thing. Yep.
But that's not absolutely true because on a local level, it can the local politicians is absolutely true, but the system take them in and buy them and corrupt them. Okay, but they will not change on the local level. You can make change. So I don't like how people say, "Oh, yeah, I don't like politics. I will not do anything about it." The politics is just good shit.
I mean, dude,
But that's
I don't know,
wrong.
like
You can
how
do
often.
that on a local level. Absolutely, you can do something.
I mean, do you think that people actually affect change on the local level often? I don't know.
But you have to do something.
It's like, well, money affects political change here anyway. I mean, like, even if it's not barters and kickbacks, it's just like the amount of money that's necessary to like really mount any kind of political movement is high anyway. You know, so
yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the politicians are all just ultimately the politicians I feel are all just puppets essentially for the guys who are really pulling the strings there. I mean, let's face it. You think Biden even knows what's going on? I don't even think he can eat cereal on his own. Does Biden look like he can eat cereal? Like he knows how to eat cereal?
like with a big spoon, maybe.
I'm wondering.
I don't know, man.
Big spoon, big.
Are they putting something in the fucking cereal also?
The spoon would have to say like this side up, this side down on it.
Even then, it still
Baby cereal
might mess it up. Who knows? I mean, Jesus.
Spoon side up for cereal. Yeah.
No
That's
way,
right,
bro.
Middle
Dude,
America.
listen, that would complicate the fuck out of the process for him. Don't put anything he's got to read first and then act out. Like, there's no way. Just no way.
They're scrambling up like crypto fucking information in his alphabets and shit, you know, using nanobots to pilot the letters together. That's how they're running this country.
It's getting crazy. I think there's a big chance.
Listen, we're gonna see an interviewer snap to wake him up, falling asleep, and then he's gonna be like, "Mr. President, we're gonna see that."
President. There's no fucking president. We don't want any fucking president. Maybe we have to.
Johnny, relax, bro. Johnny, please, man.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what happened, but.
Yeah, but
Settle
nobody
down,
wants
settle
Joe Biden. We don't need new Joe Biden, that's for sure.
To desaturate you, Johnny, just down to 75% maybe. That'd be good. Just fade you out slightly. That's perfect.
I don't think I am over the line. I think I am. Everybody understands what I'm saying.
No, Johnny, you're in your
You're
best
over the line.
behavior.
What?
You're in your best behavior I ever saw you.
Okay, man, that's fine. Okay, everybody's happy then. Me too.
I'm not happy.
What's wrong then? Tell us about it.
I don't know. I'm just. I
Jeremy
don't
was
know. I
trying
got
to
a
get
headache
popping.
all of a sudden.
He was trying to get it popping in here.
I was trying to get it popping.
I don't know if you remember that. That was a bit ago.
Anyways.
I don't know if we ever achieved popping.
It didn't happen, Snacks.
No.
You'll know what happens.
I'll know
Crystal
what
clear.
happens. Okay. All right.
You ever put popcorn in a microwave?
Yeah, I've done that. I think everybody has done that. Everybody in the house has done
Thanks for weighing in. Yeah.
Yeah. So what?
Right.
What's your
Jeremy's,
point?
yeah, Jeremy's.
Do we have a topic, or I mean, Johnny?
No.
Johnny, what topic do you know the least about, Johnny?
No, you're talking about popcorn. Very interesting. Very interesting.
No, we're not talking about popcorn. What topic do you know the least, Johnny? We'll talk about it so that way you can listen and hear everything.
I think that might be his advantage, though, Jeremy. The less he knows, the more he knows.
No, you're breaking up
It's one of those less is more situations.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there's a reverse monster.
Okay, but I will not. I'm trying to not be too much dominant. So sorry for that.
All right. What do you know?
But you're breaking up terrible. You're a fucking. You should be have the best fucking connection.
Bostonberg, I think that's it.
But you are no fucking. Yeah, you are breaking up.
I think he said, "What do you know from Pompeii or Glastonbury?" I ask you. I think that's what he said. I'm just wait for him to come back in.
Glastonbury, I don't know.
I don't know. It didn't make sense to me either. So that's good.
I'm not sure about that.
Said spontaneous parametric down conversion.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Can you guys hear me?
Spontaneous.
No, it's a terrible conversation. You are breaking up so terribly. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Johnny's throwing you out completely.
Nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's ironic.
Yeah, it's ironic.
Yeah. Well, if we did, it'd be popping if we did.
But
spontaneous parametric down conversions.
It's true.
Yeah. That's popping.
Yeah,
spontaneous parametric popping.
It might be ironic. It might be ironic, but it's true anyways.
That sounds like a balloon party.
Yeah.
Parametric. Yeah. Parametric's even better.
It's like I'm the judge over the judge. You know, I am
just over the juice. Like what? No, does anyone know what Johnny just said? You're just over the what?
It's just like
I am there to say, is Johnny the witness or is it a fucking?
It's like you're ladling the whole alphabet over the sentences.
Was the only word I even understood out of all that, Johnny.
Okay, it was terrible. I'm talking about if I mean in.
He's like the whole alphabet to say one word.
What do I mean? I mean, I'm not in the corner, that's for sure. I mean, in the. You have the lawyers, you have everybody there, and you have.
That's a word. Maybe the what? The have.
I lost the vote.
I think we need a topic.
You lost. You lost.
Yeah, please.
We need a topic
please,
other
Gio.
than Johnny just kind of dominating the chat with.
Bring us back, Gio.
All right. Here's a question for you. So I keep saying, and I've been taken to task a couple of times about the fact that as we increase our altitude, that the horizon stays right with us. What's the issue with that?
Sorry, guys. I was thinking about something else.
Here's a perfect example. I'll throw it in chat. Picture coming through. I have no idea what the height of the drone is taking this picture. But the horizon is there.
You're saying why does it rise up with us as you go up in altitude, or what? Maybe I'm not clear on what you're stating with it. That's a beautiful picture, though.
No stress, man. No, what I was saying earlier is that with respect to when we're looking out, taking pictures of things off in the maybe in the foreground, and we have consistently in the background, the horizon line is always there where the floor meets the ceiling. Now, as we increase our altitude, we go higher and higher up. The horizon line stays with us. It stays level with
our eye line if we're the person perceiving in perspective. Let's say we're in a helicopter or something, and it never seems to prevent. No, sorry, not prevent. Present any concavity as well. So somebody chimed in earlier when I made that point. I didn't even take note who it was, but I'm anticipating it was somebody who tips their hat to the globe model. That again, the horizon line is always there, where the floor meets the ceiling, linear fashion. Oh, there's a curve in that picture.
That's where it is.
Unpack it further. I'd love to know what the because the other thing that comes into play is what kind of camera is being used, what kind of lens would affect the picture being produced.
Right. Could be like a long lens.
Like here's one with a great curve in the background. Right, great drop off. Here's one over here.
Could be like a early GoPro camera.
Right. But like we could go grab, I'll go grab more footage from a different feed, and we'll see what kind of horizon this one presents. Here's a DJI Mavic. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Real quick, I think the horizon should be curving on a flat Earth, because if you're seeing in a circle, right, you turn around, you see 360 degrees around you. You're seeing the whole circle if you turn around you, right? It's a circle. A circle, when you're above it, is curving. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a curve there. Like get a hula hoop, put your eyeball level with the hula hoop, so it'll look like a straight line. When you go up above it, you can start to see the curve. Like even if it was curving, that wouldn't rule anything out. It'd have to be physically curving. That's an optical curve, the thing I'm talking about. It'd have to be actually physically curving for there to be anything real there. So, but anyways, go ahead. My bad.
No, it's no stress at all, dude. Throwing up these pictures as a grab. Bear with me.
Well, yeah, like if the horizon was caused by the interface of a physical globe Earth and then the sky behind it, it would make sense that would lower as you went up in altitude, because as you go up in altitude, that actual point is becoming further and further beneath your feet. Whereas over a planar surface, if you were to have, let's just say for the sake of discussion, an infinite plane that's just going on forever, just at the moment, even though the limit of your vision will limit you out before the Earth ends, if the Earth ends, or before any possible conclusion of it, if there even is an end. But nonetheless, if you're on a planar surface that is extending out indefinitely, the horizon is made between the meeting place of the ground and the sky. And as you go up in altitude, you're increasing that angle between you and the ground. And if the horizon is an optical point, of the limit of how far you can see, depending on where the ground and the sky meet, then as you go up in altitude, it would make sense that would rise with you. It would actually lower a little bit below level, because you are increasing that angle, and there's going to be a little bit. That's basically what the dip angle is in celestial navigation. But it would lower a little bit, but it will rise towards eye level, or it will essentially rise with you as you go up in altitude, because you're extending the angle, but you're also extending how far you can see. So it's kind of like a double whammy, but the whole thing being level and horizontal, as you go up, it's going to rise with you. Whereas on a sphere, it should kind of fall down, as you go up, which is interesting that it does seem to rise up with us, especially when you go up in an airplane, like it kind of amazingly comes up with you.
Yeah. And that's if we're really paying attention to what the floor is showing at that point, as we go up in altitude, we actually start to see more stuff, right? It's obviously grainy and depending on your eyesight, what you can actually see on the floor. But as you continue to increase your altitude, more of whatever it is you see in your horizon starts to show up actively in the floor. course, I love saying floor and ceiling to be very dramatic about it.
Yeah, I just think about, like, isn't dip correction, doesn't it necessitate like a level plane anyway?
It does, yeah. Even when they do it in the globe version of celestial navigation, they create like a
Right.
horizontal plane to match it to, yeah.
Yeah,
And then they
so
add
it's like
a radius value in.
And they have
Yeah,
a
it's-
bubble sextant that operates on that principle as well. Different than a sextant versus a bubble sextant. I said, please go ahead.
What's a bubble sextant? I'm not familiar.
Bubble sextant is something that you use when an elevation is involved. For
So
instance,
like
if
from
you're
a
on
plane or something?
on a plane, exactly. A lot
Yeah,
of people
okay.
say they use a bubble sextant on a ship. I don't see that. I would imagine that the guy that gets the unfortunate job of having to climb the mast of the ship to use the sextant to observe the horizon and figure things out.
Nah,
If
but they don't
observing
do
a
that.
celestial, if he's using a celestial body, he's still too close to the water at that point. He's maybe only, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 feet in the air. But a bubble sextant, exactly it, would be used in a plane or some kind of increased altitude.
Well, there's one they use for when they can't. They have a thing for when you can't see the horizon. Because I mean, let's face it, there's going to be times where you can't see the horizon. So what's that called?
No idea.
Okay.
That might be like some thermal shit or something like that, man. But like they use but I know like they just normally using a sextant on a boat. They just get it from the dock, and then you calculate how high you are off the ocean. But I just bubble sextant. I'd have to get more into it. I'm not a flight, I never really got into the whole flight navigation side of navigation. But that's cool, man. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, because the dip correction is just basically trying to kind of if you're at any altitude above the ground, you have that horizontal baseline, as it were, and then where the horizon meets, and then if you're up at any altitude, then you're creating an angle. So yeah, the dip correction is in a way just trying to like
Correct your height. So
Yeah.
I was just looking up at the bubble one, and all it does is, this is kind of even more interesting, is that it creates a false horizon by detecting level. So you're basically just using a carpenter's level to determine when it's level, and then it's creating the false horizon at that point, and then you're getting your degrees. So is a bubble sextant? Are you familiar with that, bro? Like, how do they, like, let's say, are they calculating their altitude while making those celestial? Or because I would imagine they're beyond that at this point, but I just wonder, and I wonder how fast. Like if you're flying, then everything's changing relatively quicker than if you're in a ship. So like your location is different. Like it's I taking in and doing those. I mean, they probably have computer programs to do it. They probably take in the altitude and stuff, I guess. It's pretty cool.
I ran it through the Googles just to be sure. I put up the screen cap earlier, but it says bubble sextant use is what I searched. It came up with the instrument is intended for use on aircraft for the purpose of navigation, obtaining the altitude of the sun or other celestial body. Typical use was RAF, World War II nighttime flyers for star fixes to navigate in the RAF, such as Anson's, Lancaster, and Wellington bombers. Just got a case of dyslexia. Boy.
Yeah, I came up with. I thought this was interesting because it says the bubble sextant solves. So it says, how does a bubble sextant work? And it just opens up this thing. It says the bubble sextant solves this problem by providing an artificial horizon. It takes its name from an air bubble in a liquid-filled chamber that functions like a carpenter's level, indicating when the sextant is aligned horizontally. So, I mean, yeah, I guess that, like, you know, if you were in a cloudy whatever and you knew you had an altimeter, then, you know, you don't want to go in the ground. So as soon as it finds level, you know, you have because that's where your senses start tricking you. Is right. You know, that's where you're like, you know, that's how don't a lot of pilots like fly into the earth because of a false horizon, they think. Or they used to, maybe.
Yeah, well, look at what happened with Kobe, right, in the helicopter, and I mean that was an issue with they couldn't see, but that was a perfect example of them not being able to see due to smoke, and then losing their orientation and not knowing where the horizon was, and literally crashing into the ground. Like, it's too late.
Yeah, or Kobe had dirt on Obama. We'll just never know.
You will Leslie if you want to drop the conspiracy.
You know, well, you know, a lot of smoke and mirrors.
I'm literally looking at the picture of a mirror right now.
There you go.
Post up the picture.
Nice.
You know I'm not lying.
It's all right.
Or you could take the whole route that he didn't actually die, and he's off in some island out, some other land out there.
I don't think that shit. I don't buy the whole like celebrity island. You know, I think that's like, I don't know.
He's hanging out with Tupac.
Right, hanging out with Tupac down in Antarctica. You know what I mean? With like Left Eye.
I heard Prince is there.
Left Eye and Dr. Sebi. You know what I mean? Living forever.
Dr. Sebi.
You know. How fucked up with that dude, man? Dr. Sebi, God bless that man. Fucking dude, fucking like, wow, that guy is an interesting story. You know, but that's another tale. It's crazy though. Like, he said he cured AIDS, and then like he got sued for lying, false advertisement, and then he went and then fought his court case and won his court case, saying that he was like, you know, they had to dismiss the case against him, that he was false advertising, i.e., he was curing AIDS. Like, you know, that's crazy.
Well, he proved it in court that he was curing AIDS.
Right,
he showed
right.
people. He showed the records before and after his treatments, how they were free from AIDS. Right? They didn't show up. The AIDS virus did not show up, but the HIV virus was not showing up.
Dude was onto something, man. You know. I never got in. I mean, I tried the whole you know, like I liked his whole. He was real hardcore vegetarian, which is kind of interesting when you look to the fact that like his recommendation recipes and shit, like it calls, you know, like it's like tapered down for normal diets. But he uses a really interesting plant that I never really got my hands on myself to mess with, which is blue vervain, which I don't really know enough about it, but it's the plant, one of his main ingredients, man. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No.
Yeah, man. Blue vervain, I guess, is a really sacred, you know, really one of his most used herbs. Word to the wise.
There's a lot of different doctors and fitness coaches, you know, but I don't know. I have my own ideas on health and life. So,
No doubt. I look at it like herbs are for healing, and you know, meat and cheese is for life. But like the herbs that he was specifically all about, you know. And I used to go, you know, I lived in Brooklyn, and I used to get any time of year I got sick, I'd go down to the Rastas, and they would give me like a freaking I forget the plants they would give me, but they would give me a bunch of plants. I'd go make tea with it, and I'd fucking be done with my sickness.
I will know more about that. You have been in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is not easy culture.
What was it?
You have been in Brooklyn. New
Yeah,
York?
Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn. Yep.
Brooklyn. Okay.
He said Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Broccoli.
Brooklyn. It's right. It's okay to say Brooklyn.
I was like, yo, when did Isaac come from broccoli? Broccoli got
Brooklyn.
cheese too.
Brooklyn. Oh, okay. I'm not using. I'm talking all the way. I'm from 1,000 years behind. So sorry, but it's very interesting. How can somebody live in Brooklyn?
Oh, Brooklyn's fucking. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. If you've never lived in the city, I can't. I don't know, man. The city's fucking dope, man. If you know what's up, but and like like if like for instance, like I said, like, with these Rasta dudes, it's like, dude, in New York City, for instance, like you can get anything you want from the world, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like anything you fucking want in the world is in New York City, which is so cool, man. And I used to go and I'm just saying, you could go get herbs from the Rastas, you know what I mean? Like, and they had all the fresh herbs and shit. I used to get the frontal leaf, which is like raw tobacco. You know what I mean? Like, you could just get all
You
kinds
can
of
get
things.
everything if you just want. If you do know what you want.
That too. But yeah, I used to like, in this, like, but it's interesting because that's where I forget when or where, but it's like, that Dr. Sebi kind of a touch, because a lot of them guys are all vegetarian and, very much on that kind of tip.
Yeah, it's everything. But it is like it was before. Do you have a jazz live like it was? Of course not like it was. But do you have some kind of decent jazz music in New York like it was before?
I couldn't quite gather the question from that.
Do you have some kind of jazz culture like it was before in jazz? Yeah, I'm talking about music now. Jazz music.
Jazz music. I mean, there was a couple bars I used to go check out for jazz music, which I always thought. I never really played much jazz, personally, but
No,
there
no,
was.
okay, but you should see it around if it's some live or culture like that.
Oh yeah, man! I used to go. Actually, I used to go to a bar. I tell you what, there's a really cool bar in. I think it's on like West 10th or some shit like that, or like Bleecker Street. There was this little jazz bar that was like, it used to be $10, and it was a juice bar. And you go in and you just it was $10 at the door, and like it would have like 2 sets, and it'd be like phenomenal fucking jazz musicians, man. And it was dry bar, so it was just you could bring your own shit, you could bring your own beer, you could bring your own whatever, but it was just $10 and they didn't serve anything. But you could bring your own shit if you wanted to. It was fucking real dope, man. Yeah, man. New York is still popping, man. I gotta say,
Yeah, but you don't know what I'm talking about because it was very, very hot in jazz
Forgive me.
music. It was a fucking war between Chicago and New York. The West jazz and the South jazz and so on.
Oh yeah.
East jazz.
Yeah, I mean, all that shit is going on anyway, man.
It's not going on anymore. It's over.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, people are always, there's always cliques that are against one another and all the rest of it. Who knows?
So there is not jazz in a normal small pubs, something like that. Can I just because I came from Europe? Can I go into pub and just play? I'll piano there, so on, all over the place, or is it?
They used to have actually free pianos throughout the city, but other than that, I don't really know. I don't know if you would be accepted in like the hardcore hip hop circles.
Yeah.
With your piano.
So that I'm saying everything has changed. It's not like it was before.
New generation, buddy. Every generation, you gotta build a path for the next generation, and then we're too old, bro. We're too old.
Do I was young. I was a fucking piano player, and that was the highest of everything, and I was all over, and I was living a very, very great life. It was very, very. Yeah, that was number 1, 2, and 3. It
Yeah,
was
you're gonna
absolutely
need a ghetto translator.
They listening to Ice Spice over there right now in Brooklyn.
But I want to go in time machine and go to Brooklyn in 1956. Yeah, and 260s. I think it was okay. Has to be, because okay, there was some problem. It's always problem. There's nothing new. We know that, but the woman was a woman, and man was a man, and everybody knows what they have to do, and so on and so on. And everybody was analog. Everything was analogic, and you have to play the fucking piano. The fucking computer. The computer is not doing everything for you. The musician was a real musician.
Hey, yo, were you saying you were playing piano in New York in 1966?
No, I'm saying if I was doing that, I say yeah, I want to be take the clock back, and I'm there. I'm playing.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was playing myself in the 80s and through the 90s.
Marcello? Did you say?
What? Yeah, I was just 16 years old. I started playing for people on the biggest restaurants and very fine.
Issa, what do you think about comedy clubs? Any comedy clubs in New York that you've been to?
I have never been
or any.
I never
you
played.
remember? I used to mess with a clique that did a gig over at, you know where Sugar Bar is?
Nah, man. I've been to New York a few times. I went to a couple comedy clubs, but I don't even remember their names, dude.
You were probably down in like Bleecker Street, Thompson Street. There's like a little comedy cellar over there.
I was looking at Joe Rogan. He had hair and everything. I was so like a baby. I was making some joke there. He was on comedy club. It's very fun to see. But he was talking about the woman was using the M word, and they said, "What's the M word? Married? She wants to marry me." He said, "Oh, and I have to buy a ring for her, and I can never fuck a lady the rest of my life." No, it's a bad deal.
I'm sorry, bro. I just don't know what you're saying.
No, it was Joe Rogan. He said that it was a bad deal to answer his lady. She was asking him to marry him. The N word, he said. N word.
The N word?
M.
The M word.
Yeah.
M word. M as in Mary.
Yeah. I don't know. There is no fucking M word. He's just make it up. Okay. So, and she said, "Oh, so I see." And every time he starts talking about that, then I shut down my brain. He said, absolutely, and I just heard. And then he said, "I have to buy a ring for her, and I cannot fuck all the ladies the rest of my life. It's a fucking bad contract. It's not a good deal." And everybody was laughing. It was his joke. It's not my joke. But maybe it's quite funny, but I don't know. I understand what it's about, but he was so young.
Maybe Elbow thinks it's quite funny. I don't know. Maybe Elbow knows.
Yeah, of course. If it's all tactical, if you say it like he was saying it with all his grimaces and everything, you know. Yeah, it was quite just a little bit funny, you know. But it was very, very interesting. But what is Rogan, Joe Rogan? He has
Let's
been
get to the core
going
of it, yeah.
between.
What is Joe Rogan?
Yeah, and he has been with us and then got away from us. He know the Earth is flat, and then now he has Neil deGrasse Tyson and everything about on board, and he gets a lot of money. He's a sellout. Then he said, Alice Jones said, Alice Jones said that and I got three against his family, and he therefore I don't know it's true, but Alice Jones said that, and this is possible. But I also heard Joe Rogan say, "Give me the fucking things, and I will sell my mother." And it's like he has done that.
That's good. Okay. That's good.
Yo, guys, sorry, I'm just super excited because I found this thing. It's the first time I've had. It's like a gem. I just had to share it. I posted in the chat a short guide to celestial navigation with a publication date of, drumroll, April 10th, 2006. First publication was in 1997. Friends, please have a look when you have some time.
Sweet.
Literally planar.
I'm sorry.
This is like, this is a juggler's. Sorry, dude. Go ahead, Johnny.
Maybe it's my computer, but I lost you, and I heard my computer is. I don't. So it might be my computer that's doing something wrong. Just like I say something, if I'm too drunk to play the piano, I always say the piano is drinking, not me. Just like Tom Waits says. I will say also that the moon landing was not. It was a fake, but all the fact. But now, what about it? That's very, very crinky. That is something is wrong. So Joe Rogan is not. It's not nothing. Okay, he was real about the COVID. He did something real there, and everybody's happy for that. And I'm also. That was a great thing. But over that, no. Yeah, he's a normal guy, and he's from our generation, and we want him to be real on our side. Then we see something is happening. What can I say? Somebody have to say something about it. I will be on the Joe Rogan podcast, and I will talk with him. I don't think he can, because he is too afraid. I will ask him. I will talk with him about the life and everything, and the flat earth and everything. Are he ready to do that? Very, very curious if he is. Think about it. Everybody will listen to it. It will be a fucking big fucking thing. The story is, can I do it? Because my English is terrible. But everybody, so fucking big group know who Johnny B is. There's no question about it. So are Joe Rogan ready to take Johnny B in and talk with him? Is it? I sent him my email. We'll see.
Hey, boy.
What do you think, guys?
Johnny.
Do you think Johnny will have a podcast chat with Joe Rogan?
I think so, yeah.
Is it possible?
It's definitely possible, yeah.
I think it
How you
is
been,
possible.
Johnny?
Because
I think you need to work on your English more, and then maybe when we can all understand it.
Yeah, but
Fuck
you
that, dude.
understand it. You listen to me and you understand it and you answer me. So
You kind of sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but not with.
yeah, but if you
not the diction.
the fucking America have Arnold over so many years, so they might understand me also.
Like you sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like drunk and after a stroke.
Not stay strong. This is too much. Don't be so far. Go.
I think
No.
Joe Rogan would insist you're more sober,
Not-
Johnny.
You can say you can say that, but not say stroke. That's too much.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like after a stroke, like he's like got some.
No,
Hey yo, and then he started drinking again. That's how it sounds like where we're at right now.
You are evil bitch. Absolutely.
That's why he's drinking, is because of the stroke.
Right.
Oh, do you know how bad you are?
Yeah, listen, Joe Rogan knows.
It's
You are very
terrible
bad.
things to say.
You are very bad.
It's terrible things to say.
Terrible.
Okay. Do you really want me to talk like a fucking American?
He'll do.
Actually, now I can understand.
He'll do.
I sound more
he'll
like
do the show.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
He'll do the show in Icelandic for that episode.
Okay. I will try again.
I think seriously, I would think he would insist you are more sober to go on his show, Johnny.
No, I can never be solo. That's impossible.
Oh, Johnny, I've never heard you say nothing in Icelandic, right? I wonder how you sound when you speak in Icelandic. Say hello. My name is Johnny. How are you? Say that in Icelandic.
Hey, sæll, ég heiti Jón Valgeir. Hvernig hefur það? Allt í lagi með þig?
It's not any different. It's exactly the same. Never mind.
It
sounds the same.
It's so fucking funny. Okay.
How you doing, Johnny?
Okay, I will say something else. Viltu koma og éta með okkur á morgun? Eða hefur eitthvað annað að gera?
Kind of hard to judge, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, probably still sounds drunk.
Every Icelandic sounds like a drunk, of course, if you don't understand.
You speak French too, don't you, Johnny?
Yeah, parlez-vous français?
All right, say how are you? My name's Johnny. Say that in French.
Alouette, who's here? Johnny. Johnny.
Yeah, it sounds the same. It sounds the same in every language.
It does, doesn't it? Really. It's the universal language of Johnny Bernard.
Okay.
That's good though, Johnny. That means that you're a genuine article.
Yeah,
he's consistent.
That's right.
He's unique.
Jag kan också jag pratar väldigt bra svenska, och om du inte förstår det, då är det bara helt ute. Om du inte förstår svenska, vad är du då? Kanske är då amerikan
That's enough French, buddy.
Nej, det var Swedish.
Swedish? That's worse, man. That's worse.
Of course. It's very, very close to English.
You know what's crazy? Who do you think is more beautiful, Johnny? Swedish women or Icelandic women?
Because of everybody knows that Icelandic woman is the most beautiful woman in the world. And they won all of the contests. No fucking country in the world have won it so often. The contest.
Don't be crazy, Johnny. Johnny, listen, I've watched Miss Universe. I watch Miss Universe all the time. Miss Universe is almost always South American women.
No,
very rarely is there
it was
Icelandic.
okay. It was South America, but it was a different country. But yes, you're right about that. But it was a different country, different country all the time. So, but
yeah, sure. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, but the one country that was winning in one period, we took it, taking this seriously. There was Icelandic woman was winning all the time. Maybe 1 or 2 years between, but there was always Icelandic woman in the count there. But now it is nobody cares anymore, so nobody is really doing anything about it. But Donald Trump was very a big. He got a lot of money.
Yeah, he was the Miss Universe dude. Yeah.
Yeah, and but before that, I was in this competition because in Iceland because I was entertain chief on the hotel. Chief, what do you say? Entertainer.
The guy.
Boss, the guy, that's taking the groups and everything.
Yeah, I got you.
So, I took care of some of these girls. So I know a lot about it, what's happening.
Yeah,
hey, real
duct
quick.
tape. They're. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, so I have here a list of the countries with the most wins in this universe, right? United States happens to have 9 wins with the highest, but that's not really fair. The United States is
That's not right. That's
big.
right. It's a melting pot. So yeah.
But Venezuela is number 2 with 7 wins.
Right. Venezuela have a very many wins. Yes, Venezuela very high score.
I'm looking at the list right here. I see like a lot of. First of all, when you have like Venezuela, you got the Philippines, you got Dominican Republic, you got Puerto Rican. You have a lot of these countries. What they have in common is because of the Spanish. But I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's
Puerto Rico's.
They are brown and beautiful. They are.
Puerto Rico's number 3 on the list.
Yeah, in Puerto Rico, you mean Puerto Rico and places like that, you can actually kind of include with America, but I agree with what you said about America. America's like a melting pot, so you can't really use America. You can only use them as the fact that they're a melting pot. But I think that's also why Latin America has so many wins, is because Latin America in general is a melting pot of Native American and Spanish and African. It's kind of like a melting pot, like those 3 cultures.
Yeah, but that is a difference with Icelandic. They are much taller, and they are white and beautiful.
Iceland is not on the list at all, dude.
They are so from all the world.
The closest thing is Finnish and Russian. They show up on the list a couple times, but there's no Icelandic, dude.
It was Swedish. It was in the time we was into it, then we were winning all the time. And I know these girls also. They were taller. They were more like fresh.
They were White Walkers. They're like White Walkers.
What year was this, Johnny? That Miss Iceland won Miss Universe.
Holmfriður Holmfrider, I know her, and she was a big winner. I don't remember which order. It has to be a
Say her name?
Holmfrider Karlsdotter or something like that.
Come on, man. I forgot that you guys spell the names. Like there's J's in there and shit.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say, but the Holmfrider Karlsdotter, I think it was. She was very, very beautiful.
Is this Miss Universe or Miss World, Johnny?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about Miss Universe, yes.
Miss Universe.
What are you saying? Are you saying I'm not saying it's right? Universe?
Yes. Is it Miss World or Miss Universe?
Miss Universe.
Okay.
No, Miss World. What is the difference?
Two different competitions, aren't they?
Different competitions.
Yeah.
It's funny because
I don't
Will
remember
McDonald-
that. I don't remember that. I'm not so fucking into it.
It's probably Miss World because Miss Universe, like I said, if you watch Miss Universe any year, out of the top 5, 4 of them are going to be from Latin America every time.
Yeah, okay. I was young. We called it Miss Universe, and it was Miss World, but I never thought that it was. Yeah, there is different people behind it, and so on, so on. Just like later, it was Donald Trump was behind it, and he was in Russia and everything. You know what I mean? But I was not into it then. Donald Trump was, but I am talking about in the beginning. So I think, it was Universe.
Well, if it's
I'm
Miss
looking at the
Universe,
list for Universe.
Miss
Go ahead,
Universe, your highest placing was in 1962, and Anna Giersdotter was first runner-up.
Yeah, well, so many girls.
Second place?
I don't remember all the names.
Before you were, about the time you were born, Johnny.
Yeah, okay.
You know what all?
Yeah, okay.
I've always said this about this. This is what this always has told me, because it's true even in like the Olympics. But it's these places that are the melting pots of the world, where they have like this this combination of different peoples. You tend to have these I don't know what comes out as like the most beautiful, most athletic, most I don't know how you'd say it, but that's why it seems like Latin America seems to produce a lot of these peoples, because it's a melting pot of the world basically.
I just want to say a testimony real quick. When I was in PR one time on vacation, I went to a club, right? And I seen the most beautiful women that I probably ever seen in my entire life. And now, granted, yes, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but for me, subjectively, they were the most beautiful women I had ever seen. And what's crazy is I was a little younger, so I was kind of intimidated. But they all had like like they were single and they were looking for a husband.
Yeah.
And they were all staring at me like they're the ones undressing me, and I was like intimidated where I didn't have the courage or the balls to actually like spit game to one of these women, right?
They would have
So I
married
was,
you.
dude, but the thing is that they had the long glossy black hair, they had the native look, like they looked like Native American, but not like Native American like Cherokee. It was like it was something else, man, altogether.
That's
And
what
I
I'm
couldn't
telling you.
believe it.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why you have a mix, like different mixtures of African, Native American, and Spanish. You have these different combinations of it all around Latin America, and in like Brazil, for example, you have all different combinations of it. So you have people like they're mostly African or mostly Latin American or mostly Spanish or whatever, but it tends to be a pretty powerful combination. And did you say DR or PR?
PR.
Yeah, PR. Okay.
Yeah, Puerto Rico. 2013, I went over there, man. Last time I went
Because
for a couple months.
DR is even crazier. You were in. You say you were in the military before?
Yeah.
Okay, because you know DR, there used to be recruiting stations in DR, and yes, I know. There's actually a lot of women in Dominican Republic who actually will that are actively trying to marry like Americans and shit like
Oh,
that. Because there's not a yeah.
I'm well aware. I worked at a bakery, a Spanish bakery. There was Dominicans there, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Colombians. There was a crazy mix, man. It was a wild place to work at. But there was Dominican women asking me, offering me $10,000 to take their niece, take their daughter, marry their daughter. And I'm like, nah, I'm all set. I'm all set. I'm all set. I always had to deny them because I just didn't want to get
Let me ask
involved in
you,
something like that. Go
if
ahead.
somebody called you, somebody said, "Hey, cabron," what does that mean? What does that mean to you?
I mean, it depends on the intention, I guess. But cabrón is like a way that people say, "Yo, dude," but it's so vulgar and so natural to them. They'll call everybody cabrón, but it just means, literally, it just means like somebody who's been cheated on.
Yeah. I was gonna say because it's funny because Puerto Ricans and Mexicans, like cabron means something totally different. Like cabron to a Mexican is like, "Hey, brother, what's up, brother?" But like to a Puerto Rican, cabron means like, "Hey, dude, everyone knows your wife's cheating on you."
If figuratively actually means your wife's cheating on you, literally it means
Yeah.
you are a cabra is
You're a loser.
a goat.
Yeah, right. Like somebody, like basically, like what do you call it? Like a somebody who everybody knows. So basically, everybody knows your wife is cheating on you. Basically.
Yeah, but it's very poetic language because so when somebody is called a goat, is the reason they're called that in the first place is because you have horns. But when someone says in Spanish, when someone says that you have horns, tan cuernao and cuernu, it means that you are heated because your wife's with another man. So when you get mad, your horns grow out of your head when you get mad and find out your girl's cheating on you. It's like a joke that's never ending and just I don't know.
I always think phrases like that are funny in Spanish because in America there's so many different Spanish speakers. Like there's Cubans, there's Mexicans, there's Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Colombians, whatever, and there's words that actually mean totally different things. So, like I said, you say cabron to a Mexican, and you say cabron to a Puerto Rican, yeah, you might get your ass kicked, So.
Yeah, true that. I mean, same thing with Black America. You can say N-word all day if you're black. The wrong guy says it with the wrong intentions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's bring it back. We took this shit all around the world. Let's bring it back.
But yeah, I was okay. Going back to race, right? When the Europeans first came here and they seen the natives, man, I can only imagine what they would thought about. I mean, they were so beautiful. Apparently, there was no obesity, no fat people. All the men, all the women were in shape and fit, eating all natural. No pesticides, no chemicals, no. Dude, they must have been
chemicals.
Yeah.
No pesticides or chemicals anywhere, but you know what's crazy is that the Spanish, when they came, they had only priests and soldiers. So they had priests and soldiers. They didn't bring families. They had priests and soldiers. So, yeah, dude, all the women, beautiful women, massive asses. Yeah, the priests and the soldiers both probably in gold, indulged in all that. And I think that's why that's why America is the way it is. Actually, it's probably because like there was a lot of fertile men and fertile women, kind of Spanish in them, and they just that's all they did is fuck and kill. They killed the men and fucked the women. Yeah.
I've heard stories that Columbus, when he landed in Puerto Rico, he forced the men to basically retrieve gold because they knew where the gold was. There's stories of him cutting people's hands off. I mean, I don't know how true that is. Probably it could be propaganda, but
Puerto Rico. You say landed Puerto Rico.
I wonder why they call it Puerto Rico. No, he landed in Jamaica and Puerto Rico.
I always thought he landed in Cuba, but I don't know. I mean, what do I know? I don't know.
I mean, he probably traveled all that, man. It's the Caribbean. He probably jumped around,
Yeah.
but the first place he landed was. I'd have to review this, man, but I want to say Jamaica. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Well, what's the difference? What's the difference, right?
Second time, his second voyage was Puerto Rico. I know that much.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, dude. To this day, probably, if you told me to put money on it, I probably couldn't. I couldn't fucking point out Puerto Rico, dude. I couldn't, dude. Because I'm from New York City. So I know a lot of Puerto Rican. My sister's Puerto Rican, right? And so it's like where I think Puerto Rico to be, and where Puerto Rico actually is, I don't know. I know where DR is. I know where Haiti is.
It's right next to DR and Haiti.
Yeah, I know, but
on the right.
I gotta look it up, man.
It's on the
Cuba
right
and
of
Puerto
Haiti.
Rico are called the wings, man.
No, but Dominican Republic and Haiti are the same island, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a split down the corner or some shit.
Right down the middle.
And you're from Elbow. You're from New York too, right?
Nah, I'm from the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, but you were in New York. I'm saying.
Oh yeah. I lived in New York. I'm in Texas now, though. But
you're in Texas. Yeah, me too. Okay, but you're from DR. Okay.
I'm from DR. My dad's from Puerto Rico.
Yeah. So that's like my sister. My sister. We have different dads. My sister's dad is half Puerto Rican, half Dominican.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, so you know, Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic and Cuba, man, it's like the Cuba and Dominican Republic Cuba and Puerto Rico are the wings to the Dominican Republic.
Let me look it up. Hold on. I gotta see what it looks like. I always forget what Puerto Rico is.
It's the smallest island ever. Well, there's other islands, but on those three islands.
I love the Caribbean. I love the Caribbean people, the Jamaicans, the Haitians. I got Jamaican friends, Haitian friends, Dominican friends. They're all mad cool.
You know, to bring it back, you know what I mean though, about what we said about like the melting pot is like Latin America, like that whole area. I think it's a beautiful place, with beautiful people because of the fact that like it's a mixture, melting pot of the Latin Americans, the Africans, and then the Spanish, and like the different combinations of like of these people, and that's why Miss Universe, it's always filled. It's always like the top 5 is always at least 3 of them are from Latin America, and I think that's why. Yeah. Sorry, man. I think I just had COVID, dude. I don't know if we can talk about that, but my buddy's a doctor. VD, he's in the other server, in Jim Panic server. He told me COVID was coming back, but I feel like I had COVID for like the past week, dude. I really might have.
I had
for real,
something.
same?
Yeah,
For real?
I had eye pressure, dude. I don't know where it came from. I never have
eye
eye pressure.
pressure.
That's
Eye
a new
pressure,
symptom for
fucking
me. I never
sinuses. Yeah.
fatigued, low energy, sluggish. Like I didn't want to get out of bed, but I had to go to work. A slight sore throat, but not. Dude, I didn't want to get tested, but I'm like, yo, like, what's wrong with me? But I still went to work.
Did you have chills? Did you have like bone chills?
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
All that.
All that shit, dude. But I'm good now, so that's cool.
I actually took a teaspoon with some water of calcium bentonate clay.
I took a lot of shit, dude. I took like a whole bottle of NyQuil. I took a bunch of my girlfriend's drugs. Took a lot of shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Most of it didn't work, but yeah, I was I was worried that I had that whole thing, the COVID thing, because my buddy told me he was coming back, and I I have a fake. I don't know. I mean, I can say it out loud, but I used I made a bunch of fake cards, and I have like a fake vaccine card. So I was worried like if I could get the vaccine now that I've done that, but yeah, I don't think it's needed. I think I probably did get whatever it was. I think I got it. So if I'm better from it now, then it's probably better than getting that vaccine. So
Yeah, are we recording right now?
yeah, I don't know.
No, because you keep saying the C word and the V word to just make it
I mean,
straight up.
it's okay. It's probably okay to say that if you're saying like it's a good thing. Like I wish I would have gotten that. Like I just fucking delete you for saying that. By the way, I'm looking at the map right now. Right? Yeah. Yeah, because I knew where Cuba and DR and Haiti were, and it looks like PR is just right outside of DR, which I guess I never really knew that. Yeah. Okay.
The mother of my child, she's Cuban and Puerto Rican, but she's crazy, bro.
Of course she is. Of course she is,
She's
dude. She's Cuban and
out
Puerto
of her
Rican.
mind. Dude. I mean, she's a stripper. She's a stripper, dude. She became a stripper. That's how crazy she is. Yeah,
Wow.
like she think Cardi B is you know, her idol.
Where's she from again? She's from Haiti or something.
No, she's Cuban and Puerto Rican.
Oh, well, Cardi B. I mean,
Oh no, yeah, she's Dominican and Trinidadian.
all right. Trinidad. That's another place.
But yeah,
That's another
man.
place, man.
I actually, at this point in my life, I'd be happy with a good white girl, dude. I'm all set. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna talk to my girl real quick.
See-through, clear, transparent, invisible, out of vision.
That suena.
Yo, check. Let's fucking go. Let's go. It's Friday night. What's good? How we doing? Kosho in the house.
Yeah, yo, what's up, man? I can hear you.
What up, Lion? What up? About to get the shit moving, pushing right here. What's up? Kosho, give us some Glover bullshit. Yeah, any Glover nonsense, Kosho? Versus this looping circles on? You might not be allowed to talk. We don't know if his girl gave him permission. Have you guys heard my
He might be in the shower.
on a perpetual motion machine? He's probably in the shower, but that's never stopped him before. That's his favorite place to talk to. Hold on.
So this guy Ben D Light just posted. I assume he's listening on YouTube. So he just posted. He posted the blue marble thing from 1970, the Apollo 17, 1972, and he just said this photo's never been debunked. So I just posted this, and this shows from time and date what part of the Earth should have been lit, and it doesn't match with the blue with the time and the date that they claim they snapped that photo. Meaning the part of the Earth that's lit doesn't actually match with what time and date shows.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yep. Well, no, I'm not kidding. Yeah.
All right, your shit's debunked. What's his name? Bendy Light? You're debunked. There you go. First time ever. We did it here on Geos. Write it down. First time ever we got debunked. Put it in your diary. That's a wrap for that. Did you come up with that on your own, Geo?
No, I've known about it for quite some time.
Oh,
I didn't know. I didn't come up with
awesome.
it. Yeah, I didn't come up with it on my own though. No, I had heard it from someone, and then we went to time and date and got the. Yeah, like South America.
That's fucking awesome.
South America is not even visible on the globe. First of all, Africa is way too big. Like that whole thing is mismatched. Like size wise, it's pretty. But South America would be on the other side of the globe, and it's supposed to be lit. You know, the way time and date shows. I mean, they claim that. I mean, the sun only lights up half the globe, right? So the half that we see should have what time of day it shows, but it doesn't. It doesn't even show South America at all.
It's showing South America requirement.
That should be the half the globe that's lit. So, yep, that's what you should see.
But who says you see half the globe?
When you take a picture of a sphere from outer space, you don't think you see half the globe? What are you seeing?
No. You see as much as you can.
That would be half of a sphere.
No.
Okay, but time and date doesn't match up with what should be lit. So, what is time and date wrong,
Why
or is this
Africa is
picture
lit?
wrong?
Africa is lit.
I don't know. Geo said it didn't match. I didn't look at it. I'm inclined to believe Geo over you, though.
Well, Africa is shown to be lit, and that's what the fake photo shows, the fake image. It does show Africa, but it only shows a portion of Africa. It doesn't show all of South America, and it doesn't show the part of Australia that all should be lit as well.
Maybe they are. You just don't see them.
So wait, what's going? Okay, here's time and date. It says Africa, Europe, South America should be lit. Where's the blue marble photo?
It's like 2 above that. He posted it.
Oh, the photo's never been debunked. I don't even know. What is this? What are we looking at here? Is that fucking Madagascar or like what is this? Is this Saudi Arabia on the top?
Yeah, Saudi Arabia on the right, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf. You can see the Gulf up on the right, probably Persia, Iran.
Oh,
Above
this
it, you can
isn't.
see
So
the
this is
Mediterranean. You can see the Mediterranean on
okay.
the top left.
Okay. My bad, Chike. You get all excited. So okay, so fine, but you said we shouldn't see half the globe. Like, how far away is this? I can see space on
Very
all
good.
sides of this.
Very good, Jeremy. Depends how
What
far
do you
away
mean
we are.
very good? I see
I,
space on all sides of this. Like, there's space on the top, left, right, and
so
bottom.
what?
Like, what
So what?
are we seeing the sphere in its entirety?
No,
Oh, we're
we
not.
don't.
What's the black stuff on the left side of the picture?
They
Space.
claim that this was taken from 21,000 miles away. Just a short little distance.
And you said we're not seeing the whole sphere in its entirety from that distance away. I mean, it looks like there's space. It looks like all that black stuff is space all on the
Yes.
sides of it. So it looks like we are seeing the whole ball in its entirety.
Oh yes. Okay. The 30,000 kilometers, 35,000 kilometers. That's communication, geocentric. How they call geostationary satellites.
Okay, I'm just saying, if it looks like there's space on every side of this photo, so this must be the globe the globe in its entirety. So, where the fuck's all the land at?
Mind working. You see to the edges, to the horizon. You see in all directions, and you'll see space behind it. How much of the globe you see depends how far away you are from it. Closer you are to the globe, the
Okay,
horizon
seeing
will.
as how this is my bad. Seeing as how space is surrounded by this, if I get farther away, I'm gonna see more of the globe, even though I can already see the whole circle of the sphere.
When you look from the ISS, you see the space around the Earth. You don't see half of what you see here. Your field of
Okay,
view.
here I'm gonna do something with a I got a tennis ball right here. I got a tennis ball right here. I'm gonna get far away from it. I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna get far away from it. I'm gonna take a picture. Okay. I'm gonna get pretty close right here. Here we go. Pretty close. Then I'm gonna get farther away. Okay, let me post these two pictures real quick. Tell me if
Go debunk
I'm
yourself.
seeing more of the ball in one of the pictures. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Jimmy,
I don't know what this is going to show or whatever, but we'll see.
put
I
$2 more
posted them. Do you see it,
and
Jake?
get this. Put $2 more and get decent connection. You roboting.
Relax. I'm in my break room at work. Okay. Do you see my pictures?
No. Oh, now I see it. Wait.
You don't see my pictures? You see the one on
No,
the
I do.
right?
Go get
You see how
closer.
I can
Get closer. I
Yeah,
want
do
you
you see the
closer.
one on the right? Do you see the one on the right where you can see the whole sphere?
Well, you can't see the whole sphere.
And then do you see the one on the left? And then do you see the one on the left when you can see the whole sphere?
No, I want you closer than the
You don't?
right. Another one,
Oh,
closer.
my bad. Do you see the one on the right where you can see the whole sphere?
No, I see not the whole sphere. Get closer.
Why get closer? I have space. Pretend that's outer space on the whole edge like that
Yes,
picture.
yes. Get closer. While you can still
Why
see the
get closer?
space,
I got as close as I
because I
I
asked
got
you
as
to.
close as I could, just like the blue marble photo. I got as close as I could to where you could see space all around the edge. Then I backed up because you said we were going to be able to see more of the sphere somehow, even though we could see the whole sphere in the picture, which doesn't make any sense.
Hold on, let me see what I have here.
There ain't nothing you could, dude. I took a picture of the tennis ball. It's on the right hand side.
I had you.
You
I
can
had
see
you.
you can see the
You're
whole
lazy.
sphere.
You're simply
All right.
lazy. You
You can
need to
see the
take
whole
one more
sphere.
picture. One more picture. Get closer. Leave space behind as close as you can to the ball.
That's what I did. I did it just like the blue marble one on the right. I got super duper close.
You can get closer. My love,
Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. One on the left. Hold on, it's loading up now. Okay, they're in there. I got a sphere on the left. I got a sphere on the left. I can see the whole sphere on the left, right, Chike? Chike.
no, you can't see the whole
You can't see
sphere.
the whole sphere on the left hand
No,
side?
left maximum. You don't see the half now.
I see the whole sphere. There's no more of the sphere. Is there some off on the left hand side or up on top or the right or the bottom? Like where is more of the sphere that I'm not getting? The whole tennis ball is in the picture, dude. The whole sphere is in the picture of the tennis ball.
Give me a sec, okay? Let me see if I can find some ball here. Or half a ball.
Okay. Anyways, Gio, did it match? Does their picture match time and date or? I mean, I don't get it. In every picture I posted, the whole sphere is in the picture. Like you can see around the edges of the whole sphere. How we doing? Good, good. Hello? Yeah, if you want to get it, if you want to get something going here, we got it. We get it popping into VC, like text chat, really. Like, heads ain't even reading what you write. People don't even listen to what you say. You think I'm going to take the time to write that shit all down so you can not listen? So you can not read what I said? Fuck that. That shit takes way too long for you to ignore everything I just said. Jump in VC, guys. If you want. I mean, I don't care. If you want to talk about something, come on in. If not, just sit there in a text chat and have fun with that. It's all good. Whatever your little heart desires. Dude, ain't no one running from text chat. That shit is a hassle. People don't even listen to what you say when you're in VC. They definitely don't read shit you type in text. It takes way too long and it's obnoxious. No one's running from text chat. If you want to come fuck with us, come in VC. I'll talk to you all day.
Now tell me, Jeremy, that you see the same amount of ball I took a picture of. Kind of a ball.
Both, if you hold on, I can't see him right now. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Okay, so I see your picture. I don't know, there's a little shadow going on there in that one, but and it's deflated or some shit. But I don't know. I see the whole sphere in both of them. I can see the edges around the edge. It doesn't look like there's any more sphere off the camera anywhere. So
Are you
I see the
blind?
whole
Look at the
in one
printing.
eye, but
Kopaya,
that's not really
Kopaya.
relevant.
On the right one, Kopaya is surrounded with a circle. On the left side, you can see the printing. You can't see the surrounding. You can hardly see the two above it. When on the right side, you can see things above the two. What you talking about? In what world you live?
Chike, I see the whole sphere. In both of the pictures, I can see the whole
No,
sphere.
no, you don't.
Yes, I don't. Is there more of this sphere on the top, left, right, or bottom of the picture that I'm not seeing? Where
Yeah,
is the sphere?
you see the number 2 above the printing. On the right side, above the 2, there is a white, black, and green patches. On the left side, you don't see them.
Oh, you're
You
saying you
need
see more
serious.
stuff on this. You're saying you see more stuff on the sphere. 'Cause I still see the whole fucking thing.
No, how can you see the whole fucking thing if you don't see the old stuff on it?
Because no matter what, there's no more of the sphere to be seen on the left, right, top, or bottom of the picture. Like,
Yes, there is. What we see on the right side, we
is it the
don't see on
top
the
or the
left
bottom or
side.
the left?
That means we have still things to see on the left side that we already see on the right side.
Chike, is the whole sphere in the camera shot in both the pictures?
No,
It's not. There's part of the sphere is outside of the camera. Is it to the left, right, or up or down?
left, right,
Left
up and
side.
down, up and down.
So there's
Oh,
more
come on,
of
give
the
me a
sphere.
break.
So there's more of the sphere on the top of the picture that's outside of the picture that we can't see.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll take a picture of it and let's see it.
You have two pictures. One, you see more
Show me a
sphere.
picture. Show me a picture of the part of the sphere that we can't see in the picture. I see two spheres in here.
Yes. On the left side, on the left sphere, you don't see what you see on the right sphere. That means there's plenty to see more on the left sphere that you already see on the right sphere.
Oh, I see what you're
You
saying. Yeah,
don't see.
you could see more. You could see more because you're closer, sure,
Oh,
or
thank
less
you
because
very
you're
much.
closer.
Consider yourself debunked. That's
Who's
simple
debunked?
things that you see every day. You get closer, you can't see everything because you get closer, the horizon of the sphere shrinks. That's all you can see up to the horizon, not past it. Right. Same thing with the picture of Leonardo. You see more cheeks of this boy on the right side than on the left side.
So are you saying Geo didn't debunk your photo or what?
When you're at infinity, you can at most see half the sphere. We don't see the whole moon. We see, I don't know, 95% maybe, because we can see past the horizon. Good for us, it wobbles. So if you look the whole month, you can see those things you can't see at certain day.
So half of the sphere and the thing time and date Geo posted, half of the sphere would be everywhere that's lit, obviously, right? That's half of your sphere. Everything that's lit in time and date, is that correct? In the one Geo posted?
Suppose you if you far enough for it, that needs to be very far. You can see all the lit up is half a sphere.
No, it doesn't matter how far you are. I'm asking, is this the half of this? Is this the half of the Earth that would be lit up according
Yes.
to time and date? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this photo. Hold on, is
The
that a
photo
funny?
we see included it what GOC is lit up.
Oh, why did some red circles pop up on this? Oh, my shit's wigging out. Is this a GIF?
Which one?
Oh, I'm on Captain Caveman's thing. Hold on. Bendy light one. Here we go. So this one. I don't know. I'm not seeing any other land. There might be some land at the edges or something. I can't tell. And of course, there's a massive amount of. I mean, the shit's on tilt. Like this isn't even. Like that's not Antarctica at the bottom, right? Am I looking at this right? Hold on. Oh, that is Antarctica at the bottom. That would be Antarctica at the bottom. You're saying, right?
Where is Antarctica?
Well, it would be Antarctica if it wasn't for all the clouds. That would be Antarctica at the bottom. I mean, I don't know. I think I can see Antarctica. Actually, it looks like that's not clouds and that's snow. I can actually see the. I don't know. It's like you can almost see the edges there in certain spots. I don't know. It's tough to tell between the clouds and the snow.
Yeah, it could be.
But that would be Antarctica right at the bottom of that ball right there. Would we be seeing Antarctica or what?
Can't tell.
Huh? On your globe, should we be seeing Antarctica or what?
Depends how far it is from Africa.
How far is Antarctica from Africa? Oh, that's a good fucking question. We can get a scale size for Madagascar and then see how far Antarctica should be. Because I'm pretty sure I can see the coastline of Antarctica. Look at
I can't
tough
see
with
no
the clouds
coastline.
and shit.
That's clouds.
Yeah, but it almost looks like coastline. It looks like there's a spots where like the coastline is and then clouds and there's like water. You can't see that? It's very faint.
Well, it's very faint. That's why I don't want to pass any judgment on it.
Can I ask you a question, Chike?
You realize you just did.
Yeah. Did you move the ball at all? You know, when you took the photograph.
No,
you know,
just the
first photograph. When you took the first photograph, right? And then you went to take the second photograph. Did you move the ball at all or touch the ball at all?
No.
No,
What I did, I moved the camera. I moved the camera.
Liar. Look at the photograph.
That is
Can I
actually how it
finish?
works. Okay.
Look at the two photographs. He's moved the ball. The ball's not in the same place it was before. He's moved it.
No,
Yeah, it
it's
really
Have a look
doesn't
at the
matter.
photograph. Have a look at the lines.
I thought you were
Have a
done.
look
My
at the
bad.
tiles. No worries. Have a look at the tiles on the floor behind the ball.
Yeah.
He's moved the ball. He's a lying bastard.
Yeah, but the
well,
thing is,
Liar.
you're an idiot
let's
bastard.
not call names. See, that's how it starts. Don't call names, please. Don't accuse
All right, I
people of lying or
apologise.
say they're lying. All right, let me just go,
Well, have a
please.
look at it.
Let me just go, please, Alex, please. It doesn't matter if you move the ball or not. That is how it works. The farther away you get, the more of the ball you can see. I did it in my tennis ball photo, a few photos up. Look at the ones I did
I
of the
had a
tennis
look
ball.
at it. I had a look at that one. It's the same. You see the same.
You see more of the tennis ball though when I'm farther away.
No, I didn't see that. No, I'll do it anyway. But he
Yeah,
moved
look
the
at the
ball
one I
anyway,
sent
right?
up.
He
What's
moved
that?
the ball, right? That's a fact. If you imagine, have a look at the lines behind it, right? The lines on the
Alibi,
tile.
you're
Right?
an idiot.
Can
The
I speak? Can
ball
I
did
finish?
not move
Can I
1
finish?
millimeter. 1
Can I
millimeter it
finish?
didn't move. No, you
Oh, now
can't.
it's moving. See that?
No, you can't.
Now,
You throw mud for no
now,
reason, you idiot.
see, he's been caught out.
Chike. Hold on, Alec. Chike, don't call names, please. All right, let's not call names, guys. Let's just handle this in a civil manner.
Right, let me finish now, right? Have a look at the tiles that the ball is sitting on. He moved it and it's more than a millimetre. He's fucking about. Have a look, study the two photographs. They don't make sense. He moved the ball. He's cheating.
Alibi,
I don't care whether you say
Alibi,
it works that way or not.
Alibi, listen, idiot. I'll do it on video. I'll show you what I did on video. You see the ball not move, and I demand apology.
Yep, if you do that, I'll apologise.
Shut the fuck up now and look.
Yeah, I'll apologise.
Hold on. Stop. Chike, stop calling names, man. Please, come on, dude. You can't call names.
Oh, well, he seems to. He's been. Yeah, well, anyway, I did as well. There you go. Right, show me your
That's
video.
how it works. Regardless if you move the ball or not, that is how it works. You see more of the ball. Oh, there you go. He's on video.
Right, go on in. Right, now zoom out. Don't move it. Zoom straight out. Go on, zoom out and zoom in now. Go on. Oh yeah, I can see it now, huh?
Yeah, see?
What? Look how further back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that was bull. I don't know what he did there, but that was bullshit. He never proved the point. He proved my point.
I think they were trying to say you could see more of the surface when you're farther away.
Ah, but you seen it? Did you not? He just showed it on video there live that it never even changed.
No, because I can't move between the field of view on the video.
Well, why can't you do that?
Can you shut up for a second? When I did it in pictures, the closer pictures I did with a wider field of view. The farther picture I did with a narrower field of view. But that's the only thing that changed: the field of view and the distance from the ball. The ball did not move.
Well, do it without changing the field of view then.
Alibi, why don't you go and do it yourself and show me that it's not like I say it is? You have a phone, you have a camera, you have a ball. Go ahead.
Shall I? Okay then, I will do that because I've got golf balls here. All right, I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll do it right now. Hang on. Let me just mute myself.
Will be too